Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. Hokage. My Sharingan can cultivate automatically. Chapter 1. Konoha. 1 year after the Nine Tails Rebellion ended. Uchiha Sora, who has traveled to the Hokage world since he was a child, has been studying in the ninja school for almost a month. When he first traveled through time, he imagined countless times that he would punch Uchiha Obito and stomp on Uchiha Madara. But reality taught him a hard lesson. When he was 3 years old, his parents died during a mission and he became an orphan. I thought that relying on my intelligence as a time traveler, I should be able to show enough cultivation talent since childhood, but later I discovered that cultivation talent has little to do with whether my brain is smart or not. As a result, Uchiha Sora, who is now 6 years old, studied in the ninja school for more than a month before he was finally able to skillfully extract chakra from his body. Uchiha Itachi, who was in the same class as him at the same time and even from the same clan, is now proficient in using the three-body technique in the Uchiha family's fire style, and his results are well-deserved. Number 1. Uchiha Sora and Uchiha Itachi are from the same race, but have completely opposite talents. This often makes Uchiha Sora the object of discussion and ridicule among classmates. But Uchiha Sora didn't care about this. He was sitting in the classroom absent-mindedly, thinking about the way out in the future. After all, in the next few years, the Uchiha clan will be exterminated, and he doesn't want to be hacked to death by Uchiha Itachi. If it doesn't work, I'll find a chance to sneak out of the village and find a place to live in peace. Uchiha was preparing for the worst. Ding dong, the automatic training system is on. A voice suddenly sounded in Uchiha Kong's mind, and he almost screamed in shock. Fortunately, he calmed down immediately, suppressed his excitement, and said in his mind, "System. I have been waiting for you. Please tell me whether your function is powerful or not." Dear host, the functions of this system are absolutely powerful and long-lasting. You will be satisfied with the service package. System. Seriously, tell me, Uchiha said speechlessly. Okay, this system allows you to enter the automatic cultivation mode. Host. You only need to create a training project to enter the automatic cultivation mode. How to set up a training project? Uchiha asked. The training project is based on the project that you are already practicing or have met the prerequisites. The training projects currently established by host include Physical Training Project, Chakra Refining Project, and Blood Successor Limit Development Project. System Kaido. Oh, it means I don't need to practice by myself in the future. Completely automated, Uchiha couldn't help but be very surprised. Yes, but the effect of automatic cultivation will change with the external environment and your own status. Please leave the host to study it yourself. Uchiha Sora nodded. At this time, the teacher in the classroom was explaining about genjutsu. Among them, the most typical example is the release of genjutsu from the eyes, Sharingan. Sharingan is the pupil technique of the Uchiha clan. It is a type of blood inheritance. The power of genjutsu released through Sharingan will become stronger. Speaking of which, we have to talk about what eye surgery is. Ding, your blood inheritance limit, Sharingan, inspired by ninja knowledge, finally opened the single Magatama Sharingan. Just after the teacher finished explaining the knowledge about pupil technique, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The next moment, Uchiha Sora felt a sudden warmth rising in his eyes, and then his vision of the surroundings became clearer. Even the chakra in the body suddenly increased. What? This opens the single Magatama Sharingan. Uchiha was stunned, and he quickly took out a small mirror to take a look. On the delicate face, there is a pair of scarlet eyes, each of which reflects a black Magatama. It's really a single Magatama Sharingan. Uchiha Sora was pleasantly surprised. This automatic training is so awesome. Just when he was pleasantly surprised, the system voice came again in his mind. Ding, your chakra has been refined even harder due to the stimulation activated by Sharingan. Ding, your physique is not to be outdone, and you are exercising even harder. Uchiha Kong sensed it carefully and found that he had indeed become more efficient in refining chakra. And my body has become faintly stronger. The chakra refining project is related to the operation and recovery of one's own chakra, as well as the increase in the upper limit of the amount of chakra. Generally, ninjas need to continuously consume chakra and temper their bodies and minds to increase the upper limit of chakra. This is a very time-consuming training project. Not to mention physical fitness, in addition to hard work the day after tomorrow, it also pays more attention to the influence of blood, nutrition, human body growth, etc. For example, a ninja born with the body of a fairy is much stronger than ordinary ninjas. Now, Uchiha Sora no longer needs to spend time practicing. They can practice these training items by themselves. What a peace of mind. Uchiha Kong said that although his talent is rubbish, I work hard on my Sharingan, my chakra, and my physique. What a pleasure. No, even with the system, I can't expand now. I can't waste it. Just hang in there and buy time for my children to practice and become stronger on their own. Uchiha put away the Sharingan and started the class pretending to be nonchalant. After school, when he returned to the home left by his parents, Uchiha flipped out the notes about the three-body technique training method taught by his previous ninja teacher. Looked carefully. In the past, he didn't even refine chakra properly. He could only write down a lot of the knowledge about ninjutsu taught by the teacher in his notes, but he couldn't practice it. But it's different now, when he has read all the knowledge about the three-body technique and memorized all the methods of forming seals in his mind. Ding! Your transformation technique has entered automatic practice mode. Ding! Your clone technique has entered automatic practice mode. Ding! Your substitute technique has entered automatic practice mode. A series of system prompts sounded. Then, within a few minutes, another prompt came. Ding! Your Sharingan feels that the transformation, clone, and substitute techniques are too simple. You generously help them complete their training progress. Ding! With the help of Sharingan, your transformation technique has been completed. Ding! With the help of Sharingan, your clone technique has been completed. Ding! With the help of Sharingan, your substitute technique has been completed. In an instant, Uchiha mastered all the methods of using the three-body technique in his mind. The next day, Uchiha Sora continued to Jonin school. There happens to be a physical arts class today. Uchiha Kong's physical skills are not bad. This is because he has always had the habit of exercising before. Even though he is still young, his physical fitness is still better than other children. It's just that he has never seriously studied the moves and movements of taijutsu. This class is just a test of everyone's physical skills. The teacher will use the method of catching and fighting to test everyone's physical skills and provide guidance. Team 1, Uchiha Itachi and Shimura Naganobu. Under the teacher's roll call, Uchiha Itachi and another boy walked to the center of the field and made a seal of opposition to each other. Then, the two rushed to each other and started fighting. Uchiha Itachi is the number one genius in his grade, and his all-round abilities surpass those of ordinary students. Shimura Naganobu was easily pushed to the ground by him without even having to parry a few times. There were cheers from the girls all around. Uchiha Itachi's performance was perfect, making the girls go crazy. After forming the seal of reconciliation, Uchiha Itachi left the stage coolly and was surrounded by a group of girls. If it were before, Uchiha Sora would be envious, but now that he has a system and has awakened Sharingan, if he really wants to take action, with the addition of Sharingan, he may not lose to Uchiha Itachi in physical skills. The next pair, Uchiha Sora and Uchiha Izumi. At this time, the teacher shouted to Uchiha Sora. He was fighting against Uchiha Izumi, a long-haired girl with a mole in the corner of her eye. Uchiha Kong remembers that in the original work, this person will become Itachi's lover in the future. But now her relationship with Uchiha Itachi is just an ordinary classmate and clan member. Hello, Uchiha Sora. The two walked to the center of the field, and Uchiha Sora smiled and formed a seal of opposition. Hello, Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Sora smiled back, forming the same seal of opposition. After completing the seal, Uchiha Kong rushed towards Uchiha Spring. Uchiha Izumi has a good talent in taijutsu. In the class, her taijutsu is second only to Uchiha Itachi, and she can be considered a little genius. As soon as the two of them fought, Uchiha Sora immediately fell into a disadvantage. Although his physical training is good, his taijutsu moves are still too rough. It is normal for him not to be as good as Uchiha Izumi without using Sharingan. Ding dong. The system has detected that your taijutsu project is established. The taijutsu has entered the automatic training mode. At this moment, a reminder suddenly sounded in Uchiha Kong's mind. Then the prompt sounds again. Ding. Your physical skills were crushed by the opponent, so you decided to catch up and speed up your training. The next moment, Uchiha Kwan discovered that Uchiha Sora's movements had become subtle, and his reactions and moves had become unpredictable. After a while, Uchiha Izumi was surprised to find that he was being pressed and beaten by Uchiha. Boom! Their arms collided, and after their bodies separated, Uchiha Kwan looked at Uchiha Sora and frowned. At this time, Uchiha Sora was extremely happy with the speed of progress. He did not expect that after the automatic training of taijutsu, there would be such a big improvement in the battle. Then I don't need to practice physical skills anymore, I just need to fight with those physical skills masters. Come again. Uchiha was not satisfied yet, because the sound kept ringing in his mind. Ding! Your physical skills are so strong that you are eager to fight with the opponent. Accelerate your practice. Accelerate, accelerate. Uchiha Kwan had no choice but to go forward again and fight with Uchiha Sora. The physical battle between the two became more and more intense and lasted longer and longer. The eyes of the surrounding students who did not pay much attention to this battle were gradually attracted. Even Uchiha Itachi looked towards the two of them. Their taijutsu is not bad. Uchiha Itachi commented inwardly. The ninja teachers also exchanged words on the side. Uchiha Izumi's taijutsu is good. I didn't expect Uchiha Sora to be able to compete with her in taijutsu for so long. It seems that he will need to strengthen his education in taijutsu in the future. Boom! Suddenly, there was a muffled groan, and Uchiha Kwan's body flew out and fell to the ground. She clutched her shoulders, painful tears welling up in her eyes. The ninja teacher hurriedly went up to help her up. His face changed slightly. Kwan, you were injured. I saw that her exposed shoulder was red and swollen, and she might have injured a bone. Uchiha Kwan secretly said, I got excited to fight for a while, and with the continuous improvement of my physical skills, I suddenly lost my strength and actually injured Uchiha Kwan. Uchiha Sora, how could you do such a cruel thing? The teacher yelled, didn't your parents teach you to be kind to your classmates and your own race? Uchiha knew he was in the wrong, but when he heard the ninja teacher making such a fuss and mentioning his deceased parents, he couldn't help but frown and said, ninjas fight against each other, fists and feet are blind, and injuries are inevitable. What's more, as a ninja teacher, don't you know how cruel the ninja world is? My parents died on a ninja mission. The best lesson they gave me is to survive in this cruel world. Instead of worrying about the ninja confrontation game here. Uchiha Sora's words made the students present feel confused. Because they are young, most of them cannot understand these words. However, the teacher Chunin who just spoke was shocked. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked at Uchiha Sora's precocity, and he also realized that he had said the wrong thing just now and should not have mentioned his parents. He couldn't help but blush, and finally sighed, forget it, I don't care about your child. Uchiha Kong then walked up to Uchiha Kwan, made a seal of reconciliation to her, and said with a smile, I'm sorry, I accidentally hurt you just now. I apologize to you, will you forgive me? Uchiha Izumi looked at Uchiha Sora blankly, and the words Uchiha Sora said to the teacher before were still echoing in his mind. She suddenly felt that Uchiha Sora seemed to be different from other people. As for the difference, she didn't quite understand it in her young mind. However, looking at the smile on Uchiha's face, her little face turned slightly red involuntarily, and he hesitated, no, it's okay. I don't blame you. After a pause, she showed a shy smile and said, Uchiha Kong, your taijutsu is so amazing. Haha, your taijutsu isn't bad either. Let's practice together next time when we have time. Uchiha smiled at Kaido. Okay, Uchiha Izumi agreed without thinking. The ninja teacher on the side couldn't help but twitching when he saw that the two reconciled so quickly and seemed to develop a plot that made him a little envious. In the days that followed, Uchiha Sora would practice taijutsu with Uchiha Izumi from time to time. Although his taijutsu has become stronger and stronger through automatic training, and he can no longer be effectively improved by sparring with Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Sora has not given up sparring with her because of this. Because for Uchiha Sora, sparring with Uchiha Izumi can help him find the long-lost happiness of childhood. This time traveler, who was thinking about the future situation at all times, gained a rare peace of mind. And since Uchiha Sora showed good talent in taijutsu, those classmates no longer teased him for being the tail end of Uchiha. There were even a few little girls who secretly looked at themselves and even made fun of themselves and Uchiha Itachi in private. Compare. They came to the conclusion that Uchiha Sora is more likable than Uchiha Itachi, and his personality is more cheerful than Itachi, unlike Itachi who looks dull all day long. In the house of the head of the Uchiha clan. After eating, Uchiha Makoto took 1-year-old Sasuke for a walk in the courtyard. Uchiha Fugaku was sitting in the living room, talking to Uchiha Itachi who was sitting opposite him. Itachi, how is life in the ninja school? Have you learned anything? Made some friends? Fugaku asked with concern. Uchiha Itachi replied politely. Father, you can indeed learn a lot in school, but I have almost mastered it. They are just friends, still very little. Well, your talent makes it difficult for others to chase you, and your personality is not the type to take the initiative to make friends. However, you still have to make a few friends when you have time. Fugaku nodded. After a pause, he continued. I heard that Uchiha Sora from your class has been doing pretty well recently. Father, Uchiha Itachi looked at his father with some doubts. He seemed to be very surprised to hear Uchiha Sora's name from his father's mouth, because his father had always been a serious and dignified person, and as a member of the Uchiha clan the clan leader will not pay attention to these small things easily. Haha, I just heard that he has made rapid progress recently, and it is said that he is no less than you in terms of physical skills. Uchiha Fugaku said. Itachi, your talent is very strong, which is worthy of your pride, but you can't just be at odds with each other. Communicate with others. If you have time, you can communicate with them about physical skills. Yes, father. Uchiha Itachi nodded in agreement. Well, that's it for today. Uchiha Fugaku stood up and left. In his opinion, Uchiha Itachi is good in everything, except that he is a bit silent in character and has too few friends, which is not conducive to his future development and will even cause trouble for him to assume the position of clan leader in the future. If some close relationships can be cultivated from an early age, coupled with Itachi's talent, the future Uchiha clan will definitely shine in Itachi's hands. On the other side, Uchiha Sora had no idea that he had been appointed as Itachi's confidant by Uchiha Fugaku. At this time, he is practicing the Uchiha family's fire style. Fire style Great Fireball Technique. This ninjutsu is the signature ninjutsu of the Uchiha family. Almost every household from a ninja family will have this ninjutsu scroll information at home. After Uchiha Sora found this ninjutsu learning scroll at home, he wrote down the ninjutsu seals and release methods. As expected, the system immediately gave a prompt. Your fire style Great Fireball technique enters automatic training mode. With this reminder, it means that Uchiha Kong no longer needs to spend time practicing by himself, just wait for it to automatically succeed in cultivation. However, just waiting for it to practice automatically didn't seem to be that fast. For 1 or 2 days, I didn't hear the notification that the practice was successful. So, Uchiha Sora decided to try it out by himself. As soon as he formed the seal, a mouthful of chakra gathered in his chest and was about to be sprayed out, but it suddenly dispersed. There were only sporadic small flames at the corners of his mouth, and he even accidentally burned the corners of his mouth into blisters. Practice failed. What a talent I have. Uchiha Kong was very helpless. In comparison, Uchiha Itachi successfully displayed his standard power for the first time, and Uchiha Sasuke also successfully fired a small fireball for the first time. Looking back at myself, a little flame burned myself. This is too embarrassing for the time traveler. Ding dong. Your great fireball technique is infuriated by your garbage talent. Decided to speed up the training progress. Ding dong. Your great fireball technique shows your talent for crushing the host. It has been successfully practiced. The next moment, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Immediately afterwards, the experience and information about the successful cultivation of Great Fireball flooded into his mind. He formed another seal and performed the Great Fireball technique. Boom! A huge fireball spurted out and crushed forward. The turf on the ground was lifted up, forming a trace of exposed soil. The fireball hit a big tree not far away. The trunk was instantly ignited by the flames and fell down. Well, the system is still powerful, Uchiha said helplessly to himself. Looking at the sky, night was about to fall. Uchiha Sora was in a good mood. He remembered that he was going to Uchiha Izumi's house for dinner tonight, so he stopped delaying, packed up, and walked towards Uchiha Izumi's house. Today is the first time that Uchiha Izumi invites herself to her house for dinner, so she can't be late. After a while, he arrived at Kwan's home. Izumi was already standing at the door waiting for him. When she saw Uchiha Sora arriving, she showed a happy smile on her face, changed a pair of shoes for him and said, "Sora, you are here. My mother is cooking and will be ready soon. Let me make you a cup of tea first." "Thank you." Uchiha changed his shoes and went into the house to sit down. Izumi also made tea and brought it to him. His gentle and virtuous appearance is heartwarming. Izumi's family background is also very ordinary, because her father died in the Nine Tails Rebellion a year ago, so she followed her mother Uchiha Hazuki back to the Uchiha tribe to live, and the mother and daughter depended on each other. Not long after waiting, the beautiful Uchiha Hazuki had already brought the food, sat down next to Uchiha Izumi, and looked at Uchiha Sora with a smile. "Sora, Izumi has made rapid progress in physical skills recently. I heard it's all thanks to you," Uchiha Hazuki said with a smile. "Don't take it seriously, Izumi and I are making progress together," Uchiha said modestly. Uchiha Hazuki gently pulled her hair and chuckled, "Haha, you're welcome. From now on, you will treat this place as your own home. Izumi, I ask you to take more care of me. Kwan is also very powerful, but I am a boy, so I will definitely take care of her," Uchiha said. "Well, Sora, I look at you as a mature and steady child." Uchiha Hazuki nodded slightly and showed a mother-in-law smile. "With your words, I feel relieved." Next to Uchiha Izumi, his little face was already half red. After going to Izumi's house for dinner, Uchiha Kong clearly felt that Izumi's mother had taken special care of him. From time to time, Izumi would be asked to bring a bento lunch for Kong to eat at the Jonin school. Uchiha Sora was a little embarrassed at first, but as time went by, she gradually got used to being cared for. Time passed slowly, and Uchiha Sora's various abilities grew very quickly under automatic cultivation. Even without being inspired by special conditions, the speed of cultivation is beyond ordinary people's imagination. In just 2 or 3 months, his chakra has increased countless times, and his body has become extremely strong. Muscle lines have already appeared on his body at a young age, and he looks full of strength without losing his strength. Well proportioned. The improvement in physical skills is also very obvious. If he exerts his full strength, ordinary genin may not be able to withstand it. After school that day, Uchiha Sora was practicing hidden weapons in the open space near his home. Although he usually practices automatically, he will still find ways to practice some new projects on his own, hoping to stimulate the system's automatic practice function. For example, this time's hidden weapon project is the shuriken throwing technique. For automatic cultivation in this area, the system has not yet triggered the project. So Uchiha Sora planned to practice concealed weapon skills today, and for this purpose he even borrowed some kunai from Uchiha Izumi's mother. Because he had no money to buy and no inventory at home, Uchiha stood in the center of the field, pinched the kunai, aimed at the target in front of him, and threw it out with all his strength. The force was enough, but the accuracy was still too poor. The kunai hit the tree trunk nearby and rolled down. Uchiha sighed. "What a talent I have." Fortunately, at this time, a voice came from my mind. "Ding, your talent is too poor. I can't stand the shuriken throwing technique anymore, so I entered the automatic training mode." Okay, come on." The shuriken throwing technique was successfully approved and entered into automatic practice. Uchiha simply lay down on the grass and became the hand-throwing shopkeeper. Lying on the grass, he began to think about whether he should get a sword to play with in the future to stimulate his swordsmanship practice. "Uchiha Sora, are you practicing shuriken throwing?" At this moment, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Uchiha Sora stood up and took a look, surprised and said, "Uchiha Itachi, why are you here?" "I happened to be passing by," Itachi replied, and then said with a bit of embarrassment, "Uchiha Sora, I'm also about to practice shuriken throwing, can we come together?" "No problem, training with a genius like you is what I want." Uchiha laughed. "This is simply giving a pillow when you feel sleepy." He was worried that the skill of shuriken throwing had just stimulated automatic practice, and he wanted to find someone to stimulate it again. Uchiha Itachi arrived at your doorstep. His shuriken throwing skills are definitely the master level in Hokage. Although Uchiha Itachi is only 6 years old now, his shuriken throwing skills have always been the best in his grade. Come on, come on. Itachi, please show me your shuriken throwing skills first. Let me broaden my horizons. Uchiha Sora stepped forward and put his arm around Itachi's shoulders, saying in a very affectionate manner. Itachi was very unaccustomed to Uchiha Sora's enthusiasm, and his body felt tense when he put his arm around his shoulders. However, seeing Uchiha Sora looking forward to it, he couldn't shirk it, so he immediately entered the state and performed the shuriken throwing technique. Uchiha Sora watched from the side. Uchiha Itachi's hidden weapon skills are indeed very powerful. Although he has not yet mastered the technique of turning, his accuracy, angle, etc. have surpassed ordinary people and even surpassed ordinary ninjas, to the point. Ding! Your shuriken throwing technique saw a wonderful teaching and expressed great envy. It was greatly inspired and the progress of automatic training has been greatly accelerated. At this time, the sound of the system sounded in Uchiha Kong's mind at the right time. A series of contents related to shuriken throwing techniques flooded into his mind. Uchiha Sora immediately discovered that his mastery of hidden weapons was infinitely higher than before. Let me try. He took out his kunai and threw it at the target. The kunai flew through the air and landed on Itachi's previous kunai with incomparable accuracy. Sora, your shuriken throwing skills are great, Itachi said in surprise when he saw this scene. His father was indeed right. When he practiced with Sora, he could feel the feeling of meeting his opponent. Uchiha Kong smiled slightly and thought to himself, this is all your credit. In the days that followed, in addition to practicing taijutsu with Izumi, Uchiha Kong also often practiced shuriken throwing with Itachi. Half a year has passed by in a flash. Uchiha Sora is 7 years old. On this day, Uchiha Sora and Uchiha Itachi decided to take the graduation exam together with other senior students and prepare to graduate early. For Uchiha Itachi, he has already learned all the knowledge in the ninja school. He can no longer learn anything new here and can only graduate early. And because Uchiha Sora has an automatic training system, his abilities in all aspects have grown to an extremely exaggerated level in the past half a year. Even Uchiha Itachi, who often practices together, doesn't know how strong he is. The most important thing is that Uchiha Kong found that in the environment of the ninja school, the speed of his automatic training had reached a bottleneck. He urgently needed to change the current environment and get in touch with more things. When he entered the entrance of the classroom where the assessment was taking place, Uchiha Kwan came to him, smiled and gave him his blessing. Sora, I wish you a smooth assessment and a successful graduation. Uchiha Sora was naturally very confident about his early graduation. He smiled and touched Izumi's head, then turned and entered the classroom. Looking at Uchiha Sora's figure, Izumi secretly made up his mind to study hard, catch up with Sora's footsteps, and stand with him. Half an hour later, Uchiha Sora walked out of the classroom with a relaxed expression. There is an extra ninja forehead protector on his forehead. The graduation examination is really too simple. In addition to the required written examination, the ninjutsu examination also tests the 3 body techniques. Uchiha Sora completed the examination casually and came out. Sora, great, congratulations on becoming a genin. Uchiha Izumi, who had been waiting outside the classroom, came up to him and cheered. Haha, to celebrate my graduation, I'm going to treat you to dinner after school today. Invite my aunt to join us. Uchiha, who was in a good mood, took Izumi's little hand and strode outside. Yeah, Uchiha's little hand was held by Uchiha. Uchiha's face turned slightly red and he nodded. Grouping the next day. Because Uchiha Sora and Itachi graduated with the senior class, they naturally became the 2 youngest among the graduating genin. However, the 2 were not assigned to the same group, but were assigned to different groups. Itachi has his teammates, and Sora has his teammates. Graduation grouping actually places great emphasis on origin and background. Although Uchiha Sora is from the Uchiha clan, both his parents are dead and he does not have a strong background, so his teammates and instructor Jonin do not have a strong background either. Teacher Jonin's name is Kaminaka Masaki, and his two teammates are a boy and a girl named Hirai Kuki and Azuki Yugo respectively. Both teammates are 12 years old, 5 years older than the current Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Sora was not familiar with Kaminaka Masaki and Hirai Kuki, but he was still very familiar with Azuki Yugo. This female ninja will become an Anbu elite in the future and be good at swordsmanship, but her lover will be short-lived in the future. Because Uchiha is the youngest and he is from the Uchiha clan, his teammates and mentors are very interested in him. There is no such tradition as fighting for bells. After the grouping was completed, Jonin teacher Masaki Kaminaka took the three of them to have a big meal, so that they could get to know each other well before performing the task. Kaminaka Masaki is an experienced Jonin, already in his 40s. He is relatively balanced in all aspects, but there is nothing outstanding about him. Hirai Mitsuki is good at water style and a little bit of medical ninjutsu. Azuki Yugo is good at swordsmanship. Uchiha Sora is not good at anything, but he can be said to be good at everything, but when he introduced himself, he said he was good at taijutsu and fire style. After the four people got to know each other briefly, they began to carry out the Genin mission the next day. Genin's tasks are very simple. They are nothing more than helping people find lost pets, moving houses for the elderly and aunts in the village, or escorting some items to nearby towns. Basically, they are all D-level and C-level tasks. They are not dangerous and are very easy. Uchiha Sora was not in a hurry about this. After completing several tasks and saving his first money, he went to the weapons store and bought a fine iron dagger, intending to practice swordsmanship. When they saw Uchiha Sora gathering with a short sword on his back, both teammates discovered this. Azuki Shion asked curiously, "Sora, do you also want to practice swordsmanship? But you have learned swordsmanship before. Basic." Uchiha shook his head and said with a smile, "No, but I have you. I will ask for more advice from now on." Azuki Shion was stunned and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "Aren't you afraid that me, an ordinary genin, will teach you, an Uchiha genius, bad things?" "What is a genius? To me, you are a genius in swordsmanship," Uchiha Kong affirmed. When Azuki Shion heard this, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. It was obvious that she was very grateful for being praised by a genius like Uchiha Sora. But out of a girl's reserve, she quietly straightened her expression, nodded and said seriously, "Since you plan to practice swordsmanship in the future, as a teammate, I will definitely practice swordsmanship with you when I have time in the future." Hirai Kuki, who was standing aside, watched Uchiha Sora coax the goddess in his mind into agreeing to train together with just a few words, and couldn't help but give Uchiha Sora a secret thumbs up. In his opinion, Uchiha Sora, a guy with no foundation in swordsmanship, suddenly bought a dagger to practice swordsmanship, and he definitely went to Azuki Yugo. After all, Mao Yuexian's appearance is definitely one of the best among the girls in the same class, and she is a very famous little beauty. The matter of practicing swordsmanship was settled in this way. Of course Uchiha Sora is not really looking for the beauty Azuki Yugon. He just thinks that if you learn swordsmanship, it will definitely be very popular. Compared with ordinary physical skills, swordsmanship is more lethal. With the automatic training mode, Uchiha Sora took advantage of the opportunity to compete with Azuki Yugo to establish a swordsmanship project and enter the automatic training mode. And for the first time I sparred with Azuki Shion, I consciously accelerated my swordsmanship practice. In this way, Uchiha Kong's swordsmanship can be regarded as completely mastered, and he is making steady progress every moment. And their Jonin teacher, Kaminaka Masaki, also teaches a lot of ninja knowledge and skills. Basic skills such as climbing trees and treading water. During a guided training process, Kaminaka Masaki tested the chakra properties on 3 people. Hirai Kuki is measured to be a water attribute, Azuki Yugo is an earth attribute, and Uchiha Sora is a fire attribute. "I didn't expect that your attributes, Sora, are only the fire attribute. I thought you should have at least 2 attributes," Hirai Kuki said with some disappointment after seeing the test results. Because the more talented a person is, the more innate attributes he will have. Uchiha Sora's attributes are obviously not worthy of his talent. Of course Uchiha Kong knows why he only has fire attributes, because he is not a genius at all, and all kinds of training rely on automation. Ding dong. Your physical talent has been questioned, and you are very unwilling to do so. You have awakened a new chakra attribute, wind. At this time, a system prompt sounded. Uchiha Kong was slightly happy. The system is really powerful, and physical talents can be awakened automatically. Does that mean there will be opportunities to awaken new blood inheritance limits in the future? It seems that if you have the opportunity, you must go to Yamato to have a good discussion. Maybe you can make yourself envious of your physique and awaken the wood style. Uchiha thought to himself. Time passed day by day. While Uchiha Sora was performing the genin mission, he was practicing swordsmanship with Uazuki Yugao. Whenever I have free time in the evening, I will go to Uchiha Azumi's house to have dinner. The days were full and warm. If there weren't so many crises in the future, this kind of life would be pretty good. Even if you were a genin for the rest of your life, you would still be happy. Time flies, and before you know it, it has been almost a year since Uchiha Sora became genin. During this year, he has performed a lot of genin tasks, and his abilities in all aspects have also grown a lot. Because of the continuous automatic training in physical training programs, his height has caught up with his two teammates who are 5 years older than him. Since Uchiha Sora has never shown his true strength, the two teammates currently only know that Uchiha Sora should be the strongest among the three. How strong he is unknown. On this day, a piece of news alerted Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes. The reason is that while performing the genin mission, he was attacked by an unidentified enemy and his teammates were killed. After the gathering, Hirai Mitsuaki said nervously, "I think our team also has to perform the mission. Be careful." Okay, it's normal for accidents to happen during missions. Don't be suspicious. Besides, with me, Jonin, I will protect you. Kaminaka Masaki said after hearing this. Yeah, Hirai Kuki nodded, but Uchiha Kong secretly kept an eye on it. He remembered that the reason why Itachi's teammates died in the original work was because Uchiha Obito was doing things behind his back. Uchiha Itachi's eye-opening was probably Obito's intention. As for why Obito helped Itachi open his eyes, it is possible that he wanted to train Itachi and use him as a tool to lay upon for his future plans. And Uchiha Sora graduated early with Itachi. As a genius who graduated at the same age, could Uchiha Sora also be targeted by Obito? It seems I have to find a way to speed up my growth. Uchiha said secretly. If you want to guard against Obito, you can only make yourself strong enough to make him afraid. During the next mission, Uchiha Sora became very cautious. Not only that, he also decided to develop the Rasengan ninjutsu himself. Uchiha Sora's current chakra amount is actually quite a lot. According to his own estimation, it may be comparable to that of an average jonin. After all, the chakra refining technique has been practiced automatically for almost 2 years. What's more, his Sharingan has already been able to activate to the second Magatama state. Overall, he has the foundation to develop A-level ninjutsu. It's just that he has been laying the foundation before and did not practice these more advanced ninjutsu. Now that the foundation is solid, it is still necessary to develop some killer ninjutsu. The development of Rasengan was very smooth. According to the detailed tutorial given in the original plot, Uchiha Sora had just reached the first step when the system immediately popped up a prompt. Ding! The ninjutsu Rasengan project was successfully established and entered the automatic training mode. About half an hour later. Ding! Your ninjutsu Rasengan, because of your detailed tutorial guidance, the automatic training speed has greatly increased. The training has been completed. As soon as the system sound sounded, Uchiha Sora couldn't help laughing. After developing the Rasengan, he immediately started training on the wind release spiral shuriken. But soon the system gave another prompt. Your chakra amount is insufficient, and the automatic training of wind release spiral shuriken ninjutsu failed. Your chakra refining technique has been hit, so you decided to practice harder, and the automatic practice speed increased greatly. Immediately, Uchiha Kong felt that the upper limit of the amount of chakra in his body was beginning to increase at an obvious speed. If this rate continues, within a month, the amount of chakra in Uchiha Kong will double what it is now. Although I was unable to practice the wind release spiral shuriken, it inspired me to practice the chakra refining technique, which is something to be happy about. Ding! Your physique feels that it will become a burden for the chakra refining technique. Suddenly you worked hard, broke through the limit, and successfully evolved into an ordinary immortal physique. This news surprised Uchiha. He never expected that his physique would evolve into a fairy body. In this way, Uchiha Kong will not have to worry about running out of chakra in the future. With this big improvement, the sense of crisis in Uchiha Hollow is finally a little less. 1 month later, after completing a C-level mission, Masaki Kamijong said to the three of them, "Registration for the Chunin exam will begin next month. I think the three of you have performed very well and can already take the Chunin exam. If you are interested, I can help you register." Azuki Yugao and Hirai Kuki had expressions of eagerness to try, and looked at Uchiha Sora. "How about it? Sora, why don't we join in and give it a try?" Uchiha Kong frowned slightly. To be honest, he didn't want to take the Chunin exam and be promoted to Chunin so quickly. Because he knows very well that anything beautiful in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. It is understandable that he performed well during the ninja school and even graduated early, but if he was promoted from Genin to Chunin in only 1 year, then this talent would probably attract some trouble. What's more, as he is a member of the Uchiha clan, he will definitely arouse the wariness and suspicion of Konoha's top brass. Therefore, he would never become a Chunin so quickly. He would even rather be a Genin for the rest of his life than to be promoted quickly and gain unnecessary limelight. However, looking at the expectant looks in his two teammates' eyes, Uchiha thought for a while and nodded in agreement. First of all, because the tradition of taking the Chunin exam is that you must register in a group of 3 to be successful. Unless a teammate dies during the mission, it will be counted as a special case and you register alone. Secondly, Uchiha Sora could completely let himself go during the Chunin exam to make himself less conspicuous, or even abstain midway. Just walk the 2 teammates through the process so that they can successfully take the Chunin exam. Just be a test escort by yourself. Great, if the 3 of us agree, we can sign up to take the Chunin exam. With Uchiha Sora's approval, Hirai Kuki said eagerly. "Okay, since you all agree, I will sign up for you in the next 2 days. Kaminaka Masaki said with a smile. If Uchiha and Kong can pass the Chunin exam, then his instructor Jonin will also be praised by Hokage. From his point of view, he naturally hopes that the 3 of them can succeed. The next day, Kamizaka Masaki brought them the news that they had successfully registered, and would give them a long vacation. From now until the start of the Chunin exam, it will take nearly a month for the 3 of them to practice hard and improve their strength. The 3 of them also took this opportunity to ask Shang Nakamasaki some questions about ninjutsu and asked him to teach him some more powerful ninjutsu. It's just that Kaminaka Masaki himself doesn't have many killer ninjutsu, and he can't teach much. In the end, he just asked his friends for a few scrolls through connections, 1 for each of them, and gave them to Uchiha and Sora. "Thank you, Master Masaki." Uchiha and Kong thanked each other after receiving the scroll. Then they opened it and started reading. The scroll written by Hirai Kuki contains a B-level water-style ninjutsu, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Azuki Shien's technique is Shadow Clone. In Uchiha Kong's scroll, there is a B-level fire-style Fire Dragon Flame Bullet recorded. These 3 ninjutsu are all B-level ninjutsu. This is a ninjutsu that can only be practiced and mastered by the Jonin level. If Uchiha and Sora can master these 3 ninjutsu, they will definitely be able to exert great power in the Chunin exam. Ding! Your fire-style Fire Dragon Flame Bullet has been automatically completed with your unremitting efforts. A month later, the Chunin exam began, and the location was in Konoha village. Uchiha and Sora took the exam as scheduled. In the first written test, he passed it smoothly. In the second survival game, Uchiha paddled the whole time, letting his 2 teammates perform as best as they could, with him in a supporting position. In the subsequent elimination round, Uchiha Sora deliberately revealed a flaw to allow his opponent to defeat him and thereby eliminate him. In the next finals, Uchiha Sora became a spectator, cheering for his teammate Azuki Yugo, who was the only one to pass the knockout round. In the end, Azuki Yugon won the finals with her outstanding swordsmanship and successfully advanced to Chunin. Kuki Hirai and Sora Uchiha are still Genin. After becoming a Chunin, Azuki Shien invited the 2 of them and their previous teacher to have a feast at Nakamasaki the next day. In the following days, Uoyuki Shien, who became Chunin, will perform higher level tasks and hone himself. Hirai Kuki was very envious of this. Hey, Sora, Masaki-sensei will also go on a high-level mission this year. We are the only two poor genin left. We should have few opportunities to carry out missions together in the future, right? After dinner, everyone parted ways. Hirai Kuki patted Uchiha Sora's shoulder and said sadly. Uchiha Kong smiled lightly. As long as you work hard, you will always have a chance to be promoted. There is no rush. Well, actually I don't think I'm suitable to carry out those dangerous missions. I want to apply to be a teacher in the ninja school when I can become a chunin. Hirai Kuki nodded. It's good to be a teacher, I support you. Uchiha said with a smile. Really, you don't think I'm worthless, do you? Haha, everyone has their own ideals. Besides, being a teacher in a ninja school is not that easy. You may not be able to become one if you want to. Haha, Sora, when you say that, I am even more determined to achieve this goal. Hirai Mitsuki laughed. Then, when we meet next time, I hope I can become a teacher. The two separated and headed home in different directions. A smile appeared on Uchiha's lips. The two teammates had their own new lives, so it was time for him to enter a new stage. There are so many things that need to be improved in my future self. After Sharingan entered Magatama under automatic cultivation, there has been no sign of further evolution. This may require some opportunity factors. In terms of chakra, the progress is very fast. Now he has at least the amount of chakra of an ordinary Jonin. In terms of physical fitness, he also has the bonus of a fairy body, and his physical skills and sword skills have been growing steadily under automatic training. In terms of ninjutsu, in addition to the basic 3-body technique, a few fire styles, and the shadow clone learned from Azuki Yugo, there is only one A-level ninjutsu Rasengan. As for genjutsu, even less is known. The overall strength is actually not weak, but Uchiha Sora is still not satisfied with the current state. Especially the lack of a life-saving trump card. It would be great if I could get the sealed book. Uchiha thought to himself. The Book of Sealings contains many forbidden techniques and S-level ninjutsu. If you learn the Flying Thunder God technique, you won't be afraid of Obito hiding in the dark. Therefore, what Uchiha Sora has to do next is to find a way to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. The sealed book has been kept in the third Hokage's home, with Anbu guarding it. It is impossible to steal it with my current ability. As for his status as an Uchiha clan member, it was also destined that conventional channels would not be able to access the sealed book. Suddenly, Uchiha imagined a plot in the original work. That was the Cloud Hidden Village negotiation incident. This can be said to be a very humiliating event in Konoha's history. The general situation is that Kumogakure village took advantage of the day when they came to Konoha village to sign a peace treaty, and suddenly took action against the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, trying to kidnap her. However, Hyuga Hiyashi discovered her and killed the Kumogakure ninja on the spot. However, the Kumogakure village, where the incident was exposed, counterattacked on the spot and threatened the Hyuga clan with Hiyashi's body using war. In the end, Konohagakure chose to surrender and sacrificed Neji's father in exchange for peace. This thing should happen soon. Because Uchiha Kong remembered that the day Konoha Kumogakure signed the contract was actually Hyuga Hinata's birthday, which was at the end of the year. There are only about 3 months left from now. On that day, as long as the Cloud Hidden Village attacks Konoha's top management and the Hyuga clan, most of Konoha's energy will be focused on this matter, and he will have the opportunity to steal the sealed book. So from now on, Uchiha Kong must prepare for stealing the sealed book 3 months later. In fact, there is no need to prepare anything. Uchiha Kong, who is familiar with the plot, already has the right time and place. When the time comes, he will use some means to obtain the sealed book, and the success rate is extremely high. However, before that, Uchiha Kong must improve his genjutsu and Sharingan. The powerful genjutsu combined with Sharingan can definitely make ordinary ninjas fall down without anyone noticing. This will also be of great help when the time comes to sneak into the third generation's home. Thinking of genjutsu, Uchiha Sora naturally thought of Uchiha Shisui, a person who is even more talented than Uchiha Itachi. Among the entire Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui is the well-deserved strongest person and is currently serving in Anbu. It's just that Uchiha Sora and Shisui are not familiar with each other, and they have almost no communication. If you want to find Shisui, I'm afraid you have to go through Itachi. After all, Itachi and Shisui have a very good relationship now. Itachi, long time no see, how are you lately? 3 days later, Uchiha made an appointment with Itachi, and the two met in the grove where they often practiced. Since the two graduated, both parties have established their own circles, and the time spent communicating with each other has become less and less. The two have not seen each other for at least half a year. Uchiha Itachi's character seems to have become more taciturn. Itachi, I heard that your Sharingan's eyes have been opened, can you show it to me? Uchiha Sora continued. Itachi nodded, closed his eyes, and then opened them again. His eyes suddenly turned scarlet, with a pair of black Magatama in each eye. Double Magatama Sharingan, not bad, worthy of Itachi. Uchiha gave a small compliment. Uchiha Itachi didn't know that the friend in front of him had opened his eyes 2 years earlier than him. He silently raised his head and said, Song, do you know? These are a pair of cursed eyes. While they bring me great power, they also keep making me lose them. Itachi, I came to you today to ask you to take me to meet someone. After a moment of silence, Uchiha said the purpose of this time. Who are you meeting? Uchiha Itachi asked after retracting his emotion. Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Itachi was slightly startled. Haha, I have some genjutsu problems recently. Uchiha Shisui Senpai is the strongest genjutsu ninja of the Uchiha clan. I hope to ask him for advice. Uchiha smiled and said, Itachi, I don't know if you can help me with this. Naturally, Uchiha Itachi would not refuse an empty request. The next day, he brought a message to Uchiha Sora, see you in the grove in 3 days. Are you the genius ninja who graduated in the same year as Itachi? Uchiha Sora, I've heard Itachi talk about you a long time ago. 3 days passed quickly, and it was still in the same grove. Uchiha Shisui and Itachi arrived together. When they saw Uchiha Sora waiting here, Uchiha Shisui smiled and said. Uchiha Shisui has 2 titles, Uchiha's strongest genjutsu ninja, and Shisui. This is an absolutely legendary figure. However, although the current Shisui is also very strong, he is actually not very old. He is just a few years older than himself and Itachi, and he probably has not yet activated Mangekyo. His subsequent death is completely a plot kill in Uchiha Sora's opinion. Shisui Senpai, even compared to Itachi, I'm far behind, and I can't be called a genius in front of you. Uchiha said modestly. Haha, Uchiha Sora, I can feel your chakra aura, it is much stronger than Itachi. Shisui said with a smile and a shake. Uchiha Itachi on the side had a shocked look on his face, as if he didn't expect that his eldest brother Shisui would comment on Uchiha Sora like this. He thought he had left Uchiha Sora behind. As expected of Shisui Senpai. I really can't hide it from you. Uchiha said helplessly. For a strong person like Uchiha Shisui who is good at genjutsu, his perception ability is definitely not comparable to that of the current Itachi. He can sense the power of the chakra in Uchiha Kong's body, which is actually normal. Uchiha Shisui waved his hand and said with a smile, I heard Itachi say, do you want to learn genjutsu from me? Uchiha Sora nodded. Shisui frowned and said, for the Uchiha tribe, if they do not show specific genjutsu talent at the beginning, there is no need to learn genjutsu, because after the Uchiha tribe opens their eyes, as long as they reach the 3 Magatama, they will naturally master some Sharingan genjutsu. I think it would be better for you to spend your training time on your areas of expertise. Thank you Shisui Senpai for your advice, but I want to lay the foundation of genjutsu as soon as possible. Uchiha Sora smiled and said, I have a request, and I ask Shisui Senpai to agree to it. It seems that you are very determined. Just tell me. Uchiha Shisui was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Please use your Sharingan genjutsu on me and let me experience the power of the strongest genjutsu ninja. I think it will inspire me. Uchiha Sky's path. It seems that this is your way of cultivation. Yes, feeling the power of the strong can indeed achieve better understanding results. Shisui glanced at Uchiha Sora with appreciation and said with a smile, I agree to your request. Quote. After saying that, the environment around Uchiha Sora suddenly changed drastically. Shisui and Itachi in front of him disappeared, and the surrounding woods also disappeared. They were replaced by a purgatory-like scorched earth, and the sky turned pitch black. A huge pupil that looked like a full moon appeared in the dark sky. In the pupils, a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan slowly rotated. This is Shisui's Sharingan. At this time, Uchiha Kong found that his body was firmly fixed in place, unable to move at all. Countless black crows flew from all directions and gathered into the shape of Shisui. Uchiha Shisui looked at Sora with a smile on his face. The genjutsu space I weaved here, and the technique to trap you is called the Golden Binding Technique. In order to let you feel the power of genjutsu more clearly, I will carry out some attacks on you next. Shisui drew out his ninja sword and stabbed Uchiha Sora as he spoke. With a pop, Uchiha Sora's abdomen was immediately pierced. This real pain made him frown deeply and almost scream out in pain. However, for the sake of face, he still suppressed the pain and remained silent. Yes, your will is very strong, so I feel relieved. I can let you feel the power of genjutsu until you can't hold it anymore. How much you can understand from it depends on yourself. Uchiha Shisui praised. Uchiha Sora nodded. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Shisui's genjutsu is indeed stronger than people imagined. This is just the genjutsu released with the 3 Magatama Sharingan, and it already has the same functions as Itachi's Tsukuyomi in the future. It is conceivable that when Shisui's Mangekyo awakens, how powerful his distinguished heavenly god's genjutsu will be. No wonder he is called the strongest genjutsu. He truly lives up to his reputation. Puff, puff, Uchiha Shisui stabbed Sora's body one by one. Just when Uchiha was stabbed for the 5th time. Ding dong, your Sharingan felt the crushing force from Sharingan genjutsu, and it automatically evolved into a 3 Magatama. And it awakened a new talent. Genjutsu immunity. The next moment, Uchiha Sora's eyes instantly turned into a scarlet color, and a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan came into Shisui's eyes. What? Sharingan? It's still a 3 Magatama. Uchiha Shisui, who was about to stab with a knife, couldn't help but show a look of shock on his face. But he didn't think Uchiha Sora's 3 Magatama could break his carefully designed genjutsu. However, the fact shocked Uchiha Shisui again. Just when his knife was about to penetrate Uchiha Kong's body, the tip of the knife suddenly stopped. The entire genjutsu space was instantly filled with countless cracks. The next moment, the genjutsu space collapsed. The two returned to reality. Uchiha Shisui groaned and took a step back. Sharingan felt a slight sting. And Uchiha Kong also knelt on the ground on one knee, panting with a look of exhaustion on his face. Brother Shisui, Sora, your eyes. What happened in the genjutsu space only happened in an instant. In Itachi's eyes, just after the two of them finished speaking, one of them groaned and backed away, and the other knelt down and gasped. It's clear that both sides have had a showdown on genjutsu. But what Uchiha Itachi never expected was why Shisui, the strongest brother in genjutsu, would be injured. What shocked Itachi even more was that Uchiha Sora actually fired the 3 Magatama Sharingan. What's going on with all this? Itachi was a little confused beside him. Could it be that brother Shisui was effectively counterattacked by Sora on genjutsu? How can this be? He couldn't believe it no matter what. In the Uchiha clan, or even in Konoha as a whole, who can make Shisui, the strongest brother in genjutsu, suffer? I'm afraid even the Hokage can't do it, right? However, at this moment, Shisui was even more shocked than Itachi. No one knows better than him the extent of his genjutsu. It is no exaggeration to say that even a Hokage-level character will suffer disaster if he is not careful. And Uchiha Sora actually fired the 3 Magatama Sharingan under his own genjutsu. He even broke his own genjutsu. This is simply incredible. You must know that even if it is the same 3 Magatama Sharingan, there are strong and weak ones. Among the tribesmen, there are many 3 Magatama Sharingan, but none of them can be their opponent under genjutsu. But there was an exception like Sora. Could it be said that Sora's genjutsu talent is stronger than his own? Uchiha Shisui had no choice but to explain in her mind. Shisui-senpai, I have learned a lesson. At this time, Uchiha stood up and thanked with a smile. Under the pressure of Shisui's genjutsu, just as he expected, his Sharingan evolved and even awakened the ability to be immune to genjutsu. This ability is definitely a bug. This means that I no longer have to worry about being controlled by others using genjutsu. Sora, I didn't expect you to open your eyes. It's still 3 Magatama. This is so surprising. Itachi on the side couldn't help but say. Even Itachi, who had a dull personality, did not hesitate to express his shock at this time. Well, Sora can open his eyes. We are all members of the same clan, so we should be more happy. At this time, Uchiha Shisui had already put away his surprise and said with a smile. Well, Sora, congratulations. Itachi listened to Shisui's words, nodded, and congratulated Uchiha Sora. Shisui laughed. As a senior, in order to celebrate your opening of eyes, I will give you some of my genjutsu experience. He took out a scroll and handed it to Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Kong couldn't help but feel happy when he heard this, and hurriedly took it. Thank you, Shisui-senpai. This is Shisui's genjutsu experience, and it is absolutely priceless for genjutsu ninjas. Sora, I don't have anything to give you. I'll treat you to dinner later. Itachi also said. Okay, Uchiha smiled. Next, the three of them had a meal together, during which Uchiha Sora asked Itachi and Shisui to keep his 3 Magatama Sharingan a secret. The two of them naturally nodded in agreement. In the days since he came down, Uchiha Sora has been studying Shisui's genjutsu experience. There are actually only 2 genjutsu recorded in it. One is genjutsu, Shiranui, which is a visual genjutsu that can be released through Sharingan, making the opponent feel as painful as his body being burned by flames in the illusion. The other is genjutsu, the golden binding technique, which is a technique that can make people immobilized and unable to move. Both genjutsu quickly entered the automatic cultivation state, and with the addition of Sharingan, they soon succeeded in automatic cultivation. In addition to these 2 genjutsu, the scroll records a lot of Shisui's understanding of genjutsu. This knowledge is definitely something that cannot be learned in textbooks and can only be taught by a true master. The end of the year is coming soon, and Konoha village is preparing to hold a large-scale ceremony to celebrate the signing of the peace treaty. Uchiha Sora finally waited for the moment to implement his plan. And his strength has improved greatly compared to 3 months ago. Now he has no shortcomings in ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu, and can be called a comprehensive ninja. His age is only over 8 years old, less than 9 years old. On this day, Konoha village was decorated with lights and colorful decorations, as if it were a festival, and both civilians and ninjas had smiles on their faces. Because the signing of the peace treaty means that the war between Konoha village and Union village has completely ended, and Konoha will usher in a comprehensive period of peace. And this day is also the birthday of Hyuga Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family. The Hyuga family is also decorated with lights and decorations, making it extremely festive. During the day, Uchiha Izumi and her daughter made an appointment with Uchiha Sora to go shopping. In fact, Uchiha Kong secretly sent Shadow Clone to investigate Konoha's security situation. In the afternoon, Shadow Clone sent back the news. Most of the village's security forces are concentrated near the Hokage building, and some are patrolling security points everywhere. Among them, the Uchiha Guard team is responsible for the security work outside Konoha village. Some of the core of Konoha are protected by Anbu, the direct descendant of Hokage, and the power of roots. Uchiha found out that there were at least 10 Anbu members arranged near the 3rd Hokage's home. These Anbu are all direct descendants of the 3rd generation, but none of them are very strong. The truly powerful people are all staying with the 3rd Hokage at this time. For example, Kakashi will definitely be with 3rd generation at this time. At night, Uchiha sent several Shadow Clone to hide near Hyuga's mansion. He was waiting for an opportunity, waiting for a Hinata to be captured, and then Hyuga Hiashi would take the opportunity to take the opponent. Once this happens, it will definitely alarm the entire top management of Konoha, and there will definitely be some chaos in Konoha village. And this is also the best time for him to steal the sealed book. Time passed bit by bit, and the original Uchiha Sora who accompanied Uchiha Izumi and her daughter had been replaced by a clone without knowing it. And Sora's true body has already sneaked near the 3rd Hokage's house. At this time, in the Hyuga family mansion, 3-year-old Hinata, dressed in exquisite clothes, was waiting for the birthday party to start in the courtyard, with a carefree smile on her face. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind her like lightning, knocked her out with a knife, and carried her away from the Hyuga mansion. Hyuga Hiashi, who was preparing to greet the guests, didn't seem to feel anything unusual. Uchiha Sora's Shadow Clone, who was hiding secretly outside the Hyuga mansion, immediately saw the scene of the enemy running away with Hinata in his arms. Why hasn't Hiashi chased him out yet? Shadow Clone was secretly worried as he watched the man flee quickly. After thinking for a while, Shadow Clone hurriedly chased after him. Chasing all the way, the two soon arrived at the outskirts of Konoha. Seeing that Hiashi hadn't caught up with him yet, Shadow Clone had no choice but to jump out and stop him in front of the Kumogakur ninja. "Put that girl down," Shadow Clone shouted. The Kumogakur ninja sneered, "Have you been discovered? But you are the only one, how can you stop me?" Shadow Clone forms a seal instantly. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. A huge fireball erupted from his mouth and enveloped the Kumogakur ninja. "This is Konoha village, so what if I can't stop you? You definitely can't run away." The fireball set off a heat wave, and the Kumogakur ninja nimbly dodged the attack. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly when he saw it. The Kumogakur ninja's expression changed, he snorted angrily, turned around and ran away. He didn't want to be delayed by the person in front of him and miss the opportunity to escape Konoha. As long as he can escape from Konoha, a series of plans set up by the village will be launched. Want to run? It's not that easy. Uchiha Sora's shadow clone immediately caught up. Although this is only a shadow clone, it is not weak in terms of chakra, speed, etc. The strength of this Kumogakur ninja is Jonin at best, and I don't know where he got the confidence to come and kidnap Hinata. The empty shadow clone was chasing after his back, and at the same time, a blue chakra ball quickly formed in the palm of his right hand. Rasengan. Rasengan's strong chakra fluctuation immediately caused the Kumogakur ninja who was escaping in front to break into a cold sweat. You must not be hit by that technique. He had no choice but to stop escaping, turned around and used ninjutsu to block it. If you run away blindly, you will definitely be hit. Earth-style earth wall technique. Following the Kumogakur ninja's seal, a thick earth wall quickly rose in front of Uchiha Sora, and the Rasengan smashed against the earth wall with a bang. Boom! Earth and rocks flew, and a big hole was immediately smashed into the earth wall. It collapsed suddenly. Uchiha broke through the earth wall, approached Kumogakur ninja, and then greeted him with a series of taijutsu. It's so powerful. The Kumogakur ninja didn't expect that his earth-style ninjutsu could not block the opponent. At this time, while holding Hinata between his legs, he had to deal with the taijutsu attack, and he completely lost the chance to escape. At this time, several auras were approaching quickly not far away. Knowing that they could not escape, the Kumogakur ninja became furious and attacked Shadow Clone like crazy. Shadow Clone is just Shadow Clone after all. Previously, the Kumogakur ninja was in a hurry to escape, so he didn't use much force to deal with him. Now, with all his strength, he quickly defeated Shadow Clone. Go to hell. The Kumogakur ninja cut off the Shadow Clone's head with a single sword, his face looking ferocious. But the next second, the expression on his face suddenly froze. The Shadow Clone, whose head was beheaded, turned into a white smoke and disappeared with a bang. What? It's actually a Shadow Clone. Kumogakur ninja was filled with hatred. I didn't expect that this guy who was chasing me would be just a clone from beginning to end. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. At this time, those quick breaths finally caught up. With a few whooshes, the Kumogakur ninja found himself surrounded by several Hyuga ninjas. The leader is none other than the ugly-looking Hyuga Hiashi. At the same time, Uchiha Sora, who was near the third Hokage's house, received the information from Shadow Clone and realized that the time had come to take action. If nothing else goes wrong, Hyuga Hiashi will kill the Kumogakur ninja and report to the third Hokage. Then the Kumogakur envoy will immediately beat him up after learning about it, and instead threaten Konoha to hand over Hiashi's body. The occurrence of this series of things will definitely make the top management of Konoha very worried. Uchiha smiled secretly in his heart, and at the same time began to clear the sentry near the third Hokage's house. The Anbu who are in charge of the sentries are actually not very strong, most of them are only elite Chunin. Uchiha Sora's current strength, let alone Chunin, even Jonin, he is confident to defeat the opponent. Several genjutsu went down, and the Anbu who were on guard fell down one after another. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha walked into the third generation home in a swagger, came to the study room and started searching. Soon, he found the scroll of the sealed book. Opening the scroll and looking at the forbidden spells recorded in it, I couldn't help but feel a little excited. I can only take advantage of the current time to secretly record a few more forbidden techniques and go back. If I take the Book of Seals away directly, the third Hokage will definitely mobilize the entire Konoha to search for it. Uchiha thought to himself. He took out a blank scroll that he had prepared a long time ago, took out a pen and started to record it. Since the ninjutsu in the sealed book are very complex, it is certainly unrealistic to copy them all in a short time. So I can only copy a few selectively. The first thing to copy is the Flying Thunder God technique. This space ninjutsu is also the most important target of this operation. With Flying Thunder God, he also has a trump card that can face Obito directly. In addition, another thing that must be recorded is the reincarnation of dirty soil. There are also some other forbidden techniques, such as spiritual transformation, corpse sealing, etc. The content is relatively long, and I am afraid that the time is not enough. Finally, Uchiha Sora chose to record another tandem paper bombs technique. These 3 forbidden techniques were all developed by second Hokage. By the time all recordings were completed, several hours had passed. The shadow clone that had been staying near the Hokage building also disappeared, sending the message that the third Hokage had left the Hokage building. Uchiha Kong didn't dare to stay any longer, so he put the sealed book away intact and escaped. Only then did the Anbu who were stunned by Uchiha Sora's genjutsu wake up one after another. They contacted each other immediately. After they concluded that everyone had been knocked unconscious by others, they knew that the matter might be serious, and hurriedly sent someone to report to the third Hokage. At this time, third Hokage was walking out of the Hokage office building anxiously, accompanying Hyuga Hiyashi to Hyuga's house, and at the same time doing his ideological work. The two of them hadn't gone far when third Hokage received bad news that something had happened at their home. The third Hokage immediately thought that his study room might have been visited by someone. Because the most important information in his home is the confidential documents and forbidden scrolls in the study. Regardless of whether the other party is aiming for secrets or forbidden techniques, this is a big trouble that will affect Konoha. Thinking of this Hyuga family incident, third generation understands that all of this may be a long-plotted plan of Kumogakure village. At this time, Uchiha Sora had already returned to his home. He did not expect that Union Village would take the blame for his action. I couldn't wait to take out the ninjutsu information I just copied and started studying it. Of these 3 ninjutsu, except for tandem paper bombs, which is A level, the other 2 are all S level. With Uchiha Sora's own talent, he might not even be able to understand it even if he learns it. But he has an automatic training system, and with the help of the system, no matter how difficult these 3 ninjutsu are, they are actually nothing. After Uchiha studied it carefully several times, the system successfully popped up the prompt. Through repeated research, your tandem paper bombs technique has successfully entered automatic practice mode. Through repeated research, your art of reincarnation from dirty soil has successfully entered the automatic practice mode. Through repeated research, your Flying Thunder God technique has successfully entered automatic practice mode. The next day, Konoha's celebration ceremony continued, but those with a keen sense of smell had already smelled an unusual smell. Because the peace treaty that was supposed to be signed soon was delayed for unknown reasons, and then some rumors spread. It is said that the motive of the Kumogakure village to come to Konoha to sign the treaty this time is not pure. I am afraid that something will happen between Kumogakure and Konoha. However, the rumors soon collapsed, and that night, Konoha and Kumogakure publicly signed a peace treaty. The villagers in Konoha village are very enthusiastic and every household is in joy. At this time, only among the Hyuga clan, the atmosphere was frighteningly depressing. Hyuga Hiyashi bowed deeply in front of a woman who was crying, his face full of guilt. This woman is Neji's mother and Hyuga Hiyashi's sister-in-law. Just before signing the treaty, his brother chose to sacrifice and die for himself in order to protect the clan's Bai-Yan. I, Hyuga Hiyashi, will definitely take this revenge from Union Village. Hyuga Hiyashi straightened up, turned and left. After returning, Hyuga Hiyashi called a group of clan members and issued orders one by one. Among these orders, not only are they directed at Cloud Hidden Village, but some are also directed at Konoha senior officials. This time the third Hokage agreed to the conditions of the Cloud-Hidden Village, but in disguise it also gave up on the Hyuga clan. From then on, the Hyuga clan will no longer support the third Hokage and remain neutral in the Leaf Village. Even, in order to express his dissatisfaction, Hyuga Hiyashi even asked some Hyuga clan members who originally joined the Anbu, the direct line of third Hokage, to resign. Regarding Hyuga Hiyashi's dissatisfaction, third Hokage felt guilty and naturally would not blame him. Since then, the protective power around the third Hokage has been greatly weakened. After all, the Hyuga clan is the most wealthy family in Konoha village after Uchiha. They have Byakugan, which is known as one of the 3 major pupil techniques. They are extremely insightful. Without the protection of Byakugan around the 3rd generation, it will become difficult to travel in the future. Stable. After the celebration, the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku, was chatting with his wife Makoto. Uchiha Fugaku said solemnly, 3rd generation's decision is really disappointing. He is too weak in his external attitude. This time, in order to calm things down in Hidden Cloud Village, he actually gave up supporting the Hyuga clan. I think he is really unworthy of being the Hokage. Uchiha Makoto listened to her husband's complaints and sighed slightly. After the Nine Tails incident, the 4th generation couple died, and the new Jinchuriki were not able to go to the battlefield at all. Not long ago, even Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, defected. Now Konoha is no longer the powerful Konoha. After hearing his wife's words, Fugaku also sighed. Although Konoha village has suffered a great loss, as long as we have the full support of the Uchiha clan, no other force will dare to easily launch a war. In the final analysis, it's because of Konoha's higher-ups' wariness and distrust of our Uchiha clan. If the 3rd Hokage can give up the Hyuga clan this time, then where will the future of our Uchiha clan, which has never been trusted, go? Instead of this, we might as well. Makoto was slightly surprised. Fugaku, do you want it? Let's consider this matter in the long term. Let's take a look at the attitude of the senior management first. We also need to accumulate strength. Fugaku nodded lightly. Shisui still needs a year or 2 to hone his skills. By then, he will definitely grow into a stronger person than me. And Ferret, Fugaku, no matter what, I will support you, but don't let the children suffer. I know you have high expectations for the child Itachi, but I hope you can let Sasuke go and give him a happy childhood. Makoto sighed. Fugaku nodded slightly. The 3rd Hokage stood in his study, frowning and looking at the sealed book in front of him. He said to a masked Anbu beside him, Kakashi, let your ninja dog come out. The Book of Seals has been turned over. I need you to help me find the person who moved the Book of Seals. Kakashi, who served as Anbu, nodded, bit his finger, and used the psychic technique. With a bang, a pug named Parker appeared in front of him. Hey, Kakashi, Parker greeted, and then said to 3rd Hokage, 3rd Hokage is here too. Well, I would like to trouble you to identify who has tampered with the sealed book. 3rd Hokage smiled kindly. No problem, keep it on me, Parker promised confidently, then put his nose to the sealed book and smelled it. After smelling it for a while, Parker said awkwardly, 3rd Hokage, the other party has a strong sense of anti-tracking, and the smell has been processed, so I can't tell it apart. Hey, well, thank you for your hard work. The 3rd Hokage sighed in disappointment after hearing this. After letting Parker go back, Kakashi said, Sir Hokage, I think the other party came here for a certain technique in the Book of Seals, but I think no matter who it is, even if they get the information about the forbidden technique in it, it is impossible it will be completed in a short time. And since the other party is here for the art, sooner or later he will be exposed, and then we will naturally find the other party. Kakashi comforted. I know, but the spread of the forbidden technique is too big a threat to Konoha now. What's more, if the forbidden technique is really taken away by the most suspicious Kumo hidden village, I am afraid that once they develop that technique, it is very likely to launch a war against Konoha. The 3rd generation's face showed deep worry, and his figure seemed to have suddenly become older. Kakashi pondered. Master Hokage, I think things are not that simple. The person who covets the sealed book may not be Kumoin village. Oh, Kakashi, tell me what you think. 3rd generation was slightly stunned. This action of the other party happened to be when Konoha and Kumogakure signed the peace treaty, and it also happened that Hyuga Hinata was arrested, so the protective force at your home was neglected, and the surrounding protective force was after he was put down, no one noticed him for 2 or 3 hours. If I were a member of Kumogakure, I would definitely choose to steal the sealed book and leave Konoha. But the other party didn't do this, so I think the other party's identity is unlikely to be Kumogakure. Kakashi analyzed. The third generation had already thought of the key at this time. He suddenly thought of Orochimaru, who had just defected not long ago, and guessed, "You mean there is someone in the village who covets the forbidden techniques in the Book of Sealings? And because he still needs to be in Konoha life, don't you want to cause a search in Konoha? Just like when Orochimaru peeked at the forbidden technique. Yes, after all, once the sealed book is lost, you will definitely send people to launch a large-scale search. But in this situation, even if you want to search, you will never be able to find it. As expected of you, Kakashi, your mind is better than that of Hokage like me." The third Hokage praised without hesitation. "Lord Hokage, you are too generous." Kakashi shook his head and said, "In comparison, this person's mind is even more terrifying." Uchiha Sora didn't know that under Kakashi's analysis, third generation had already locked the person who peeked at the forbidden technique on the inner ghost. However, as long as he doesn't use forbidden techniques in front of others, there will be no risk of exposure. Besides, the time to learn forbidden techniques is not that fast. Even if there is a system to automatically practice it, you don't have to study it yourself, but it is a forbidden technique after all, and the completion speed is not as fast as ordinary ninjutsu. Especially the Flying Thunder God technique and the reincarnation of the earth, one involving space and the other involving the soul, are difficult even for shadow-level experts. And after these two techniques entered automatic practice, Uchiha Kong was actually able to obtain the key factors related to these two techniques from the system's feedback. That's perception. The perception of space and the perception of the soul, no matter what they are, must have a strong spiritual will as the basis. Uchiha Sora's mental will is certainly not bad, but it cannot be said to be that strong. To exercise the mental will, on the one hand, one needs to rely on the improvement of Sharingan to passively tap out one's own mental power. However, this method has the disadvantage that the passively improved mental will is extremely easily affected by negative emotions. This is why the Uchiha clan's personalities tend to become extreme after opening their eyes. In fact, a safer way is to rely on constant fighting and continuous training of oneself to improve one's spiritual will. A strong person like Shisui pays great attention to the training of his own will so that he will not be swayed by extreme thoughts. Next, Uchiha Sora will find a way to strengthen his will. If you can cultivate your own spiritual will automatically, then you will have no worries at all. It's just that it doesn't seem that easy to make the ethereal spiritual will automatically cultivate. Perhaps, I should go and experience some training myself. Uchiha made a decision in his heart. He has always grown up in a safe and conservative way, hoping to become stronger, but this method neglected the training of his own mental will. This method is indeed safe, but in the long run, it may not be conducive to your real growth. In addition to their own strength, a strong person must also have an extraordinary state of mind. As the year passed, Uchiha Sora finally reached the age of 9, but his height did not look like that of a 9-year-old child. Due to the automatic cultivation of his physique, his height was close to 1.6 meters, and he had reached some 13. He's as tall as a 4-year-old should be. Wow, Sora, I don't know how you grew up, but you are almost as tall as me. Hirai Kuki exclaimed exaggeratedly when Sora and two teammates had a rare dinner together in a barbecue restaurant. Uoyuki Shion on the side also smiled and said, "It should be because Kong's genes are good. In the future, Kong will definitely grow into a big boy who can bring a sense of security to girls." TCH, security is not brought by height. Hirai Kuki curled his lips and said, "That depends on strength." Sora's strength is also very strong. Azuki Yugao Kaido, as a teammate, she naturally knows that Uchiha Sora's strength is not worse than them. At least Maoyu Shion believed that Sora was no worse than herself in swordsmanship. Okay, I admit that. Hirai Kuki nodded, and asked Uchiha Sky's Path curiously, "But, Sora, are you going to take the Chunin exam in the first half of this year?" Uchiha thought for a moment and shook his head. "I won't participate this year. I want to wait for another year." His idea is very simple. Even if he wants to practice, he is not in a hurry, and he doesn't want to be in a hurry to show off and attract the attention of senior officials. At least he has to wait until he turns 10 next year to be promoted to Chunin with Itachi. At least this will allow Itachi to distract himself from some of the attention of the higher-ups. Moreover, I will use the next year or so for the system's automatic practice to see if I can complete the preliminary practice of the Flying Thunder God. To temper yourself, you don't really have to die, but at least you have to have a life-saving trump card. During this time, try to develop some new ninjutsu. Time passed in a blink of an eye, and more than a year passed. Uchiha Sora is 10 years old. For more than a year, with the continuous and automatic training of physical fitness and chakra, he has reached the conditions for practicing S-level ninjutsu Wind Release and Spiral Shuriken. Not long ago, the Wind Release Spiral Shuriken project was successfully established and preliminary training was completed. The result is that part of the wind attribute change can be added to the Rasengan, turning the originally blue Rasengan with no attributes into a white Rasengan with wind attributes. This white Wind Release Rasengan is actually the transitional stage from Rasengan to Wind Release Rasenshuriken. The power is twice as powerful as the Rasengan, but far less powerful than the Rasenshuriken. In addition to the Wind Release Rasengan, which is considered the killer ninjutsu, Uchiha Sora also found an opportunity to secretly observe the training of ninjas in the same village using the 3 Magatama Sharingan during this time. Under the repeated observation of Sanmagatama Sharingan, Uchiha Sora also successfully copied several ordinary wind release and fire-style ninjutsu. Of course, even if the empty Sharingan is copied to the opponent's ninjutsu, in order to restore it perfectly, the help of the system's automatic training is indispensable. After all, his own talent is not that of a genius like Kakashi. Hey, I don't know when the Flying Thunder God technique will be automatically successfully practiced. I didn't expect that more than a year has passed and there is still no movement. Uchiha Kong frowned secretly. In 1 month, he will register for the Chunin exam. He has already made an appointment with Itachi to take the Chunin exam together and take the opportunity to compete in the Chunin exam. Fortunately, it was just 3 days before the Chunin exam started. A system voice came from Uchiha's mind. Ding dong. With your unremitting efforts, you have finally completed the first phase of your Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, a large number of methods of using the Flying Thunder God technique flooded into Sora's mind. At this moment, Uchiha Sora has perfectly mastered the first use of the Flying Thunder God technique. The first part of Flying Thunder God is actually to teleport yourself and the objects you touch to a fixed coordinate. The key point is that the coordinates are fixed. They cannot be coordinates in a moving state, otherwise the transmission will fail, and there will be a risk of being involved in a space crack. Sitting at home, Uchiha took out a special kunai that he had already prepared. This special kunai is no different from ordinary kunai in appearance. This is to avoid attracting attention. The key lies in the handle of this kunai. Above, it is wrapped with special materials. This special material allows the mark of the technique to be retained for a long time without being worn away. Uchiha Kong made a total of 5 such kunai, including the dagger he had been using, and the hilt was also wrapped with this special material. Next, Uchiha wrote his own Flying Thunder God technique on the kunai. Named, the Sword of Time Travel. Before learning how to fly the Thunder God, Uchiha Sora had always thought that the Flying Thunder God's teleportation distance was infinite. But after learning it, I realized that Flying Thunder God's teleportation was not without any restrictions. There are prerequisites for launching the Flying Thunder God. As a spellcaster, you must be able to sense the location of your own spell. Only when you sense it can you teleport there. After sensing the spell, you can activate ninjutsu. This process depends on your own chakra control. Only with strong enough chakra control can you activate the power of traveling through space in an instant and complete the jump in space. In addition, the speed of teleportation is also related to one's own reaction speed. The combination of multiple factors has resulted in a high threshold for learning the art of Flying Thunder God. Among the Hokages of the past, only the second Hokage who created this ninjutsu and its successor the fourth Hokage can learn this ninjutsu. Uchiha Sora barely learned the first stage under automatic training. But his current chakra is not strong enough, and his sensitivity to spells is not as good as that of the second generation and fourth Hokage, so the use of the first stage of his Flying Thunder God is far inferior to those of the two Hokages in terms of distance. With his current strength, with the blessing of Sharingan, which is the 3 Magatama activated, he can only sense the coordinates of the spell about 200 kilometers around. This range is actually quite large, at least the radius of the entire Konoha village is only 30 or 40 kilometers. The range that Uchiha Sora can teleport is actually far beyond Konoha village. Under normal circumstances it is completely sufficient. Moreover, Flying Thunder God technique style coordinates should not be too many. Although the caster can leave coordinates on other objects anytime and anywhere, if there are too many fixed coordinates, it will also interfere with the caster's perception of the coordinate position. If the strength is not strong enough, there may even be a risk of perception errors and teleportation position errors. As for Uchiha Sora's current strength, he could make 5 Flying Thunder God kunai, plus his own dagger, for a total of 6 spell coordinates, which was just right, no more, no less. After making the coordinates of the art, Uchiha hung the first art kunai in his room. Then he went 100 kilometers east to west outside Konoha village, found an uninhabited land, packed the second and third kunai in boxes, and buried them in the open field. In this way, he has 3 locations where he can teleport. The distance between these 3 locations is at least hundreds of kilometers. As for the remaining 2 special kunai, I carry them with me along with the short sword. Convenient to use in battle. Of course, he would never use it until the last moment. After doing all this, Uchiha couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and it seemed as if a huge boulder had been lifted from his heart. Only then could he have a real life-saving trump card. Time soon came to the day of Chunin's exam. Itachi, like you, I am taking the Chunin exam alone this time without any teammates, but I think we will definitely enter the finals. See you then, Uchiha said to Itachi with a smile at the entrance of the first written examination room. Well, see you in the finals. Itachi nodded slightly. Both of them exuded strong confidence, making the other genins around them who were taking the Chunin exam feel a strong aura. Brother, come on. Uchiha Sasuke, who was just over 4 years old, followed his mother Makoto and cheered for Uchiha Itachi at the entrance of the examination room. Uchiha Itachi looked back at Sasuke, with a rare gentle smile on his face. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Sora couldn't help but look at Uchiha Izumi behind him who was cheering him on, and smiled slightly. The two entered the examination room. The first written test passed quickly. Both Uchiha Sora and Itachi successfully answered the questions and successfully advanced. The second test was held in the Forest of Death and was a competition. It's almost the same as in the original work: compete for the Earth Coiling Axis, successfully collect the Earth Coiling Axis, and reach the high tower in the center of the Death Forest, you are qualified. Uchiha Sora and Itachi, the youngest and without any teammates, separated after entering the forest. This kind of seeking death was immediately targeted by other teams. However, reality hit them hard by surprise. The strength of those team members was barely up to Chunin's level at best. Not to mention that Uchiha is empty now. Even if he was 2 years ago, it would be effortless to deal with them. He didn't even need to use ninjutsu. He just pulled out the short sword. After a few sets of sword skills, those guys who dared to covet the scroll on his body all knelt down and begged for mercy. After gathering the scrolls, Uchiha went directly to the tower. The teams that wanted to ambush him along the way were all easily knocked down by him. The whole process took just over an hour. When he arrived at the tower, the examiners waiting at the tower were stunned. This guy arrived first, so fast, and he has no teammates yet, so he came here by himself. Uchiha Sora. It seems that he is only 10 years old this year. An examiner called up Uchiha Sora's information and was shocked. Uchiha Sora ignored the comments and looks of the examiners, found a seat and sat down to rest. This time he wanted to advance to Chunin smoothly, and his goal was not just Chunin, but to enter Anbu. To hone your will, becoming Anbu is the best way. Therefore, since Uchiha Sora is already planning to be in the limelight, he naturally has to perform in an eye-catching manner to prepare for being selected for Anbu later. About an hour later, another figure came to the tower. It's Uchiha Itachi, the examiner said, recognizing the figure at a glance. Uchiha Itachi, the son of the clan leader, went to school at the age of 6, graduated at the age of 7, opened his eyes at the age of 8, and now takes the Chunin exam at the age of 10. Anyone with a little knowledge will know this dazzling achievement. However, in this exam, Uchiha Itachi was overwhelmed. One of the examiners glanced in the direction of Uchiha Sora and said to Itachi deliberately, "Uchiha Itachi, congratulations on reaching the tower so quickly. However, your score is only second place. There is someone better than you. Arrive earlier." Uchiha Itachi had seen Sora a long time ago. He didn't take the examiner's words to heart at all, but calmly Kaido, "Uchiha Sora arrived earlier than me, I'm not surprised at all." With that said, he jumped up to Uchiha Sora and sat down next to him, saying, "Sora, you are indeed faster than me." Uchiha Sora, who was resting with his eyes closed, said with a smile, "It's really surprising that such words can come out of your mouth." Uchiha Itachi shook his head and sighed softly. "Everyone says that I am a genius, but I know that you, who has already opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, are the real genius." Since Uchiha Sora and Itachi arrived very early, after chatting for a few words, they each found a place to rest. The second exam will last until tomorrow, so Uchiha simply fell asleep. One night passed, and he was awakened by bursts of noise. It was already early the next morning. The ninja teams that took part in the second exam yesterday have all arrived at the tower one after another. Compared to Uchiha Sora's spotless body, these people looked much miserable. Not to mention their clothes were in tatters, some were missing arms and legs, and some of the team had been reduced in number. The casualties are quite high. Uchiha Sora yawned and walked towards the crowd. At this time, all the examiners and people from all walks of life have gathered in the stands on the tower side, waiting for the announcement of the results of the second exam. The examiner of the second exam walked into the field and announced, "This exam will also have a one-on-one knockout match. Based on the results of the knockout round, the winner will participate in the final." The examiner's words immediately made the genins present exclaim, "Why do we still need to participate in the knockout competition? We are already injured, how can we participate? Yeah, we haven't had a good night's rest. Even if we participate in the knockout rounds, we won't be able to perform at our true level." The examiner sneered, "As a qualified ninja, you need to be able to respond to emergencies at any time. Those who are injured can withdraw. Anyone who does not want to participate in the knockout round has the right to withdraw from this exam." "Okay, I quit. I'm quitting too." The voices of people quitting came out one by one, and after a few minutes, there were only 20 people left who could still participate in the knockout round. The names of 20 people were recorded and the examiner drew lots. Soon, the first duel was drawn, and it was not Uchiha's turn. Uchiha returned to the stands alone, leaning on the railing with some boredom, watching the battle in the field. In his opinion, these battles are really meaningless. While I was bored, the second duel began. Entering the scene is Uchiha Itachi, his opponent is a puppet master from Sunagakur village. Uchiha Sora finally got some energy and looked around. Uchiha Itachi's current strength is definitely beyond that of an average Chunin, and with the addition of Sharingan, it has definitely reached the level of elite Chunin. Facing the puppet master opponent, Uchiha Itachi immediately threw out a handful of kunai from the beginning and displayed his miraculous shuriken technique. Before the puppet master could react, he found that all his puppets had been hit by Itachi's shurikens, their mechanisms failed, and they lost their ability to move. The puppet master who lost his puppet was directly knocked off the field by Itachi's set of physical skills. This duel is completely a one-sided crushing. Second duel, Uchiha Itachi wins. The examiner announced the result. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Sora in the stands and returned to the stands. Uchiha Sora smiled and nodded at him. Itachi has entered the finals, so naturally he can't let him down. As if it was controlled, in the third duel, it was Sora's turn. Uchiha jumped into the arena, dressed in white, with a handsome appearance and wearing a short sword. The eyes of the female ninjas could not help but light up. And his opponent happened to be a female ninja. "Is your name Uchiha Sora?" the female ninja asked in a nymphomaniacal manner. Uchiha Sora smiled and nodded. "Hee, how about if you call me sister? Sister, I will admit defeat," the female ninja said with a smile. Uchiha shook his head speechlessly. The examiner on the side couldn't stand it anymore and coughed. "Pay attention to the order in the examination room. The female ninja then gave up and assumed a fighting stance. Start. The examiner blew the whistle. Plop. The female ninja suddenly fell to the ground. Uchiha Sora looked at the examiner. The examiner was stunned and did not react for a while. But the faces of the elite Jonin in the stands changed drastically at this time. It's genjutsu. This guy just used genjutsu without anyone noticing. Oh my god, what kind of genjutsu achievement is this? I didn't even see him forming seals. No, his genjutsu is definitely not cast through seals. I see, that's visual K genjutsu. It's Sharingan. Sharingan, has this child's eyes been opened too? But his eyes are normal now. Idiot, Sharingan can be opened and closed freely. He must have opened Sharingan at the moment he cast genjutsu, and closed it immediately after casting genjutsu. Is that true? I did see a red light flashing in his eyes just now. In the stands, Uchiha Itachi stared at Sora solemnly and murmured, as expected of Sharingan genjutsu, it seems that Sora has fully understood Brother Shisui's genjutsu experience. Amid the uproar around him, the examiner finally reacted and hurriedly made a verdict. In the third duel, Uchiha won by a score. Uchiha Kong smiled slightly at the medical ninjas who were carrying the stretcher and said, this female ninja just suffered some mental stimulation. She will be fine when she wakes up later. Yeah, the medical ninjas looked at him in awe and nodded hurriedly. Uchiha Sora then ducked back to the stands. Uchiha didn't have the heart to watch the next showdown until after the end. 10 people joined in the finals. The finals are scheduled for 1 month later. At that time, Master Hokage will be watching the battle in person, and leaders of Konoha's major allies, or daimyo, etc. will also be invited to the scene. In this month, the genins participating in the finals can make good preparations. Everyone dispersed, and Uchiha Sora returned home. At this time, documents concerning the detailed process of the Chunin exam were delivered to 3rd Hokage's desk. The 3rd Hokage looked at a report in his hand and fell into deep thought. This report contains a detailed piece of information. Uchiha Sora, age 10 years old. Enrolled at 6 years old, graduated as a genin at 7 years old. Instructor, Masaki Kaminaka. Genin teammates, Hirai Kuki, Azuki Yugao. At the age of 8, he took the Chunin exam and was eliminated in the second exam. Reason for elimination. The opponent caught a flaw and was knocked out of the field. Mission experience. D level 65 times, C level 135 times, B level 7 times, A level 0 times, S level 0 times. Quote. There doesn't seem to be anything unusual about this information. But Uchiha Sora's performance this time far exceeded the level of ordinary genin, and even ordinary chunin could not achieve it. The Uchiha clan is really full of geniuses. 3rd Hokage suddenly sighed inexplicably. It was not only the 3rd Hokage who was paying attention to Uchiha Sora, but also Danzo secretly. He also got the information as soon as possible and immediately sent his subordinates to pay close attention to him. Uchiha Sora was naturally aware of the attention from Konoha's top brass. However, he had already prepared to be noticed, so he didn't care. Because he has to show a certain ability next, and entering Anbu to hone this matter will become smoother. For a month, Uchiha spent all his time practicing silently. Soon, the final day arrived. Konoha village has already become very lively, and there are many outsiders in the streets and alleys. The examination venue is in a huge arena. The venue is large enough for a battle between ninjas, and the surrounding auditorium is large enough to accommodate at least tens of thousands of spectators. Before the start of the final, mother and daughter Izumi Uchiha had already grabbed the front seat in the audience. Kuki Hirai, who happened to be free, also came to cheer him on. Maoyu Xian was on a mission and could not attend the battle. Before the start, 10 genin, including Sora Uchiha, who had qualified for the finals, entered the venue under the spotlight and followed the examiner's arrangements. High above the auditorium, the 3rd Hokage was also silently watching the exam. The members who participated in the Chunin exam have never experienced such a scene of being watched by everyone and being watched by Hokage himself. Except for Uchiha Sora, everyone was excited, even Itachi was no exception. After the examiner announced the rules, the first final battle began immediately. Those who can participate in the finals are not bad in strength, and it can even be said that they have basically reached the level of Chunin. In the eyes of ordinary spectators in the auditorium, the battle was quite exciting, and bursts of cheers would be heard from time to time. Uchiha Sora looked at it with little interest, but Izumi sitting next to him was chattering very excitedly. As a student at the ninja school, she was a little frightened when she saw the real fighting between these ninjas, but also with great admiration. Time passes little by little. In the first game, the second game, and the third game, it was not Uchiha Sora or Uchiha Itachi's turn. Until the fourth game, it was still not their turn. Uchiha Sora and Itachi immediately understood that in the fifth game, they would be the finale. Finally, the fourth game is over. Game 5 arrives. Under the spotlight, the words Uchiha Sora vs Uchiha Itachi appeared on the monitor. Sora, come on. Although your opponent is Itachi, I believe you can win. Uchiha encouraged me. Sora nodded and looked at Uchiha Itachi, who was sitting with his parents in the auditorium not far away. Uchiha Itachi nodded to him and entered the venue first. Uchiha Sora was also about to enter. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku, who was not far from him, suddenly spoke to him. Sora, you are a member of my Uchiha clan, and I have something to say to you. Uchiha Sora looked confused. The next second, a wave of pupil power struck, and Uchiha Fugaku's eyes instantly turned into a scarlet Sharingan. The environment around Uchiha Sora also changed instantly, and the entire venue became empty, leaving only him and Fugaku. Genjutsu. Uchiha Sora, who was immune to Genjutsu, frowned slightly. Just as he was about to break Fugaku's Genjutsu and leave, Fugaku said, Sora, there are some things that are not convenient for me to say to you in front of everyone, so I pulled you into the Genjutsu space. Don't be offended. Uchiha Sora didn't act rashly. Fugaku said, I hope you can let Itachi win this battle. Uchiha Kong couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Chief, I need a reason. Uchiha Fugaku pondered. I need Itachi's path of genius to continue. This is of great strategic significance to my Uchiha clan. Sora, you should know that most of us Uchiha clan members can only join the Konoha Guard after becoming ninjas. But do you understand that the Konoha Guard may seem glamorous, but its status in Konoha is not high? It can be said to be a marginalized sector. And if I want to increase the influence of the Uchiha clan, I must arrange the clan members into higher departments in Konoha, such as Anbu. I have long had high hopes for Uchiha Itachi to enter Anbu. If he loses in this duel, I'm afraid it will cause many more obstacles to this matter. After Fugaku said so much, Uchiha couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It can be said that Uchiha Itachi's childhood was clearly arranged by Fugaku. Unfortunately, Fugaku did not know that as Uchiha Itachi's strength continues to grow, he will eventually embark on a path that goes against his parents and family. Between the family and Konoha, Itachi would eventually choose Konoha. In fact, from Uchiha Sora's point of view, Uchiha Fugaku did the right thing. The top management of Konoha was indeed corrupt. It was a pity that he overestimated his son's feelings for the family and underestimated Danzo's insidiousness. However, this time, there is Uchiha Sora, a time traveler who is familiar with the plot, and he will never let the Uchiha clan take the old path of being exterminated. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kong couldn't help but shook his head slightly and said with a smile, Chief, I understand what you want to do, but I'm sorry, my goal is also to enter Anbu. What, Uchiha Kong, you want to enter Anbu? Fugaku was surprised when he heard this. Then he immediately frowned and said in a low voice, Sora, there is only one quota for the Uchiha clan to enter Anbu in the short term. I have always reserved this quota for Itachi, and I do not agree with you entering Anbu. Then there is no other way. If you don't agree, clan leader, I will let the third Hokage make its own choice. Uchiha Kong said calmly. He knew exactly what Fugaku was thinking. Itachi is his son, so he can naturally control it, but after all, his relationship with him is only that of a clan member. Once his strength grows, it is extremely easy to lose control after entering Anbu. Just like Uchiha Shisui now, Fugaku, as the clan leader, can no longer dictate things to Shisui. Uchiha Fugaku said with an ugly face, Song, do you even want to defy the will of me, the clan leader? Clan leader, you have your will, and I also have mine. Uchiha Kong smiled slightly. but no matter what, I will always remember that I am an Uchiha clan. After saying that, Uchiha snapped his fingers. Under Fugaku's disbelieving gaze, the genjutsu space he constructed shattered. The surroundings were noisy again. Uchiha turned around and entered the room with flying colors. Uchiha Fugaku sat there blankly, feeling a turmoil in his heart. This Uchiha Sora is actually so hidden. Even he doesn't know that his strength has grown to this point over the years. He actually broke his own genjutsu so easily. I'm afraid even Shisui may not be able to achieve this type of genjutsu ability, right? Uchiha Fugaku was extremely shocked and at the same time extremely confused. What is Uchiha Sora doing? What is his purpose? A child who is only 10 years old can actually have such an unusual performance. What is his will? In the field, Uchiha stood in front of Itachi and looked at Itachi with a smile. It has been 4 years since Uchiha became friends with Itachi. As a friend, Uchiha Kong felt that it was time for him to do something for him. Itachi, use all your strength and don't hold anything back, otherwise, you will fail in an instant. Uchiha said. After saying that, a scarlet color appeared in Uchiha Sora's eyes. 3 Magatama Sharingan, open. Hearing Uchiha Sora's arrogant words, the nearest examiner couldn't help but be stunned. However, when he saw Uchiha Sora's pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan, he unconsciously agreed with his words. The audience on the high platform also showed shocked expressions. Sharingan. It's Sharingan. Oh my god. This guy's Sharingan is actually a 3 Magatama. He is only 10 years old. Has he already developed Sharingan to this extent? This kid seems to have had no fame before. The outside audience exclaimed. Haha, he is Uchiha Sora, a genius who graduated in the same year as Uchiha Itachi. How could he be a simple person? He has just been keeping a low profile in these years. The Konoha man said proudly. Uchiha Itachi, who opened 3 Magatama at the age of 10, will probably be in trouble this time even if he is a genius, right? I never thought that there is such a genius hidden in the Uchiha family. He is truly an Uchiha. Konoha village is really powerful. Just one Uchiha clan can bring such a big surprise to people. The audience was talking a lot. The third Hokage on the high platform also stared at Uchiha Sora with great interest on his face. In the field, Uchiha Itachi also instantly opened the double Magatama Sharingan and looked at Uchiha Sora. Although the two were friends, they had never really fought against each other. Itachi had always heard from brother Shisui how strong Sora was. Only when he stood opposite Sora at this moment did he really feel the strong pressure. Sora, I will do my best. Uchiha Itachi jumped up suddenly, drew out his kunai and attacked Sora. Whoosh! A flash of sword light flashed, and Uchiha Sora's dagger was unsheathed. When kunai and short sword collided, and violent sparks broke out. Uchiha Itachi took advantage of the force to retreat, quickly formed seals with his hands, and suddenly a burst of flames spurted out from his mouth. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. But almost at the same time, Uchiha Kong had already formed the seal and also released ninjutsu. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. 2 huge fireballs collided with each other in midair. The heat wave caused by the scorching flames made people far away in the audience feel a trace of heat. The 2 fireballs continued to output, competing with each other's chakra. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly removed the fireball, rolled his body, and dodged to the side. Losing the power to fight, Uchiha Sora's fireball crashed past him, and the place where Itachi was standing was instantly crushed into a charred pit. Uchiha Hollow said that he is indeed a genius. His chakra is much stronger than Itachi's. Fighting with him head-on with the great fireball will only consume the chakra for no reason, so after Itachi realized this, he immediately removed the fireball, chose to dodge. This is the sharp thinking of a genius. After Itachi dodged the attack, he immediately raised his hand and shot several kunai towards Uchiha. These kunai were at tricky angles, blocking the space for Sora to move forward. Uchiha Sora had no choice but to dodge, but just when he was about to dodge, another kunai suddenly came from behind. These kunai were exactly the attack route formed by Itachi's hidden weapons that were constantly colliding in midair. This is Itachi's hidden weapon throwing technique. Kong has already learned this technique under the automatic training of the system, so he is no stranger to it. Seeing this situation, He did not choose to continue to dodge, but held the dagger tightly with both hands, and a stream of wind attribute chakra gathered on the dagger. This short sword has been added with special metal over the years, which can possess chakra properties. A whirlwind formed on the dagger, and then, Uchiha Sora turned around, and the dagger drew a circle around him. Suddenly the wind attribute chakra burst out, and a whirlwind tornado rose into the sky. Swordsmanship Whirlwind. This is a kind of swordsmanship developed by Uchiha Sora himself, which is specially used to break the enveloping hidden weapon attack. Ding 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 ding. Itachi's hidden weapon was instantly blown away by the strong wind and fell to the ground. In the audience, Hyuga Hiyashi, the leader of the Hyuga clan who saw this scene, opened his white eyes and observed silently. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "Using the combination of wind chakra and swordsmanship to achieve an effect similar to returning to heaven, the idea is very good. Moreover, this guy's chakra makes me feel familiar." Suddenly, he thought of that night, when his daughter Hinata was kidnapped by Kumogakure's people. Someone seemed to have stopped him. At that time, when he opened his Byakugan, he saw that the other person was just a shadow clone, and was secretly a little surprised. Therefore, under the observation of Byakugan, he always remembered the feeling of chakra. The chakra on Uchiha Kong feels the same as the chakra on Shadow Clone at that time. Was he the one who took action at that time? Hyuga Hiyashi secretly asked. In the field, Uchiha Sora immediately formed seals with his hands after blowing away Itachi's hidden weapon. Itachi's Sharingan couldn't help but tense up when he saw Sora forming the seal. After repeated attacks to no avail, Itachi knew that he had lost any advantage, and now it was Sora's turn to attack. Uchiha's empty seals are fast and dazzling. In an instant he had completed ninjutsu. Still using the fire style, 3 fire dragons spurted out from his mouth, flew in midair, divided into 3 directions, and rushed towards Itachi at extremely fast speeds. It's the B-level fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. It's actually a B-level fire style. This guy's fire style is so strong. The ordinary people in the audience were dazzled. The Jonin were also secretly surprised by Sora's ninjutsu ability. Facing 3 violent fire dragons, Uchiha Itachi had no choice but to use ninjutsu to resist them. His seals were also very fast. He was already on guard and immediately used a water style. Water style Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A huge stream of water spurted out from Itachi's mouth, turning into a huge water dragon that spiraled up and hit the 3 fire dragons head-on. Boom boom boom. The water dragon and the fire dragon collided violently, and water vapor filled the entire place. The examiner on the side also hurriedly moved away, not daring to stay in the scene. 1 fire dragon, 1 water dragon, both are B-level ninjutsu. This kind of ninjutsu clash is completely beyond Genin's level. Even the ninjutsu between Chunin is not so intense. The fog obscured the audience's sight, but in the fog, Uchiha Sora and Uchiha Itachi kept colliding. The two of them continued to compete in physical skills under the cover of the mist. Gradually, the fog dissipated. Boom! A figure was knocked away and fell to the ground. It's Uchiha Itachi. The figure of Uchiha Sora followed closely and attacked Itachi on the ground. Itachi quickly stood up and resisted Sora's attack. The sweat on his forehead kept sliding down Itachi's face. The huge power coming from his hands made his movements become more and more sluggish. At this moment, Itachi deeply realized the gap between himself and Uchiha Sora. He couldn't get any benefits in ninjutsu, and he was completely inferior in physical skills. None of his battle plans worked. And genjutsu. Itachi never thought about competing with Uchiha Sora for genjutsu. Compared to Itachi's difficulty, Uchiha seemed very relaxed from beginning to end. His 3 Magatama Sharingan can clearly see Itachi's ninjutsu and taijutsu moves. His chakra capacity, with the bonus of the immortal body, has long exceeded that of ordinary Jonin after years of active training. His physical skills and swordsmanship have reached a professional level, no less than those ninjas who specialize in physical skills and swordsmanship. Uchiha Itachi is only 10 years old now, and chakra is comparable to an average Chunin at best. What's more, the B-level water style just now has consumed a lot of his chakra. Itachi was no match for Sora in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and Sharingan, let alone genjutsu. If Uchiha Sora had used genjutsu, Itachi might have been defeated even faster. Under the automatic training of the system, Uchiha Sora's basic abilities far exceeded Itachi. I surrender. Finally, after being kicked away by Uchiha Sora, Uchiha Itachi stood up with difficulty and raised his hand to the examiner. He is not a fool, this is just a Chunin test. After realizing the huge gap between himself and the opponent, he will not change the result even if he fights until the last moment. Instead of doing this, it would be better to admit defeat directly. After all, he and Sora are still friends. Uchiha wins. At the moment Itachi surrendered, the examiner stood up and announced. This last final has also come to an end. Waves of cheers erupted in the audience. Although this duel ended quickly, everyone felt the danger of it, especially the collision between the two powerful B-level ninjutsu, which made them clearly see the strength of Uchiha's genius. Sora, you win. Uchiha Kwan listened to the cheers of the people around him, with tears of excitement in his eyes. Looking at Sora's figure, his eyes were a little blurred with tears. Izumi, come on, this kid Sora is worth chasing. Uchiha Hazuki, the mother on the side, touched Izumi's head and encouraged her gently. Yeah, Uchiha Izumi nodded vigorously. The finals have come to an end. The specific list of promoted Chunin will be notified in the next few days. The audience gradually dispersed. Uchiha Sora took Uchiha Izumi and her daughter, and then called Hirai Mitsuaki, and went to a barbecue restaurant to celebrate with barbecue. In the barbecue restaurant, Hirai Mitsuaki laughed and said, Sora, I knew you were very powerful. When we usually perform tasks, I have never seen you injured, so I have already guessed that you are not simple. Now it seems my vision is indeed very good. Also in the Chunin exam 2 years ago, I have already seen that you hid your strength and were eliminated on purpose. It's a pity that Shion is not in the village, otherwise she would definitely be very happy. Seeing Hirai Kuki chattering away, Uchiha couldn't help but feel a touch of warmth in his heart. On the other side, Uchiha Fugaku returns home. Itachi sat in front of his father with his head bowed. Uchiha Makoto next to him had a trace of worry in his eyes. Fugaku, you can't blame Itachi for his failure this time. Itachi is already good enough. Feeling that the atmosphere at home was a bit dull, Makoto said. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and said to Itachi, Itachi, I don't blame you for your failure. Uchiha Itachi raised his head in surprise and looked at his father who had always been strict with him. Fugaku explained. I originally hoped that you could enter Anbu to provide convenience for my Uchiha clan, but after this failure, there may be better candidates from the top management of Konoha. Father, are you talking about Kong? Does he also want to enter Anbu? Itachi said in surprise. Fugaku nodded. Uchiha is a man of firm will and has his own ideas. After he joins Anbu, he will definitely not be sent by me, the clan leader. So, Itachi, I've found another way for you. Entering the route and becoming Danzo's subordinate can also benefit our Uchiha clan. It's just that Danzo is very ambitious and ruthless. If you want to enter the route, your current strength is not enough to protect yourself. You need to work hard for at least 2 more years before you go to work at the route. Uchiha Fugaku said sentence by sentence. Makoto on the side was even more worried. Fugaku, is this too dangerous? After all, Danzo is difficult to get along with, and he has always been very repulsive to our Uchiha clan. If Itachi wants to enter the route, it may be difficult to get him. Agree. Fugaku shook his head. No, if Uchiha can enter Anbu, then he will definitely agree to Itachi entering the route. Just here Uchiha Fugaku was planning Itachi's entry into the route. Danzo had already taken action. Just after the 3rd Hokage returned to the Hokage building, Danzo visited Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo, now the leaders and daimyo of various countries are preparing to go back. As the leader of the route organization, if you don't plan the escort carefully, why are you coming to my place? 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a frown. Hiruzen, I'm here naturally for Uchiha Sora. Danzo went straight to the point. You must have seen today's 5th final clearly, right? Uchiha Sora's power is already extraordinary, but we still haven't seen it until now. I haven't contacted him, so I think this is a dereliction of duty on your part, Hokage. Haha, of course I understand this matter, so you don't need to worry about it. I will talk to him personally after I finish handling the finishing work of this Chunin exam. Third Hokage said with a faint smile. Forget it, since you are very busy, let me do this. Danzo said, showing his intention. Danzo, are you still fighting with me? The third Hokage suddenly said coldly when he heard this. Danzo's face changed slightly when he heard this. It seems that it was a wrong decision for me to come to you for discussion. After saying that, Danzo turned and left. Watching Danzo leave, the third Hokage frowned deeply. He knocked on the table, asked the secretary to come in, and ordered, "Ask Kakashi to come to me." The secretary took the order and left. Not long after, Kakashi in Anbu uniform appeared in front of third Hokage. Lord Hokage, what are your orders? Third Hokage said in a low tone. Help me keep an eye on Danzo and don't let him do anything excessive. Danzo, Hokage-sama, what do you mean? Kakashi was puzzled. It's Uchiha Sora. I intend to recruit him into Anbu to prevent Danzo from interfering. You have to work harder these days and go and watch Uchiha Sora. When I am free, I will talk to Uchiha Sora in person. Said the third Hokage. Made his own plans. Yes, Hokage-sama, Kakashi responded. After the finals, Uchiha Sora found that his reputation in Konoha village had risen to a very high level. Walking on the street, people would point at him from time to time. Look, is he the genius from the Uchiha clan who crushed Uchiha Itachi? It is said that he is only 10 years old this year. He doesn't look like a child of this age at all. Yes, he looks so handsome. I really want to be his girlfriend. Uchiha Sora automatically filtered these comments. His perception spread, and he was keenly aware that there were already many special eyes paying attention to him around him. I am afraid that some of these sites are from the spies of other countries, and some are from the top forces of Konoha. It can be described as a mixed bag. From this moment on, he was destined to live under the public's attention. I have the Flying Thunder God technique and am already invincible. However, Danzo is not restless. I have to be on guard against him. Uchiha Sora was thinking in his mind as he walked on the street. In fact, he himself is not afraid of Danzo targeting him, but he is worried that Danzo will attack the people around him. The closest ones to him are the mother and daughter Uchiha Izumi. Some protective measures should be taken for both of them. With this in mind, Uchiha found a jewelry store, bought 2 necklaces and jewelry, and then added special materials to the jewelry, and vaguely carved Flying Thunder God technique style coordinates. In this way, the 2 coordinates are ready. As he became more and more proficient in the art of Flying Thunder God, it would not be a problem for him to make 2 more coordinates. After doing all this, Uchiha Sora waited until evening and went to Uchiha Izumi's house for dinner. After eating, Uchiha Sora stopped Uchiha Hazuki, who was about to put away the dishes, took out 2 necklaces from her body and said, "Auntie, I have been entrusting you to take care of me. I bought you Izumi one when I was shopping today. Jewelry, I would like to express my gratitude to you, I hope you like it." "Aw, you kid, why are you so out of town? Auntie doesn't even wear a necklace a long time ago. Why did you give me this?" Uchiha Hazuki hurriedly refused. "This is my suggestion, please don't refuse." Uchiha looked at her seriously and said, "This, okay." Uchiha Hazuki was a little embarrassed, but when she saw Uchiha Sora's sincere eyes, she had no choice but to nod and accepted the necklace gift. "And Izumi, this one is for you." Uchiha put another necklace directly on Izumi's neck and said with a smile, "Thank you, Kong, you are so kind to me." Quan was very happy, looking like he couldn't put it down. "Sora, please help Auntie wear it too." At this time, Uchiha Hazuki said, "Okay." Uchiha nodded in agreement. He walked around behind Uchiha Hazuki, who was kneeling there, and put on the necklace for her. Uchiha Hazuki gently smoothed her hair, smiled and said, "Thank you, Sora." "You're welcome, Auntie." Uchiha smiled and sat back down. "Well, then you play with Izumi, and I'll clean up the dishes first," Uchiha Hazuki said, then stood up and started doing housework, and her movements seemed to become much more brisk. "Sora, thank you," Uchiha Quan suddenly said. "Why are you thanking me again?" "Hehe, of course I want to thank you for my mother. My mother hasn't received a gift for a long time, and I forgot to tell you that today is my mother's birthday," Uchiha Quan said with a smile. Is that so? Uchiha shook his head and laughed. It seems that the gift he gave today was quite a coincidence. After coming out of Azumi's house, it was already very late. Walking under the night, Uchiha Sora felt inexplicably calm. The continuous growth of his strength gradually gave him a more sense of belonging and security in this world. 3 days later, Uchiha Sora was summoned by the third Hokage. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage personally issued him the Chunin certificate and said with a smile, "Uchiha Kong, congratulations on becoming a Chunin of Konoha village. I hope you can continue to work hard and strive to become a Jonin as soon as possible." "Thank you Hokage-sama for your encouragement. Uchiha Sky's path. Haha, you can defeat Uchiha Itachi. In my opinion, it is only a matter of time before you become a Jonin." The third Hokage smiled and said, "Speaking of which, it is really humiliating for you to only be a Chunin. If you are interested, enter. How about giving Anbu some experience?" Anbu. Uchiha listened and pretended to hesitate. "It is said that Anbu is an elite senior. With my qualifications, can I do it?" "I think you can do it, you can definitely do it. Show off the momentum you had in the finals, you are fully qualified to be Anbu," said third Hokage. "Hokage-sama, thank you. I'll go back and think about it." Uchiha thought for a while and said. He really wanted to join Anbu, but faced with third-generation solicitation, he would not agree to it. What is being played here is psychological tactics. You can't let an old fox like third generation see through your mind all of a sudden. Well, this is what it should be. After you think about it, you can come here to find me again. The third Hokage sighed. The big tree in Konoha village can only continue to grow with green leaves like yours. Quote. Uchiha said goodbye and left. A figure appeared next to third Hokage. It was Kakashi wearing an Anbu mask. "Kakashi, do you think he will agree?" Third generation came to the windowsill, looked at the bustling village outside the window, and asked in a low voice. "Lord Hokage, I think whether he agrees or not, he will abide by his identity as a Konoha ninja." Kakashi Kaido. Kakashi, you don't know that the Uchiha clan has been making a lot of noise in the past 2 years. The third Hokage shook his head. The conflict between the Uchiha clan and me, the Hokage, has reached a critical point. Hokage-sama, what do you mean by absorbing Uchiha into Anbu? Kakashi was slightly surprised. Haha, no matter what, I don't want things to get to that point. Whenever I have the opportunity, I will definitely fight for it. Uchiha Sora is a good breakthrough point. Third Hokage smiled helplessly. If he gets in Anbu, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you a lot in the future. As the link between the village and the family. Master Hokage, you have given me a big problem. Kakashi sighed. Copy Ninja Kakashi, any genius who comes in front of you is not considered a genius. I have absolute trust in your ability. Third Hokage patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Kakashi suddenly felt that the responsibility on his shoulders became heavier. The next day, Uchiha Sora came to the Hokage office and agreed to let the third Hokage enter Anbu. Third Hokage handed Anbu's mask and some certificates to Uchiha Kong, and said with a smile, Uchiha Kong, I know you will agree, because Anbu is the place where a genius like you should be trained. Uchiha took the things and, led by his secretary, came to the Anbu base. The Anbu base is actually located in the Hokage building, and is divided into 2 places, the underground base and the above-ground department. The underground Anbu base is the core of Anbu, and the above-ground department is the place where Hokage usually conveys orders and Anbu members hand over tasks. After completing the formalities, he went all the way to the underground base. Through the long underground corridor, Uchiha came to a dimly lit hall. In the hall, a man wearing a mask was waiting there. Seeing Uchiha Sora arriving, the masked man took off the mask on his face and said calmly, Uchiha Sora, I will be responsible for taking you on the Anbu mission from now on. The man has silver white hair, a mask on his face, and a deep scar over his left eye, revealing the scarlet Sharingan. It's none other than Hitaki Kakashi. At this time, he was dressed in an Anbu outfit and exuded a serious aura. The 3 Magatama Sharingan stared closely at Uchiha Sora, releasing an awe-inspiring aura. Obviously, this is a show of force from Kakashi. Facing Kakashi's aura, Uchiha smiled slightly, and his eyes also turned scarlet. A pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan came into Kakashi's eyes. A powerful aura emanated from Uchiha Kong. Senior Copy Ninja Kakashi, it's a pleasure to work with you, he said with a smile. Haha, I didn't expect you to know me. Feeling Uchiha Kong's aura, Kakashi felt a chill in his heart, hurriedly retracted his aura, and laughed. He also used a forehead protector to cover his Sharingan. Seeing this, Uchiha Sora also closed the Sharingan and chuckled. The name of the copy ninja is well known to everyone. Please take care of me from now on, senior. Well, let's take care of each other. Kakashi nodded. Now let me take you to meet your other 2 teammates. There is another one who is an acquaintance of yours. Under the leadership of Kakashi, Uchiha met 2 of his Anbu teammates. One of them is really an acquaintance. With her long purple hair, delicate face, and already developed feminine body, she is Azuki Shion. Kong, it's you. When she saw Kong, Maoyu Shion couldn't help but said in surprise. Shiyan, it seems we are going to be teammates again. Uchiha greeted him with a smile. Yes, I should have thought that the talented teammate from the Uchiha clan mentioned by Captain Kakashi should be you. Azuki Shion was very happy, and then looked at Anbu, a male next to her. The male Anbu was under 20 years old and looked to be about the same age as Kakashi. He looked ordinary and seemed a bit taciturn. When he saw his new teammates, he just nodded slightly towards Uchiha Sora. My name is Eagle. I'm Uchiha Sora, please take good care of me in the future. Uchiha Sora said with a smile. After saying hello, Kakashi ordered, now there is a task for you. This task is not difficult. Just think of it as an opportunity for the 3 of you to get along with each other. I will also accompany you on this task. Quote. Yes, Captain, the 3 responded. Anbu has a strict hierarchy. As the leader of the Anbu squad, Kakashi must assign Anbu's tasks to him. This mission is actually related to the previous Chunin exam. The ninjas of the ally Sunagakur village in the country of Wind were attacked by other forces on their way back and are now trapped on the border of the country of Fire, waiting for support from Konoha. The 3 of them nodded in agreement, put on their masks, and followed Kakashi towards the mission location. According to the mission description, there are 10 people in Sand Hidden Village this time. Among them, apart from 1 leader Jonin, there are only 3 Chunin accompanying them, and the remaining 6 are all Genin. Among the people who attacked them, at least 2 were of Jonin strength, and there were many others of Chunin strength. At that time, I will be responsible for supporting Sunagakur village Jonin. The 3 of you will deal with the others first depending on the situation. Along the way, Kakashi explained the tactics. In a hurry, the group of 4 quickly arrived at the border of the country of Fire, near the mission location. Uchiha Kong quietly left a Flying Thunder God Kunai nearby, which was a way out for himself. After all, he is now too far away from the Flying Thunder God technique coordinates near Konoha village, and he cannot sense any accidents. There is movement ahead. Suddenly, Kakashi waved to the 3 of them and stopped. We act separately, enter the battlefield and then cooperate with each other. After saying that, Kakashi rushed out first. Uchiha Sora, Uazuki Yugao, and Taka also separated and walked around the battlefield in different directions. The route Uchiha Sora chose was to the north of the battlefield, where 2 ninjas were besieging a Chunin from Sunagakur village. That Sunagakur Chunin was also an elite figure, a puppet master. Under the attack of 2 enemies, although he was retreating steadily, he still managed to hold on with difficulty. It's just that failure is inevitable sooner or later. The 2 enemies were not wearing forehead protectors, so it was impossible to tell where they came from, but they were using Earth-style ninjutsu. Uchiha Sora watched from the side for a while, then jumped into the arena without hesitation. Pulling out the short sword from behind, a stream of wind attribute chakra was poured into it, and he quickly slashed towards the back of an enemy. Strong wind slash. The wind attribute chakra formed a sharp wind blade on the dagger. Under the swing of the dagger, the wind blade flew forward and hit the Earth-style ninja directly. When the Earth-style ninja noticed something unusual behind him, he couldn't help but turn pale with fright. He quickly turned around to deal with it, and his arm suddenly hardened into a rock, blocking it in front of him. Puff! The wind blade cut through the stone arm, leaving a deep gash on the stone arm, with blood flowing inside. The Earth-style ninja blocked Sora's attack despite being injured. But the next second, a huge fireball suddenly enveloped us. Fire-style great fireball technique. The earth-style ninja had no way to avoid it, and was hit by the fireball. His whole body burned up, and he rolled to the ground, and soon became silent. After killing one enemy, Uchiha Sora aimed at another one and rushed over. The man was shocked when he saw his companion being killed by a sneak attack. He hurriedly threw a smoke bomb and prepared to escape. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Uchiha immediately separated dozens of Shadow Clone, letting them rush into the smoke and slash at the smoke. After a while, a scream rang out. The ninja did not expect that Uchiha Sora would use the human sea tactic. Before he could escape, he was hacked indiscriminately and cut off one of his arms. Here, immediately afterwards, the Shadow Clone who heard the sound immediately rushed towards the direction of the sound. Puff puff. Dozens of Shadow Clone stabbed the man with daggers in their hands. The ninja was immediately turned into a hedgehog. Shadow Clone dissipated as the smoke, and Uchiha could not help but shake his head. Too weak. Enemies of this level cannot have the effect of tempering oneself at all. From the current point of view, I am afraid that at least a Jonin with a name like Kakashi can bring pressure to him, right? Without thinking any more, Uchiha Kong immediately headed in another direction. There, Uezuki Yugao and a Sunagakur Chunin faced off against 3 attackers. The Sunagakur Chunin was obviously seriously injured and had almost lost his combat effectiveness. It was difficult to fight with the support of Shiyan alone. Fortunately, Shiyan was very good at swordsmanship, and her body reacted quickly, so she was only slightly defeated in the fight with 3 enemies. As soon as Uchiha was free, Yugao immediately used a move of Konoha-style swordsmanship, Crescent Dance. Shiyan's body and 2 Shadow Clone held samurai swords and suddenly launched a set of wonderful moves from 3 different directions to attack the 3 ninjas. Seeing this, Uchiha Kong smiled faintly, and his figure flashed, appearing behind one of the ninjas. While the ninja was dealing with Yugao's sword skills, a blade with a wind blade pierced his body. The ninja fell to the ground. Uchiha Sora and the Yugao body in front of him smiled in unison. Bang! Bang! At this time, the other 2 Shadow Clone of Shiyan had been killed by the opponent and disappeared into white smoke. The situation suddenly became 2 versus 2. Leave it all to me. Uchiha's eyes turned scarlet. The 3 Magatama Sharingan caught the sight of the 2 ninjas. What? That's Sharingan. No, it's the elite of the Uchiha clan. The 2 enemies were obviously very afraid of the Uchiha clan. When they saw Sora's 3 Magatama, they both looked panicked and hurriedly tried to escape. However, their response was still too slow. The moment they saw Sora's Sharingan, they had entered Sora's Genjutsu. The art of golden binding. The 2 stood there, stiff and unable to move, with fear covering their faces. Genjutsu Shiranui. The next moment, their bodies burned from bottom to top like pieces of paper. When the flames burn out, Genjutsu finally ends. Outside, the 2 of them fell to the ground, twitching all over. Uchiha Kong stepped forward and ended their lives with 1 sword. As expected of you, 1 Genjutsu defeated them all. Shiyan couldn't help but admire. Let's go support another teammate. Uchiha smiled and headed in the other direction. However, when they arrived at where Eagle was, he had already killed all 3 enemies. It can be seen that the strength of Eagle is not simple. After the 3 of them met, they headed towards the place where Kakashi fought. From a distance, the 3 of them felt a violent thunder and lightning aura. Reikiri. When they found Kakashi, Kakashi's palm was withdrawing from an enemy's chest. There was still a trace of lightning on his palm. Uchiha Sora's 3 Magatama Sharingan stared at the chakra flow in Kakashi's palm and tried to analyze the principle. Unfortunately, there is no thunder in his chakra attribute, and he is not familiar with lightning style at all. Even with Sharingan's insight, he cannot learn Kakashi's ninjutsu in a short time. Beside Kakashi, there were 2 corpses. These 2 men were the 2 Jonin who were the attackers. We have to take these corpses back to Konoha for disposal. Seeing the arrival of the 3 people, Kakashi said, "You are all newcomers to Anbu. Now I will teach you how to dispose of the corpses." Under Kakashi's on-site teaching, the 3 of Uchiha and Kong quickly learned Anbu's method of handling corpses. Take out the sealing scroll, seal all the corpses in the scroll and put them away. At this time, the rescued people from Sunagakure village came to thank them. After the two parties exchanged greetings, the people from Sunagakure village said goodbye and left. The remaining 4 Uchiha are also preparing to go back to Konoha to hand over their tasks. Well, you all performed very well this time. You completed the tasks assigned to you very well, which shows that you are capable of Anbu's tasks. I hope you will continue to work hard next time. Kakashi summarized the task. Suddenly, a footsteps came from the side, accompanied by a gloomy and hoarse laugh. Not bad, Kakashi, you are already quite a leader now. Who? The 4 of them were shocked. Kakashi's expression changed and he looked at the person. I saw that the man was wearing loose clothes, with long black hair, and his face was pale but handsome. A pair of snake eyes were full of dangerous aura, and just being stared at by him made one feel terrified. You are Orochimaru, Shi Yan couldn't help but exclaimed. Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to show up so soon after you defected not long ago. Aren't you afraid that we will take you back? Kakashi said coldly. Haha, Kakashi, this sentence may be more appropriate for the other 2 Sanins to say. As for you, you are still a little too young. Orochimaru mocked Kakashi mercilessly. Obviously, Kakashi was not taken seriously by Orochimaru at this time. Kakashi gritted his teeth secretly. In fact, he didn't know this. What he said just now was just a bluff. If he is alone, he is not afraid of Orochimaru and can run away even if he is defeated. But now there are 3 newcomers from Anbu with him. It's not that simple to escape with them. In just a few words, Kakashi's momentum was suppressed by Orochimaru. Mao Yuxian and the Eagle are both facing a powerful enemy. I am afraid that only Uchiha Sora has the least pressure on the field, because he has already laid out the trump card of the Flying Thunder God's coordinates, and Orochimaru's appearance cannot threaten his life at all. However, a person like Orochimaru has a very strong purpose, so his appearance here is probably not an accident. At this time, it has only been a year or 2 since Orochimaru defected from Konoha. Judging from the original plot, he should be in the stage of looking for his subordinates, and he should not have joined the Akatsuki organization yet. Just as Uchiha was thinking, Orochimaru's eyes suddenly fell on him. Ha ha ha, if I admit it correctly, this is the genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sora, right? A cold laugh came. Uchiha Sora instantly felt as if he was being stared at by Lion Majesty, and he felt uncomfortable all over. As expected of Orochimaru-senpai, you can recognize me even if I'm wearing a mask. What's the point of doing that? Uchiha Kong mentioned chakra, secretly on guard, and said calmly. Although Orochimaru's momentum is very strong, Uchiha Sora never wants to be suppressed by him. He opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, and the powerful eye power and chakra burst out at the same time. The air was stirred, forming a strong wind. The momentum was so strong that the 3 Kakashi people around him couldn't help but look sideways. What a strong chakra! I'm afraid Uchiha Sora has a lot more chakra. Kakashi thought to himself. Not bad, Uchiha Sora, you are indeed a genius who can defeat Itachi. Seeing you, my trip today is really worthwhile. Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his long tongue to lick his lower lip, as if he was admiring his prey. Hearing that Orochimaru seemed to have something to say, Kakashi's expression changed and he said, Orochimaru. What do you want to do? Orochimaru chuckled. Don't be nervous, Kakashi, I just want to have fun with Konoha's juniors. Orochimaru, don't mess around. Kakashi immediately stopped in front of Uchiha, forming seals with his hands, and the sound of thunder sounded in his palms. It's Kakashi's famous stunt, S-level lightning-style Reikiri. Kakashi held up Reikiri, and the 3 Magatama Sharingan had already been exposed. He stared at Orochimaru and said, if you want to attack Sora, just get past me first. Me too. Azuki Shion also jumped over, pulled out her long sword, and pointed at Orochimaru. Although her palm holding the sword was trembling slightly, her tone was extremely firm. The eagle also stood over silently. Haha, what a hindrance. Orochimaru shook his head helplessly, raised his right hand and bit his finger, forming a seal, psychic art. Boom, a huge cloud of white smoke rose into the sky. 3 large earth yellow snakes at least 20 meters long slowly emerged from the white smoke. You hold the 3 of them first, don't let them bother me. Orochimaru stood on top of one of the big snakes and ordered. The three big snakes took the order and immediately rushed towards Kakashi and the others. Facing the attack of the large psychic beast, everyone had to disperse. Uchiha Sora had just jumped into the air when he saw Orochimaru's neck suddenly stretched out and flew towards him. This grasp of timing is far beyond that of ordinary ninjas. Uchiha, who was in midair, could not dodge, so he could only rely on his swordsmanship and slashed out several fierce wind slashes. But Orochimaru's neck is so flexible that he can easily avoid his attack by twisting it in midair. Then, Orochimaru smiled evilly at him, opened his big mouth and bit Sora's neck. Just when Orochimaru's fangs were about to pierce Sora, he suddenly caught a glimpse of blue chakra light from the corner of his eye. Orochimaru's expression suddenly changed. At the same time, Uchiha's left hand hidden behind his back, with a violently rotating Rasengan, suddenly came out and pressed it towards the face of Orochimaru, who was very close at hand. Just when Uchiha Sora thought he was about to succeed, the tongue in Orochimaru's mouth suddenly curled up and wrapped around his arm. He pulled and flicked it suddenly, and the direction of the Rasengan in Sora's hand was suddenly pulled off the track. Rasengan fails. Orochimaru retracted his neck, his head returned to his body, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This guy actually knows how to Rasengan. Could it be that he is related to Jiraiya? Uchiha Sora's body also took advantage of the force and fell towards the other side. As expected of Orochimaru, the counterattack combo I planned failed to hit him. This is Sanin's strength. His ability to adapt to the situation, that is, his combat experience is really strong. Uchiha thought to himself. In terms of combat experience, there is no comparison between himself and a strong man like Orochimaru who has experienced the Second Ninja War and the Third Ninja War. However, only by fighting against a shadow-level powerhouse like Orochimaru can you really feel the pressure. Only by experiencing this level of battle can you be tempered quickly. Feeling the tremendous pressure from Orochimaru, Uchiha felt a little excited in his heart. Ding! Under Orochimaru's pressure, your spiritual energy successfully entered the automatic training mode. It's pressure but also motivation. Your will is very excited. The spiritual energy will be automatically cultivated and accelerated. The spiritual energy will increase by 100% instantly. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Sora couldn't help but feel happy. Unexpectedly, tempering ones will actually allow spiritual energy to enter automatic cultivation. You must know that this spiritual energy is one of the two major elements that make up chakra, but it is usually very ethereal, and there is no specific method to improve it. If a general ninja wants to increase the amount of chakra, in addition to practicing chakra refining techniques, he must find ways to increase his physical energy and mental energy. Otherwise, if you blindly practice the chakra refining technique, you will soon encounter a bottleneck. If you want to increase the amount of chakra, the most essential way is to increase physical energy and mental energy. It is very difficult to improve these two kinds of energy. Although the body's energy can become stronger and stronger through continuous exercise, it is highly dependent on one's own blood. For example, the constitution of the immortal human body, the body's energy is naturally stronger than that of the human body. Ordinary people have much more. As for spiritual energy, except for the immortal eyes who can increase it through stimulation and continuous upgrading of pupil skills, others can only increase it through continuous tempering of their own will, and the effect of ordinary people's tempering is actually very limited. This is why most ninjas can only be chunin. Because most ninjas do not have bloodline advantages, their physical energy and mental energy actually lack a way to quickly improve their energy. Their upper limit is also fixed. Only true geniuses have the opportunity to break this bottleneck. And Uchiha Kong had already put his body exercise into automatic cultivation mode before. In fact, his body energy was practicing automatically all the time, and he even awakened the immortal human body. Now that spiritual energy has entered the automatic cultivation mode, this means that Uchiha Sora no longer needs to worry about how to increase the upper limit of these two energies. As expected, Uchiha Kong's chakra capacity will continue to increase endlessly. It sounds complicated, but in fact, after the mental energy increased by 100% in an instant, Uchiha Kong not only felt that his spirit was fuller, but also the total amount of his own chakra was growing at an extremely fast rate as his body passively refined chakra. At the same time, the eye power of his 3 Magatama Sharingan has also been passively improved a lot due to the increase in spiritual energy. Although it is not yet able to open the Mangekyo Sharingan, its eye power is much higher than that of the ordinary 3 Magatama Sharingan. At this time, the system emitted sound again. Ding! Due to the increase in your spiritual energy, your Sharingan feels very comfortable and happy. It is brewing new talents in the process of automatic cultivation. Hearing this prompt, Uchiha Sora was shocked. Awesome! My Sharingan, do you still have this kind of operation? Originally, under Shisui's Genjutsu, the Genjutsu immunity talent had been awakened, but now are you planning to develop a new talent? Okay, my Sharingan. Dad, I'm waiting for your surprise. Sharingan naturally does not develop talent so quickly. Uchiha Kong put back the emotions surging in his heart and looked at Orochimaru, with a heartfelt smile on his face. Senior Orochimaru, I am so grateful to you. Because without Orochimaru's appearance, his spiritual energy would not enter automatic cultivation, and it would increase by 100%, and his chakra amount would also be nearly double what it was before. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Orochimaru was stunned, a little confused. Haha, in order to express my gratitude, I will let you feel the power of Sharingan that you want most. Uchiha Kong smiled slightly. In the scarlet eyes, the pupil power suddenly surged. An invisible wave of eye power spread in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru's expression suddenly changed. Not good. Just when he was about to distance himself, he found that he had been pulled into Genjutsu. The scene in front of me suddenly changed. The 3 Magatama Sharingan in Uchiha's empty eyes continued to enlarge, and finally overwhelmed Orochimaru's entire sight. As a Sannin, Orochimaru not only has rich combat experience, but also has extraordinary attainments in Genjutsu. Even if he pinches his hand seals, he also uses Genjutsu in an attempt to counter Uchiha Sora's Genjutsu. In his opinion, even if Uchiha Sora possesses Sharingan and Genjutsu attainments, he cannot be as powerful as him. However, Orochimaru was shocked to find that his body could not move. It is the art of golden binding. How is it possible? I can be controlled by this kind of Genjutsu. Orochimaru was shocked. This situation was beyond his expectation. At this time, Uchiha's voice sounded, Orochimaru, it seems you haven't noticed it yet, but I have already seen through you with these eyes. What do you mean? Orochimaru had a little cold sweat on his forehead. As a Sannin, he has never had the experience of being controlled by someone with just one Genjutsu. Facing Orochimaru's confusion, Uchiha Kong appeared in front of him, stared at him and said slowly, my Sharingan can see that you are just strong on the outside and weak on the inside. Your powerful chakra, and your body, the relationship between them seems not so harmonious. What? You actually? Orochimaru looked shocked. You must have practiced some kind of forbidden technique and put your original chakra and soul into another person's body, right? And your own chakra and soul are not the same as the original chakra and soul of this body. Is there a rejection reaction? Uchiha Kong continued. On the one hand, he said these words because he was familiar with the original plot and knew the details of Orochimaru. On the other hand, he did observe some clues through Sharingan. Orochimaru's immortal reincarnation is a method of reincarnating one's own soul and chakra into another person's body, and gradually eating away the other person's soul and chakra. In fact, through constant reincarnation, theoretically speaking, Orochimaru's chakra and soul will not become less, but will become more and more powerful. However, as the number of reincarnations increases, before Orochimaru's method of devouring chakra and soul is not improved, the soul and chakra will become confused. It is even said that there is more than one will in his chakra, which may not be visible at ordinary times, but at a critical moment, it may bring backlash to him. In fact, Orochimaru not only has this problem, he also wants to achieve immortality through the curse seal. In the process of constantly creating curse seals, he is also constantly dividing his soul, will and chakra. Orochimaru, who has full Genjutsu, has problems in these two aspects, and the strength he can display is naturally greatly reduced. Perhaps the Genjutsu of ordinary ninjas will not cause any trouble to Orochimaru. But Uchiha Sora's Genjutsu is released through the 3 Magatama Sharingan, and it is also when his pupil power is greatly increased, so the power can be imagined. Even Orochimaru, who has rich experience and a huge amount of chakra, cannot break through this genjutsu. At this time, after hearing Uchiha Sora's words, Orochimaru's face became extremely ugly. He didn't expect that the secret of his reincarnation would be seen through by the 10-year-old child in front of him. He also discovered his weakness. This shook his confidence as one of the Sannin. But Orochimaru is a strong man who has experienced hundreds of battles after all. Even though he was in an illusion at this time, he still calmed down and said with a smile, "Uchiha Kong, your genjutsu is indeed very strong, but so what? Do you really think you can genjutsu trap me? You didn't attack me right away, now you have no chance." Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth, a palm stretched out from his mouth, and then another Orochimaru crawled out of his mouth. Orochimaru style substitution technique. This is a substitute technique that can evade almost all damage from ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. In genjutsu, Orochimaru decisively used the Orochimaru style substitution technique, and Uchiha Kong's golden binding technique suddenly lost its effectiveness. In reality, a new Orochimaru crawled out of his original body and quickly retreated. Uchiha Kong frowned secretly. Orochimaru's methods were indeed very strange. Orochimaru's substitution technique could actually be used to break genjutsu, which surprised him. However, this is also related to the fact that his genjutsu is not strong enough. Although his golden binding technique makes Orochimaru's body unable to move, he can still operate chakra and speak. This gave Orochimaru the opportunity to perform his substitution technique. Fortunately, Uchiha Kong had no intention of fighting Orochimaru to the death, and was not disappointed when he escaped from genjutsu. At this time, Kakashi had already solved a big snake, and his figure quickly leapt to Uchiha Sora's side. Uchiha Kong looked at Orochimaru in the distance and said calmly, "Orochimaru, do you want to fight again?" Seeing Kakashi appear, Orochimaru knew that he would not be able to get any benefits this time, so he backed down and shook his head with some regret. "Uchiha Kong, it seems that I made a miscalculation this time. I didn't expect that your strength has already been improved. Having grown to this point, I'm afraid your strength will surpass mine next time we meet, right?" "Haha, Orochimaru senpai is really over the top," Uchiha said with a smile. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, and his figure slowly sank into the ground. Before leaving, he stared at Uchiha Sora and sighed, "Konoha is decayed. A genius like you should have a broader sky. As a member of the Uchiha clan, you are like a caged bird in Konoha, never having a chance to fly." Quote. Uchiha smiled noncommittally and watched Orochimaru leave without stopping him. In fact, if he really wanted to have a showdown with Orochimaru, he would have come up with the powerful Killer S-level wind release and trump cards like Flying Thunder God. The reason why he had been nagging Orochimaru for so long and asked him to break away from genjutsu was simply because he did not want to expose his trump card and true strength because of Orochimaru. I believe that after this failed attempt, Orochimaru will probably stay away from him in the future. As for what Orochimaru said before leaving, Uchiha Sora naturally didn't take it to heart. But after Kakashi heard this, he became highly vigilant and couldn't help but said to him, "Sora, don't listen to Orochimaru's temptation to rebellious ninja." Uchiha Kong smiled slightly. "Don't worry, Captain Kakashi. Well, that's good, you're not hurt, are you?" Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief and asked concerned again. He was dragged by the big snake before, and his sight was blocked by the big snake's body. He didn't know the specific contest between Uchiha Sora and Orochimaru. "I was not injured." Orochimaru appeared this time, probably trying to plant a curse seal on me, but I avoided it and he failed. Uchiha Kong Kaido. A curse seal. It is said that his disciple Mitarashi Anko also has that kind of power. Kakashi couldn't help but worry when he heard this. It seems that this curse seal is not simple. This matter must be reported to Master Hokage as soon as possible. Quote. At this time, Mao Yuxian and Ying also got rid of the entanglement of the big snake and joined together. The two of them only had some scratches on their bodies, nothing serious. "Sora, I'm worried to death. You're being targeted by a scary person like Orochimaru. Are you okay?" Xian came to Sora and looked at him nervously. Uchiha Sora naturally shook his head to show that he was not hurt. Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The eagle on the side suddenly asked, Sora, how did you block Orochimaru, one of the Sannin? With his strength, you shouldn't be able to escape unscathed, right? Eagle, what do you mean? Do you want to see Kong injured? Xian frowned upon hearing this. That's not what I meant, I was just curious. Ying then realized that he was acting too hastily and waved his hand hastily. Uchiha Kong smiled lightly. It's very simple. Although Orochimaru is very strong, I am not weak either. Ah, really? Eagle smiled, returned to silence, and stopped talking. Okay, let's talk about all this when we get back. Our top priority now is to get back to Konoha, Kakashi said. The group of people got on the road and rushed towards Konoha. However, because of Eagle's performance just now, there seemed to be a strange atmosphere in the team. Xian and Uchiha walked together, but Ying was isolated. Kakashi, who was lagging behind, looked at these three subordinates and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Azuki Yugon meets Anbu standards in all aspects, but she has strong personal emotions when it comes to matters related to Uchiha Sora. When he met Orochimaru, he stood up despite everything, and later, in order to protect him, he had a conflict with his teammate Hawk. It is enough to show that her feelings for Uchiha Sora seem to be not limited to the apparent teammate relationship. As for the Hawk, his previous dull character seemed to make people question his purpose when he asked Uchiha Sora questions. As for Uchiha Sora, Kakashi attaches great importance to it. Just like the question raised by Takashi, Kakashi was actually very confused in his heart. How far had Uchiha Sora's strength reached? How could he survive Orochimaru's men unscathed and persist in his own support? Orochimaru even gave such a warning before retreating. Evaluate. These details cannot be ignored. That evening, the group returned to Konoha village. The three of them dispersed and left. In order to celebrate the successful completion of this mission, Uchiha Sora and Yugao went to a barbecue restaurant for a feast. Kakashi came to the Hokage office and reported the details of this mission to the third Hokage. After listening to Kakashi's report, third Hokage frowned deeply and said, "This guy Orochimaru is still so restless even after leaving Konoha. It seems that I really made a wrong decision by letting him go." After a pause, he changed his tone again. However, it seems that it is really not easy for Uchiha Sora to be evaluated like this by Orochimaru. Kakashi, the Uchiha family is a family that is extremely easy to go to extremes. Uchiha Sora is only 10 years old. Sway, as your subordinate, you must not let him go down the same old path as Orochimaru. I understand. Kakashi nodded heavily. Just as the third Hokage was telling Kakashi, on the other side, in a dark underground base, the leader of the Roots, Danzo, was also telling his subordinates. Eagle, strengthen surveillance. If Uchiha Sora shows any dangerous thoughts, kill him on the spot. Danzo said coldly to the man in front of him. Yes, Lord Danzo, Eagle said respectfully. If Kakashi were here, he would definitely recognize that this subordinate of Danzo, known as Takashi, is also his own subordinate Takashi. He was loyal to Danzo from the beginning and was placed as a pawn next to Uchiha Sora to monitor and collect intelligence. And even third Hokage was kept in the dark about all this. Chapter 11. After eating barbecue with Yugao, Uchiha Sora returned to his home. This encounter with Orochimaru brought him great gains. In terms of chakra, he had already surpassed the ordinary Jonin many times. After doubling again, he may have reached the threshold of shadow-level chakra. Moreover, under the dual automatic cultivation of body and spirit, his chakra growth will no longer have an upper limit. At the current speed of automatic cultivation, I am afraid that within 3 years, my chakra amount will be comparable to that of an average tailed beast. In terms of experience, he has had the experience of fighting against cage-level figures. This kind of experience may not be experienced by ordinary ninjas in their lifetime. However, despite the harvest, Uchiha was also secretly wary of those eyes that were peering at him secretly. This time it's Orochimaru. Who will it be next time? Danzo, or Uchiha Obito? Therefore, he still cannot take it lightly when it comes to the development of ninjutsu. I already have a lot of chakra, and I also have a trump card, but these trump cards can only be used as trump cards to be revealed at critical moments. As a ninjutsu for daily use, except for a few fire style and wind escape, it seems to lack other attribute escape techniques. The defense of earth style, the variety of water style, and the powerful explosive power of lightning style. In addition to being born with the 5 basic attributes of chakra, they can also be learned through nurture. Uchiha said secretly. Because of his powerful talent, Kakashi has mastered the changes of the 5 attributes. With the addition of Sharingan, he has also learned the yin attribute. Variety. And I not only have a Sharingan, but also a fairy body. In theory, I can master all attribute changes. Uchiha murmured in a low voice. Starting from tomorrow, let's get in touch with some things about attribute changes. In the days that followed, while Uchiha was performing the Anbu mission, he would also ask Kakashi for some knowledge on nature changes. It's just that Uchiha Sora's own talent is limited. Even if Kakashi explains it very clearly, he can't learn the chakra attribute changes that he is not born with in a short time. Fortunately, the automatic training system came to help at this time. After asking Kakashi for advice on the changes in lightning properties for several days, Uchiha successfully heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding! After host's continuous hard work, your physical talent has been touched by your efforts. A new talent attribute has been awakened, Thunder. After possessing the talent of Thunder attribute, it didn't take long for Uchiha Kong to master the change of nature of Thunder attribute. Later, Uchiha pulled Kakashi and asked him to explain the knowledge of the nature changes of Earth style and Water style in detail several times. About half a month later, Uchiha Kong's physical talent successfully awakened the talents of Earth and Water. In this way, Uchiha Kong finally had a body with yin and yang, fire, wind, thunder, earth and water, with all attributes. After having these attribute talents, the next practice becomes much simpler. Some low-level ninjutsu, Uchiha Kong himself can directly copy it through Sharingan's observation. As for those difficult B-level and A-level ninjutsu, as long as you use Sharingan to see its principles clearly and memorize the seals, you can take them back and practice them slowly. Even though Uchiha Sora's own training talent is not very good and his training progress is relatively slow, with the system coming out to help from time to time, Uchiha Sora's ninjutsu library is also rapidly expanding. Time flies by, and soon the new year is here again. It started to snow lightly in Konoha village. Uchiha Sora finally turned 11. After this period of Anbu career, he has performed many difficult Anbu tasks, including some A-level tasks and even individual S-level tasks. Under the training of Anbu's mission, his combat experience will have grown a lot. His strength was gradually revealed. Excellent ninjutsu, genjutsu and swordsmanship, you can handle any task with ease. Sometimes opponents that even Kakashi would find difficult can be defeated in Sora's hands. Uchiha Izumi's home. Sora and Uchiha Izumi, mother and daughter, enjoyed a sumptuous meal. Half a year ago, Uchiha Izumi graduated from the ninja school and became a genin. Recently, she has been performing genin tasks. Listening to Izumi telling some interesting things about the genin mission, Uchiha Sora was in a very good mood. After dinner, Uchiha took Izumi out for shopping and went to the theater to watch the New Year celebration program in the Hokage world. After watching the show, Sora and Izumi walked in the snow, holding hands tightly and feeling each other's warmth. Quan stretched out his other little hand, gently caught a falling snowflake, blushed slightly, and said to Uchiha Sora, "Hey, Sora, when we all grow up, can we still walk together and watch the snow like this?" Quote. The girl spoke words of confession, with tension and expectation in her eyes. Uchiha raised his hand and touched her head gently. Yes. This simple word does not require too many rhetoric, but it makes Uchiha Izumi feel extra at ease. Suddenly, bursts of crying sounds came from the snow ahead, mixed with the shouts and curses of some children. Uchiha Kong frowned slightly. Uchiha Quan had already walked over quickly. It turned out that there were several children not far away who were throwing snowballs at a little girl, not caring about the little girl's crying. Hey, you guys stop it. Uchiha rushed out and shouted to stop the bullying of the children. Hey, why are you so nosy? Who are you? Do we know you? Why should we listen to you? The children behaved very arrogantly. Quan's face turned red with anger, and he really wanted to beat them all up. But she didn't want to bully these children who hadn't even attended ninja school. I didn't know what to do for a while. Little devils, if you don't obey, you will die. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind them. It was Uchiha Sora who was speaking. He was walking slowly, exuding a frightening aura. This scene immediately frightened the children to the point where they were all on the verge of crying. You are so timid, but you are so powerful at bullying others. Why don't you apologize quickly? Seeing that he had only released a little momentum, Uchiha frightened these children. He couldn't help curling his lips and retracting his momentum. When the children heard this, they immediately went to apologize to the little girl who was bullied by them. After apologizing, he ran away without a trace. Uchiha Kwan helped the little girl sitting on the ground and said gently, "Don't be afraid, those who bullied you have been driven away by that brother." The little girl stopped crying and raised her face. A pair of big pure white eyes appeared on her delicate and cute face, looking at Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Sora in front of her. Are you from the Hyuga family? What's your name? Uchiha Kwan discovered that the little girl actually came from the same wealthy family as Uchiha, the Hyuga clan. Thank you sister, thank you brother. My name is Hyuga Hinata. The little girl blushed slightly and said timidly. What, are you Hyuga Hinata? Uchiha Kwan looked at Uchiha Sora with surprise on his face. This is the daughter of the head of the Hyuga clan, and her status is extraordinary. She would actually appear here and be bullied. If something unexpected happened and caused some misunderstanding, it would be troublesome. It's okay, we can just send her back, Uchiha said. He has also recognized Hinata's identity. Since he has helped, he will help to the end and send her home. After all, this is considered fate. Uchiha Kwan nodded, took Hinata's little hand and said, "Come, sister will take you home." Yes, Hinata nodded lightly, took Kwan's hand and stood up, then pointed in the direction of home and walked forward. Along the way, Izumi Uchiha asked the children why they bullied her. When she learned that it was because of Hinata's weak character, she encouraged her, "Girls need to be stronger. As long as we are strong, we will not be bullied by men." The child is being bullied. Hinata nodded slightly, feeling the gentleness and kindness of Uchiha Izumi, and a smile gradually relaxed on her face. The three of them soon arrived at the Hyuga mansion. At the gate of the mansion, a guard from the branch house recognized Miss Hinata at a glance and hurriedly ran to inform the clan leader. After a while, Hyuga Hiyashi went out in person to pick up his daughter. In order to thank Uchiha and Sora for their kind help, Hyuga Hiyashi pulled them into the hall and offered them tea as a thank you. Faced with Hiyashi's hospitality and thanks, Uchiha Izumi was a little nervous and reserved. After all, he is a patriarch-level figure, but he is still Genin's spring, so he is not used to communicating with such a person. Uchiha Kong, however, acted very calmly and said calmly, "Chief Hiyashi, you're welcome, it's just a little effort." Haha, Uchiha Sora, I have caused trouble for you, so I should thank you. Hyuga Hiyashi smiled broadly and looked very polite. After the two parties exchanged polite greetings, Uchiha Sora left with Izumi. After Uchiha Sora left, Hyuga Hiyashi put away the smile on his face and said to Hinata beside him, "Hinata, you have to remember, no matter where you meet Uchiha Sora in the future, you must be careful. Be respectful to him. Do you understand?" Oh, Hinata didn't dare to disobey her father and nodded. But she was still very confused. That brother obviously seems to be a very good person, why should I be cautious about him? Hiyashi naturally won't explain it to his daughter, he just needs her to remember this. Because under his Byakugan observation, the amount of chakra in the 11-year-old Uchiha Sora's body was so huge that it surprised him. Far beyond his knowledge of the Uchiha clan's chakra amount. It is conceivable that his strength is definitely not as simple as it appears on the surface. Such a character will definitely become the most dazzling being among the Uchiha clan in the future, and even the most dazzling being in Konoha. When that day comes, I'm afraid the entire Hyuga clan will be nothing in front of him, right? After the new year, Uchiha Kong clearly felt that the Uchiha clan's vigilance against outsiders had become tighter. One time, Shi Yan came to Uchiha Sora to practice swordsmanship, but was kicked out before she even got into the Uchiha clan. This made Uchiha Kong realize that Fugaku might not be able to wait to start the coup. If the development of the original plot is followed, I'm afraid Shisui's death is not far away. On this matter, Uchiha Sora has been silently counting the time. The real genocide should be 2 years later, led by the grown-up Uchiha Itachi, and the current Itachi has just been recommended by Fugaku to enter the route and be placed in the family as a member of the family. Spies among Konoha's top brass are operating secretly. However, now Uchiha Shisui's reputation has reached its peak, and his status as already the captain of Konoha Anbu, deeply trusted by the third generation. Under such circumstances, it is actually reasonable for Uchiha Fugaku to want to launch a coup. Once the coup is successful, it will be absolutely natural for Shisui to be elected as Hokage. As for himself, he has no intention of becoming a Hokage, because in terms of strength and reputation, he, the clan leader, is not as good as Uchiha Shisui. So Fugaku has been training Itachi, hoping that Itachi can take over Shisui's position and become the next generation of Hokage. Of course, there is one person he cannot ignore, and that is Uchiha Sora. For Uchiha Sora, Uchiha Fugaku's favor with him has been declining ever since he was rejected in Genjutsu. Especially after Uchiha Kong entered Anbu, he became even more independent. He always focused on Anbu's mission and did not take the words of his patriarch to heart. Even in several previous family gatherings, Uchiha Sora did not attend due to missions. This made Fugaku more and more disappointed with Uchiha Kong, and even labeled him a traitor to the family in his heart. On this day, Fugaku once again held a family gathering and notified all family members to come and participate. Of course, those who can attend the gathering must be those with Chunin strength or above. After hearing the news about the family gathering, Uchiha Kong frowned slightly. He had not participated in the previous few times. It was indeed because he was too lazy to attend because of the mission. He knew that the content of the gathering was nothing more than inciting the emotions of the tribe and deepening the relationship between the tribesmen, feelings, and made the tribe more and more dissatisfied with the top management of Konoha. It was just a lecture activity similar to a pyramid scheme and brainwashing. But this time he happened to be free, so he planned to take a look. Wearing his usual white clothes and wearing the weapon that had been replaced by a long sword on his waist, Uchiha Sora, who was nearly 1.7 meters tall, walked through the family street and came to the family shrine where the meeting was held. There were already many people coming by this time. Everyone saw Uchiha Sora arriving and cast curious glances at him. Ever since the Chunin exams, Uchiha Sora's reputation as a genius has been spreading among people. It's just that many people are unfamiliar with Uchiha Kong because he has rarely participated in family gatherings before. Sora, are you here too? Sora walked into the shrine, and Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, who had already arrived, greeted him. Among the Uchiha clan, probably only Shisui and Itachi are relatively familiar with Uchiha Sora. Speaking of which, Shisui is still Anbu's immediate boss, and they meet him often. Since Itachi entered the route, he rarely saw each other, but Itachi and Shisui still have a good relationship, and the two often practice together. After Sora greeted them, he looked at the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, who was sitting in the center of the shrine, closing his eyes and relaxing. As if aware of Sora's arrival, Uchiha Fugaku slowly opened his eyes, and a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan slowly appeared. He said coldly, "Uchiha Sora, you are not on the list for this family gathering, what are you doing here?" Uchiha couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. Because Uchiha Fugaku had notified him several times before, although he was not notified of this meeting, he came naturally after hearing the news. He did not expect that Fugaku would show such hostility towards him. But after thinking about it for a moment, Uchiha Kong understood the problem and said with a faint smile, "Clan leader, it seems that you are dissatisfied with me for not coming to participate in the previous few times. HMPH, don't you dare, Uchiha Kong, I'm afraid you will become the captain of the Anbu squad in the near future. How can my little Uchiha clan be taken seriously by you?" Fugaku sarcastically said. "Haha, that's inexplicable." Uchiha Kong's face turned cold. When everyone in the family heard this, they immediately became energetic and thought there was a good show to watch. The clan leader seems to be very hostile to the genius Uchiha Sora. Feeling the smell of gunpowder between the two, Uchiha Shisui and Itachi looked at each other, and Itachi said, "Father, Sora didn't come to the meeting before because he had a mission." However, before Itachi could finish speaking, Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand and interrupted, "Itachi, you don't have to give him a reason, family gatherings are so important." The task is certainly important, but not attending many family gatherings has violated the family according to the ancestral teachings. I'm afraid his heart is no longer with the family. Itachi had no choice but to keep his mouth shut. Uchiha Shisui frowned slightly. Although Fugaku's words were unpleasant to hear, Uchiha Sora's behavior of not coming to the gathering many times before did seem to indicate that he did not take the family into consideration. However, this kind of thing is actually not a big deal as long as you don't specifically pursue it. But it is obvious that today Uchiha Fugaku seems to want to list Uchiha Sora as a typical example. I'm afraid I want to take this opportunity to warn those in the family who are not firm enough. It seems that the clan leader wants to express to me that family is more important than anything else. Uchiha Shisui thought helplessly. At this time, Uchiha Kong also understood Fugaku's intention and couldn't help but said, "Chief, what do you want me to do?" Fugaku said calmly, "If you still want to be recognized by the family, then resign from Hokage Anbu and serve in the Konoha Guards." The captain of the Konoha Guard is himself. For someone like Uchiha Sora, who is obviously not under his command, letting him enter the department he manages and being under his nose can make people feel at ease. "Then what if I refuse?" Uchiha said calmly. "Then you go, I don't welcome you to this gathering either." Uchiha Fugaku said coldly. "Okay, if that's the case, then I won't attend this gathering." Uchiha shook his head and turned to leave. Everyone looked at Uchiha Sora leaving and looked at each other for a while. "Okay, is everyone here? Let the meeting begin." Fugaku stood up and announced to everyone. "It's quiet at night." The rally finally ended. The clan members dispersed one by one, and only Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui remained in the shrine. Fugaku looked at Shisui in front of him and said earnestly, "Shisui, your reputation has reached its peak now. If you want to go further, you must become a Hokage. Do you want to become a Hokage?" Hearing this, Shisui smiled bitterly and said, "Clan leader, becoming a Hokage is not that simple. In addition to strength and reputation, you also need to be recognized by Konoha's senior officials. It can be said that becoming a Hokage is the dream of almost every Konoha ninja. You have now gained the trust of the third Hokage. I believe you have a great chance of becoming the next Hokage. Moreover, as long as you always stand on the side of the family will definitely do its best to support you." Fugaku said. "If you become Hokage, the family's situation in the village will immediately become different, which is very beneficial to the family." Uchiha Fugaku continued. "But now there are several problems before us. One is, would the top management of Yi do not trust us, the Uchiha clan? There are many historical reasons for this, which we cannot change. Only through your efforts can we change their views." Quote, "There is another problem, which is the cohesion within the family. Uchiha is proud of his talent and does not take his family seriously. If this kind of person is not properly disciplined, he will definitely become a black sheep. Shisui, I hope you can supervise him well. If he has any thoughts that are detrimental to the family, I hope you can use your Mangekyo abilities." After listening to Fugaku's words, Shisui nodded with a heavy heart. "I understand, Patriarch. Well, the future of the Uchiha clan depends on you." Uchiha Fugaku patted his shoulder heavily. Shisui said goodbye and left. Watching Shisui leave, Uchiha Fugaku fell into deep thought again. Shisui's ability is undoubted, he is dedicated to the village, and he has a sense of belonging to the family. Recommending him to become Hokage is the core idea of this coup. As long as Shisui keeps his mind steady, there will be no accidents in this coup. After Shisui left, he looked back at the figure in the shrine and sighed heavily in his heart. "You want me to become a Hokage and change the fate of the Uchiha clan, but how easy is it? Unless you are determined to launch a coup, but I will never let you do this," Shisui said secretly. Standing in his current position, Shisui's eyes are no longer limited to one clan, but to this village and this country. Shisui knows very well that the current Konoha village is already weak on the outside and weak on the inside, and cannot withstand the torment. As for Uchiha Sora's question, Shisui couldn't help but shook his head. Compared with the thoughts of the clan leader and the thoughts of Konoha's senior officials, he could not understand Uchiha Sora's thoughts. "It seems that I should go talk to him." Shisui's figure flashed and disappeared. At this time, Uchiha Sora was standing in a small forest, waiting quietly. After a while, Shisui's figure appeared behind him. Captain Shisui, I know you will definitely come to me. Uchiha Kong noticed the arrival and suddenly said. The clan leader asked me to monitor your actions. Shisui said bluntly. If you have bad intentions towards the clan, I will use distinguished heavenly gods on you. Uchiha Kong nodded and couldn't help but laugh. It seems like the clan leader showed mercy to me. I thought he would send you to kill me. Kill you? You had a quarrel with the clan leader today. If you die, I'm afraid the family will be even more unstable. Shisui shook his head. Same. Uchiha smiled. The two fell silent. After a while, Shisui said, Sora, just pretend I haven't been here tonight and say goodbye. Wait. Uchiha Sora suddenly stopped him. What's wrong? Shisui wondered. Be careful of Danzo's Izanagi. Uchiha Sora said. He is waiting for Shisui here, and his biggest purpose is actually to tell him information about Danzo. What? Danzo's Izanagi? Shisui couldn't help but asked in a low voice. Izanagi is the forbidden technique of my Uchiha clan. Only Sharingan can activate it. How could Danzo do it? If I say that Danzo is very ambitious and he has been coveting Uchiha's Sharingan, would you believe it? Uchiha said slowly. This. Shisui frowned slightly and couldn't help but think deeply. As the most trusted captain of Anbu in the third generation, Shisui naturally understands the personalities and thoughts of other high-level officials in Konoha. Danzo has always given him a very dangerous feeling. He has been coveting Sharingan. I'm afraid he really isn't. Nonsense. Sora, it seems you know more than I thought. Shisui took a deep breath and looked at Uchiha Sora, feeling that the person in front of him had become extremely mysterious. Captain Shisui, I believe you have already made a judgment. Uchiha said with a smile. Well, I have indeed made a judgment. Shisui nodded. At this time, Uchiha Kong looked to the left side of the woods and said calmly, however, our conversation seems to have been heard. Shisui followed suit and nodded slightly. Haha, I didn't expect you to have discovered it too. Yes, I am still very familiar with the aura of my teammates. Uchiha raised his hand and shot a kunai. Kunai nailed to a tree trunk. A figure slowly walked out from behind the big tree. You think so? Eagle. Uchiha Kong looked at the figure coming out and said calmly, as Danzo's subordinate, you usually have to pretend to be my teammate to monitor me. It's really hard on you. Just it's a pity that every move you make can't be hidden from my eyes. At this time, the discovered eagle was sweating heavily on his forehead, and his heart was beating wildly. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Sora had already doubted himself. This guy is really insightful. This matter must be reported to Danzo-sama. Otherwise Danzo-sama will definitely be in big trouble. But he still tried to explain calmly. Sora, what are you talking about? I'm your teammate. I don't know Mr. Danzo. I just accidentally overheard your conversation. I won't tell you. Out. Also, Captain Shisui, I am here to report the mission to you. Don't get me wrong. A smile appeared on his face, but this smile looked very fake no matter how you looked at it. Sora, I'll leave it to you. Shisui said calmly, ignoring Eagle's words. At this time, he has seen that Eagle's various behaviors definitely come from the roots, because only those people in the roots who have been severely brainwashed by Danzo can give people this feeling. Captain Shisui, what level of mission is this? Uchiha smiled. Let's make it S level. It's just a personal mission given by me. Shisui said with a smile. Then I have to show some strength and do it beautifully. Uchiha laughed. The conversation between the two did not take the eagle seriously at all. Eagle finally understood that no matter how much he argued, he might not be able to escape death today. You all go to hell. He yelled, opened his clothes and rushed towards the two of them. His body under his clothes was covered with detonating symbols. The detonating talisman burned and there was a loud bang. It exploded. Uchiha Sora and Shisui stepped aside. Uchiha Sora suddenly chased in one direction. There is a figure running wildly there, it is the eagle. It turns out that the body he rushed towards and exploded just now was actually just a clone. Unfortunately, Uchiha Sora's current strength is no longer what it used to be. With Taka's strength, it is simply impossible to escape from him. After a few teleportation operations, Uchiha Sora had already caught up with the hawk and appeared 10 meters behind him. The two were already very close to each other, and Ying's heart was filled with horror. He didn't expect Sora to be so fast. He couldn't run very far in front of him. Suddenly, Eagle's body shook violently, and his whole body froze and stopped in place. He stared at his chest blankly, and a dazzling white lightning penetrated from the heart. Turning his head with difficulty, he saw that the other end of the white lightning came from Uchiha Sora's finger. The thunder light was retracted, and the eagle's body fell to the ground with a thud, gradually lifeless. Shisui also followed and looked at Sky's path. Nice lightning style. Is this the modified skill of Kakashi's Reikiri? Uchiha Sora nodded. During the days when he was following Kakashi on missions, he had already learned Kakashi's Reikiri. After the system automatically practiced it, he quickly learned Reikiri. However, Uchiha Sora was not satisfied with this, and spent a lot of time studying it in depth. The morphological change finally stimulated the automatic training function of the system. With the help of the system, this skill was developed. Similar to Chidori's modified Chidori Sharp Gun. It's just that Uchiha Kong's modified version is Reikiri, which condenses the power of Reikiri into a beam and releases it instantly. When used, it is more like a laser. It lasts for a short time, but the attack range and lethality are very large. In fact, this ninjutsu is more like the lightning-style version of Sage Art Storm style. The power is naturally not as powerful as the Storm style, but compared to the ordinary Reikiri, it is much more powerful. Uchiha Sora named it Lightning Style Light Tooth Sword. It seems that you have surpassed Kakashi. Seeing this ninjutsu, Uchiha Shisui sighed. Kakashi is a well-known elite Jonin, the second best master among Anbu. Shisui's evaluation clearly believes that Uchiha Sora is now the second master of Anbu. Uchiha Kong smiled slightly, formed another fire-style seal, burned the hawk's body, and then said, Danzo will soon find out that the hawk has been killed, and he should take action. You should try to be careful. Shisui nodded. You should also be careful. The two of them left separately. Returning home, Uchiha was temporarily relieved. This time he reminded Shisui specifically to prevent him from committing suicide again. In the original plot, the reason why Shisui chose to commit suicide was because he suffered a sneak attack by Danzo and lost one eye, which greatly damaged his strength. In addition, he was poisoned and was unable to save his other eye. With Danzo's insidiousness and ruthlessness, even if he escaped back to his family, he would never be able to escape the pursuit. It may even bring the family into the abyss, directly forcing the family to rebel on the spot. Once something like that happens, Konoha may usher in great turmoil. And this time, once Shisui preserves his own strength, not only the top management of Konoha will not dare to act rashly, but Uchiha Fugaku may not be able to do a coup as he wishes. Although with my current strength, I can completely influence the direction of the situation, the problems within Konoha village are far less important than the hidden troubles outside. Uchiha Kong thought secretly. He doesn't take the opponents from within Konoha, at most the third generation, Danzo and his ilk, to heart, but he must always be on guard against Black Zetsu and Uchiha Obito from outside. There may even be threats from the Otsutsuki clan in the future. I still need some time. As long as Shisui is alive, the current situation will be stable. Uchiha Kong secretly planned. As long as you become stronger, all problems will be solved by then. The next day, Danzo learned that the eagle had died. Kakashi, the captain of the Anbu squad, was also very confused about the disappearance of the hawk. After reporting it to the Hokage, the third Hokage immediately asked him to launch a search. It's just that Uchiha Sora did things very secretly. No matter how much Kakashi searched, he couldn't find him. After several days of fruitless searches, third generation was ready to give up the idea of continuing the search. After all, Anbu ninjas are still very busy. It is impossible to devote unlimited energy to investigating the disappearance of a person. However, just when third generation was about to give up, Danzo suddenly found him. Hiruzen, the disappearance of the eagle has something to do with Uchiha. Danzo said directly in the first sentence when they met. Duanzo, what do you know? Third Hokage frowned and his eyes became sharp. Actually, Eagle is the person I sent to lurk around Uchiha Sora and monitor him. Danzo said. The third Hokage was furious when he heard this. Duanzo, you are really going too far. You actually put people in my Anbu. Hiruzen, you can postpone this matter and pursue it with me. Danzo said. The third Hokage was furious when he heard this. Duanzo, you are really going too far. You actually put people in my Anbu. Hiruzen, you can postpone this matter and pursue it with me. Danzo said. The third Hokage was furious when he heard this. Duanzo, you are really going too far. You actually put people in my Anbu. Hiruzen, you can postpone this matter and pursue it with me. What I want to say now is that there is a high probability that Taka was killed by Uchiha Sora. Danzo said hurriedly. On the night when Taka disappeared, in fact, it is also the day when the Uchiha family gathers, and I specially asked Ying to go to the Uchiha family to monitor Uchiha Sora. As a result, he didn't come back the next day. It was obvious that he died in the Uchiha clan. Danzo said. Taka must have heard something bad and was silenced, otherwise Uchiha had no reason to kill him. Why do you think it was the person Uchiha killed? Third generation said solemnly. Danzo said. I have great confidence in the strength of the eagle. There are indeed many people in the Uchiha clan who can defeat him, but there are no more than 5 people who can kill him. And those who can kill him, and even I'm afraid there are only 3 people who can't spread any news. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Sora. No matter who killed the hawk among these 3 people, their purpose was anything but simple. Danzo concluded. The third Hokage's eyes narrowed and he took a deep breath. It seems that the Uchiha clan really has evil intentions. The death of the hawk invisibly increased the distance between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Uchiha Sora has also felt that the Anbu tasks assigned to him are almost all insignificant tasks, which shows that the third Hokage has already had great doubts about himself. It seems I have to make plans in advance. Although I have been careful not to get involved in some things, it is very likely that the plot will no longer go as I imagined. On this day, after Uchiha Sora thought about it, he went directly to Uchiha Izumi's home. The next day, Uchiha Izumi and her daughter disappeared from the Uchiha clan. However, although this incident aroused some people's investigation, because the Uchiha Izumi mother and daughter usually have a low sense of presence, it was quickly dismissed. Among the Uchiha clan, Fugaku's xenophobia has become increasingly serious. But on the surface, he has still maintained a harmonious relationship with the top management of Konoha. Even Uchiha Itachi served in Danzo's root organization and performed very well. The current situation has become very delicate as a whole. On the surface, everyone is performing their duties and living in harmony, but secretly things are turbulent and treacherous. Ding! Your Sharingan has finally brewed a new talent, awakening the ability to increase damage by 100%. On this day, Uchiha Sora finally received the talent brewed by Sharingan. It's been more than half a year, my Sharingan, you have finally developed a new talent. Uchiha couldn't help but sigh. The damage is increased by 100%. As the name suggests, in the Sharingan state, the power of any spell released will be increased by 100%. If this talent is applied to ordinary escape techniques, it may not have much effect. It is just that the power of ninjutsu is greater than others. But if it is placed on genjutsu, or some killer eye skills, its power can be very deadly. Take the last Orochimaru as an example. Under Uchiha Sora's genjutsu, the opponent can still open his mouth to speak. This shows that the power of genjutsu is not yet strong. But if the golden binding technique were unleashed on him now, Orochimaru would never be able to even blink. This is only the case of the 3 Magatama Sharingan. If he waits until Mangekyo awakens, his Mangekyo Eye technique will definitely be more powerful than the ordinary Mangekyo Eye technique. To take a step back, with the talent of damage increase, the Rasengan used with the same chakra is twice as powerful as before. With this talent, in the current situation, it is even more powerful for me. Uchiha said secretly. Ding! Thanks to your unremitting efforts, you have finally completed the second stage of your Flying Thunder God technique. At this time, another system reminder sounded. Great, good things come in pairs. Uchiha was overjoyed. The completion of the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique means that his Flying Thunder God technique has finally entered the mature stage. Moreover, the distance between the spell coordinates that he can now sense has suddenly expanded to 2,000 kilometers. The distance of 2,000 kilometers is enough to pass through the entire Kingdom of Fire and reach the Kingdom of Wind. Now the only thing left is to succeed in the automatic cultivation of the reincarnation of the earth, but its progress has been very slow. Maybe we can talk to Orochimaru. Uchiha Kong thought of the forbidden technique of the reincarnation of the earth again. But now he still has to focus on the Uchiha clan. Although he had warned Shisui, with Shisui's strength, it was impossible for Danzo to hurt him as long as he was on guard. But Uchiha always felt a little uneasy in his heart. Especially, When he heard that Shisui was sent alone to perform an S-level mission, this uneasy feeling became even more intense. So he found Kakashi and asked him for some information. Captain Kakashi, do you know where Captain Shisui went on a mission recently? Kakashi shook his head and said, it is said to be an S-level mission. This kind of mission must be classified as confidential, right? Except for Mr. Hokage, even I cannot know the inside story. Okay, Uchiha nodded. There is no news about Shisui, so Uchiha Sora has no other options for the time being. I hope my worries are unfounded. Uchiha walked on the street, suppressing the uneasiness in his heart. Suddenly, a group of crows flew from the distant sky. One of the crows fell straight towards Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Kong's eyes were focused, his figure flashed, he jumped up, and immediately caught the crow. Taking a closer look, Uchiha's heart sank. This is Shisui's psychic crow. And this black crow is very special. He saw the clue at a glance, and at this moment the crow turned its head, revealing one of its eyes on the other side. This is Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Sora almost exclaimed. Whoosh! The next second, he directly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared on the street. When he appeared again, he had returned to his home. Tell me, what happened to Shisui? Uchiha Sora asked, staring at the black crow. This psychic black crow can obviously understand human speech. Although it cannot speak, a burst of pupil power suddenly comes out of Shisui's four-cornered windmill Mangekyo. Uchiha Sora looked at it and was immediately drawn into a fantasy world. In this illusion, Shisui stood in front of him with his eyes closed. The two eye sockets were sunken deeply, and it was obvious that his eyes had been gouged out. Is it Sora? Shisui in the illusion asked. It's me, Uchiha Sora responded. He knew that the Shisui in front of him was just an illusion program that he had set up in advance. Hey, Sora, I'm sorry, I was careless. Shisui shook his head and sighed. I still underestimated Danzo's determination. Although I was on guard against his Izanagi, I didn't expect that he had other helpers. One of my eyes was taken away by Danzo. Sora, you must be careful. The person who helped Danzo seriously injured me also has a Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, and he also knows wood style. His Mangekyo has weird spatial abilities, which are very scary. However, although the encounter was brief, I have figured out his abilities. You must pay attention next time you see him. His Mangekyo can switch his body between reality and another space at will. When in another space, you can see him, but you can't attack him, but as soon as he attacks, he will completely materialize. So, if you meet him, if you want to defeat him, you must have the teleportation technique faster than mine. This is information about that person. In addition, among the people who attacked me this time, besides Danzo and him, I also sense the aura of the third Hokage in the distance. Although I didn't take action, since he appeared being nearby, it doesn't matter whether we take action or not. Shisui smiled bitterly and said, I never thought that I, Uchiha Shisui, would one day be betrayed by my boss. After a pause, he said again, Song, you must promise me the next words. I'm afraid I won't be able to come back alive this time, but luckily I saved the other Mangekyo. As Danzo and that guy said, my Mangekyo abilities shouldn't exist in this world, but this time, I entrust this eye to you. I don't want you to avenge me, nor do I want you to rebel against Konoha because of me. I just hope that you can use this eye to protect the peace in your heart. Also, I made a suicide note. After you write it down, imitate the content and handwriting of this suicide note and send it to the clan leader. Shisui in the fantasy world transformed a suicide note and its content into the air, in front of. Uchiha Sora wrote them down one by one. The content of the suicide note was very simple. It stated that Shisui was tired of this kind of intrigue and being caught between the family and the top management. For him, suicide was a kind of relief. At the back of the suicide note, Shisui also said goodbye to Uchiha Itachi. Okay, Sora, the time of this illusion is coming soon, and we have to say goodbye forever. Next, I will tell you the method of sealing the psychic black crow. Finally, Shisui bid farewell to Sky's path and told Uchiha the method of sealing. After coming out of the illusion, Uchiha took a deep breath. With the cooperation of Uchiha Obito and Danzo, and the third Hokage raiding formation secretly, Uchiha Shisui was able to take the opportunity to send out his other eye, and also analyzed Obito's ability. This strength is truly Uchiha's strongest title. Unfortunately, Shisui has no space for ninjutsu, so it is almost impossible to escape. Uchiha Sora is almost certain that Shisui is probably dead now. After a moment of silence, he formed a few seals and pressed them on the psychic black crow in front of him. The psychic black crow turned into a stream of chakra, flowing to Sora's left wrist, where it formed a black mark in the shape of a crow's head. The eyes of the crow's head have the mark of a four-cornered windmill. As long as the seal is released, the psychic black crow will appear again with Shisui's Mangekyo. After doing all this, Uchiha Kong's face looked terrifyingly calm, but his 3 Magatama Sharingan seemed to contain a terrifying eye power. Sudden, ding, something unexpected happened to my friend, and the host is in a bad mood. In order to express comfort, your Sharingan evolved into Mangekyo Sharingan. The system sounds. In Uchiha Sora's 3 Magatama Sharingan, the 3 black Magatama stars rotate rapidly and gradually merge together, transforming into a special pattern. This pattern looks sharp and angular, exactly the pattern of a 6-pointed star array. Oh, I didn't expect that my Mangekyo Sharingan would appear so soon. Uchiha murmured to himself. He couldn't tell whether he opened Sharingan because he was stimulated by hearing the news about Shisui, or because he opened it because of the help of the system. At this point, his mood did not improve at all from turning on Mangekyo. Uchiha Obito, Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha said each name in his mouth. He will not let any of these people go. Shisui's death is almost a foregone conclusion. The only time Uchiha was happy was when Shisui gave him the last eye. The ability of this eye can only be used once at most, and the cooldown time is extremely long, so it is of little use to him, but with this eye, he can use the Earth reincarnation to resurrect Shisui. What worries Sora the most now is that during the period after Shisui's death, Konoha's top brass will definitely take action against him. I would like to see what else you can do. Uchiha murmured. If he wants to leave, he can just think about it, but he will never leave Konoha so easily. At least, we must recover some interest for Shisui's death. Even if it goes against Shisui's wishes and turns Konoha upside down. However, just as he prepared his suicide note and arrived at the door of Fugaku's house, a figure slowly walked out of Uchiha Fugaku's house. That person is none other than Uchiha Shisui. The aura on her body is exactly the same as Uchiha Shisui. But Uchiha Sora knew in an instant that the Shisui in front of him was definitely a fake. It seems that Shisui's body fell into the hands of Uchiha Obito. Otherwise, how could the imposter in front of him imitate Shisui's breath so much? Uchiha left quietly without disturbing him. There is no doubt about the identity of this person. He was definitely imitated by Baizetsu after he obtained Shisui's corpse and transformed through the chakra aura remaining on the corpse. The suicide note can no longer be sent out. Obviously, Baizetsu pretended to be Shisui and went to see Uchiha Fugaku. If he took out the suicide note at this time, who would Fugaku believe? Even if you take out Shisui's eye of distinguished heavenly gods, I'm afraid it won't be very convincing, right? What's more, Fugaku has always been hostile to him. Things seem to be getting complicated. It's really interesting, you even played tricks with me. Uchiha Kong gave up the idea of going to see Fugaku. That night, Fugaku issued a notice to hold another family gathering. Uchiha was waiting at home, and the person who came to inform him was Uchiha Shisui pretended by Baizetsu. Looking at Shisui in front of him, Uchiha Kong looked calm. The two of them walked towards the shrine one after the other. Halfway there, Uchiha Sora suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Sora? Shisui turned around and asked. Uchiha Kong said calmly. I really want to know who gave you the courage to appear in front of me. What do you mean? Shisui's expression changed and he asked in confusion. Uchiha raised his finger and pointed at Shisui. Shisui's expression changed again, and he said angrily, Uchiha Sora, why are you so crazy? Are you going to gather at the shrine? Puff. However, the next second, a white light shot out from Uchiha Sora's fingers and penetrated Shisui's body. Lightning-style light-toothed sword. Shisui's fake face was full of disbelief. At the last moment, he seemed to be still acting, Uchiha Sora. Why? If it's Shisui, there's no way he can't avoid my move. Uchiha said calmly. The expression on Shisui's face suddenly calmed down, and he sighed. As expected of Uchiha Sora, it seems that the news Shisui released before his death must have reached you. It seems that Shisui's other eye is very likely to be on you. Shisui spoke slowly, and his body gradually changed, transforming back into Baizetsu's body. Master Madara, it's your turn to appear. Baiju suddenly let out a weird laugh before falling to the ground. The next second, a masked figure slowly walked out from behind Uchiha Sora. A cold voice came from behind his mask. Uchiha Sora, I've been following you for a long time. Uchiha turned around and looked at the masked man in front of him, his expression still calm. Haha, you don't seem surprised to see me. The masked man chuckled. You don't even say hello to the ancestors of your family. Uchiha Sora remained silent. The masked man spoke again. Do you want to know the whereabouts of Uchiha Shisui? Uchiha Sora just looked at him coldly. What an annoying junior. Uchiha's long silence made the masked man lose his patience. At this time, Uchiha Kong finally spoke, and he said coldly with mockery, I'm just watching a poor guy perform himself. You say I'm a pathetic person. The masked man said in a cold tone. Do you know who I am? Without waiting for Uchiha Sora's reply, the masked man continued. My name is Uchiha Madara. Oh, what then? Uchiha said calmly. Aren't you surprised? Oh, why are you surprised? Uchiha Madara won't hide your head and tail like you, and don't dare to see people while wearing a mask. Uchiha Kong said calmly. It seems that you, this junior, really lack discipline. The masked man said coldly. Then I will show you what the power of Uchiha Madara is. As soon as he finished speaking, the masked man ran straight towards Uchiha Sora. Uchiha stood still and didn't move. Just when the masked man rushed in front of him, he raised his hand and threw out a kunai, hitting the opponent between the eyebrows. But the kunai passed through his eyebrows without any hindrance. At this time, the masked man had already stretched out his palm towards Uchiha Sora and grabbed Uchiha Sora's body. His palm touched Kong's clothes, and he felt a little happy in his heart. However, at the critical moment, the figure in front of him suddenly flashed and disappeared in an instant. Not good. The masked man was shocked, but there was news behind him. Uchiha Sora teleported behind him. At the same time, a blue chakra energy ball appeared in Uchiha Sora's hand and hit Obito's back hard. The second part of the Flying Thunder God technique. What a familiar feeling. The masked man was shocked, and he decisively transformed into a virtual body again. Boom! There was a loud noise and a huge shock wave came from the ground beneath him. Obito's body continued to move forward, and Uchiha stood in a large pit that was more than 10 meters long, holding a kunai in his hand. So close. The masked man broke into a cold sweat. Is it familiar? This feeling. At this time, Uchiha Sora's joking voice sounded. You guy, you actually know the art of Rasengan and Flying Thunder God. What does the fourth Hokage have to do with you? The masked man said in a solemn tone. The scene just now was exactly the same as that night 5 years ago. If he hadn't suffered the same loss that night, coupled with his continuous proficiency with Kamui over the years, I'm afraid he would have been hit again at that moment. Aren't you Uchiha Madara? What? You're just a Flying Thunder God and Rasengan, and you're so restless. Uchiha Sora continued to mock. Obito was not surprised that the combo just missed him. On the one hand, he has just mastered the second level of Flying Thunder God and has not fully used it in battle. In terms of speed, he may not be as fast as Namikaze Minato. On the other hand, the Obito in front of him is no longer the boy he was 5 years ago, and his strength has been improving. In particular, his conversion between reality and reality has reached the point of perfection. At this time, I am afraid that only the powerful Genjutsu can restrain him. It is no longer so easy to win by relying on speed. Despite this set of combos is enough for Uchiha Obito to relive the shadow of the past. Unfortunately, the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God on Obito were left by the fourth Hokage. He cannot rely on these coordinates to teleport directly. Otherwise, Obito would not have anything to worry about. Uchiha Sora, who are you? At this moment, the masked man's heart was already filled with turmoil. He didn't understand why the 11-year-old kid in front of him could fly the Thunder God and Rasengan, and he didn't understand how a kid of this age could face it. The person who calls herself Uchiha Madara doesn't react as she should. From the moment you teamed up with Danzo and the others to kill Shisui, you were already on my must-kill list. Unforgivable. Uchiha Kong did not answer his question, but said calmly, do you think you are playing with the world? In fact, you are just a poor person being played with. The masked man was shocked and shouted, who the hell are you? He cared more about the words Uchiha said than the flying thunder god technique that Uchiha learned from somewhere. It all seems to mean something. Could it be that your identity has been exposed? How is this possible? The masked man was shocked and confused. Aren't you very confident? You call yourself Uchiha Madara, control the Akatsuki organization, and try to collect tailed beasts, to create that virtual world. Uchiha Obito, I advise you to accept the reality. Uchiha said word by word, you can't change anything. In the end, you are just a sinner lost on the road of life. What? You? How do you know my identity? The masked man, that is, Uchiha Obito, finally couldn't stand it anymore and exclaimed out of control. Not only do I know your identity, I also know all your plans. Uchiha Kong continued. The Eye of the Moon plan, right. Resurrection of 10 tails, right. Want to become 10 tails Jinchuriki, right. Want to cast infinite Tsukuyomi, right. Uchiha Sora's words struck Obito's heart one by one, like a sledgehammer, hammering away at his confidence. How is it possible? How is it possible? How is it possible? Uchiha Obito screamed in his heart. After all his secrets were revealed, his mentality almost collapsed. I can tell you clearly that none of your plans will succeed. Because I am here, there is no chance for you, Uchiha said calmly. However, you don't have to worry that I will expose your plan. After a pause, Uchiha suddenly smiled and said, I will play this ninja game with you slowly until you want to quit. After saying this, Uchiha's figure flashed and disappeared completely. Uchiha Obito was left standing there, falling into a long silence. After a long time, Uchiha Obito seemed to have recovered, and said in a low tone, the plan to contain Uchiha Sora failed. We need to adjust the plan to deal with him in the future. A half-black, half-white figure that looked like a pitcher plant slowly rose from the ground. Absolutely perfect, the black half worriedly said. The origin of this Uchiha Sora is definitely not simple. He actually knows our plan. It seems that we need to be more restrained in our actions in the future. Uchiha Obito nodded. What I'm worried about now is what he will do in the future. I can't see through this person's mind. He is beyond my control. Obito, I think you are afraid. Black Zetsu said in a deep voice. Don't forget Madara-sama's plan. No matter what, we have to complete that plan. Although Uchiha Kong is a big trouble, he is only one person. You can't beat us. I hope so. Uchiha Obito sighed. However, he remembered the figure of the girl in his heart, and his will became strong again, and he murmured, no matter how many difficulties there are in the road ahead, I will definitely realize that dream. After Uchiha Sora disappeared, when he reappeared, he was no longer in Konoha village. Instead, it appeared on a small island. This small island was isolated overseas, with picturesque scenery, like a paradise. There are a large number of animals and plants living on the island and it is rich in resources. At this time, in front of a wooden house on the island, two beautiful figures, one big and one small, were sparring. Izumi, and Hazuki. Uchiha Sora's figure suddenly appeared near the two of them and said hello. These two people are the Uchiha Izumi mother and daughter who disappeared from the Uchiha clan. Previously, Uchiha Kong felt uneasy and moved the mother and daughter to this paradise-like island in advance. This small island was accidentally discovered by him during his mission in the past 2 years. It is far away from human habitation and can be regarded as a very good safe haven. Sora, what happened to the family? When can we go back? The two of them saw Sora appearing and hurried over. Uchiha Hazuki asked. Because Uchiha Kong told them that something big might happen to the Uchiha family and asked them to come here to escape, so they are very concerned about the family's situation now. Uchiha Kong told them the general story of the incident, including Shisui's death, the subsequent appearance of the masked man, etc. The two of them were very worried after hearing this. Sora, I didn't expect that things have developed to such a dangerous point. Even a strong man like Shisui was killed, and that Uchiha Obito is so abominable. I remember that he was once a hero who sacrificed for Konoha. Uchiha Izumi was worried and angry. Yes, Sora, your current situation in Konoha is probably even worse than Shisui's. The clan leader doesn't trust you, the higher-ups in Konoha also have evil intentions towards you, and there's that mysterious Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Hazuki Fuka. He sighed deeply and hesitated. Why don't you just stay on this island and the three of us live together and stay away from the disputes in the ninja world? Seeing the worried looks of the two women, Uchiha Kong smiled slightly. Don't worry, the situation is not as troublesome as you think. Although I am their target, how can they not be my prey? He exudes a strong sense of confidence. The next moment, his eyes suddenly opened Sharingan, and the three Magatama quickly rotated, and then turned into a six-pointed star pattern. Sora, your eyes! Uchiha Izumi and her daughter exclaimed, looking into his eyes in shock. The six-pointed star pattern seemed to attract their attention with a magical power, making people unconsciously fall into it. Uchiha Sora smiled lightly. This is Mangekyo Sharingan that is superior to ordinary Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan. Although both Uchiha and Izumi are from the Uchiha clan, they actually know very little about Sharingan, and they only know the three Magatama Sharingan. In their view, isn't the three Magatama Sharingan already is it top-notch? Why is there still a Mangekyo Sharingan? I will talk to you in detail about Mangekyo Sharingan later. Now I have to do one thing first. Transform this island, Uchiha said with a smile. Renovation. Uchiha Izumi and her daughter looked at each other, confused. At this time, Uchiha Kong has activated Mangekyo Sharingan's ability. In both eyes, the pupil power skyrocketed. A powerful aura overflowed from him. The strong eye power immediately set off gusts of wind all around, causing the mother and daughter of Uchiha Izumi to stagger around. Okay, what a strong chakra and eye power. Uchiha Kwan's face was full of shock. She has also activated Sharingan, but in front of Uchiha Sora's power, she feels that her eye power is no different than that of an ant. God Realm of Heaven. Mirror Space. Uchiha let out a low shout, and his eye energy focused crazily. The whole island suddenly shook, and the ground shook. This situation lasted for about a minute before finally stopping. At this time, Uchiha Izumi and her daughter discovered that something seemed different about the entire island. What's going on? It's become so quiet around here. Uchiha looked around. Uchiha put away the Mangekyo Sharingan, took a long breath, and explained, I created an identical mirror space based on the space within a radius of 10 kilometers where this island is located. This mirror space is based on the real world. All natural elements are exactly the same as the real world. It's just that no creature can enter here without my permission. Only by using my Mangekyo Sharingan can you enter this space. However, the barriers in this mirror space can be perfectly integrated with the real space, so the air, water flow and other natural elements here are connected to the outside space. Uchiha Izumi and her daughter listened to Sora's explanation as if they were listening to heavenly scriptures. They had no idea what he was talking about. Uchiha said helplessly, Okay, anyway, as long as you know that it is safe to stay here, you don't have to worry about others coming in. That's it. The two women finally understood. Sora, so you created such a space to protect us? Uchiha Kwan said moved. Uchiha nodded, then shook his head. You can say that, but this mirror space is not just for protecting you. For me, it can also be a rear base during combat. Because this space is a mirror space independent of the real world, ordinary space ninjutsu cannot be contacted here. For example, the most commonly used psychic techniques will not work here. Because the summoned objects of psychic techniques all exist in the real world and belong to different locations in the same space. The most important function of this mirror space is to isolate Obito's Kamui power. Obito's Kamui also has its own different space. Strictly speaking, Kamui's power can span different spaces. Judging from the original plot, Obito, the double-eyed Kamui, can even open the alien space created by Otsutsuki Kagaya. But it is absolutely impossible for the current one-eyed Obito to have this ability. Therefore, the existence of this mirror space can isolate the tracking of Obito Kamui's power. Once an accident occurs, even Uchiha Obito will be helpless as long as Uchiha Sora hides in his own mirror space. Of course, treating this space as an isolated battlefield is also a very good way to deal with powerful enemies. Moreover, because this mirror space was established by Uchiha Sora himself, as long as he sets the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God here, he can usually travel directly to and from this space even without Mangekyo's ability. This is what Uchiha Sora's Mangekyo is capable of. He named it, Heavenly God Realm. Essentially, it is a space-type pupil technique, but it also has a little shadow of barriers technique. Because in addition to the art of creating mirror space, these eyes also have a weakened version of the ability, the space barrier art. It is to create one or more transparent color space barriers directly in situ. These barriers have effects such as isolating perception and defending against enemy attacks. As for this weakened version of his ability, Kong named it, Duan Kong. That's right, it's the same name as a certain Kido skill in Shinigami. But in essence, it is still a space pupil technique. After arranging all this, Uchiha returned to Konoha village again. He does not yet have the same powerful recovery power as Hashirama's cells. Although Mangekyo's ability is powerful, it cannot be abused. If it is used too much, it will cause blindness, unless it can be allowed to automatically evolve to the Eternal Eye or the Samsara Eye. By then, his space mirroring ability may be even more powerful, and he may be able to directly create a mirror space of the entire Hokage world. Next, it's time to settle the accounts. Without any worries, Uchiha was ready to go directly to Danzo and Third Hokage to collect some interest. However, when he had a night's rest and planned to go directly to the door the next day, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly found him with a group of security guards. "Uchiha Sora, we have something to ask you," a member of the security team said seriously. Uchiha Kong frowned slightly. "What's the matter? You should go back to the guard station with us first," the man said. His tone was very aggressive and smelled of gunpowder. Uchiha Kong immediately noticed something was wrong and said coldly, "What if I say no? Then we have to take action." The man suddenly pulled out the ninja sword from behind. Others also took out their weapons and faced Uchiha with swords. Uchiha Kong ignored the group of minions, but looked at Uchiha Fugaku, who had been silent, and said calmly, "Chief, what do you mean?" Uchiha Fugaku snorted and said coldly, "Shisui is dead. His body was found near your house. He was entrusted by me to come to you for a family gathering last night. But you didn't come." Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Uchiha Sora's eyes narrowed. Yesterday, Baizetsu pretended to be Shisui and went to find Fugaku. It seems that his real intention was to sow discord between himself and Fugaku. Use Shisui's corpse and tamper with the information on the corpse, and then you will really be unable to defend yourself. It seems that this is the back trick Uchiha Obito used against himself before. Uchiha Sora, what else do you, a traitor to the family, have to say? Uchiha Fugaku said coldly. Why should I explain to you? Uchiha said calmly. Before you question me, you should first consider whether you have the strength. Ha, how arrogant. Get him. Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand and ordered. The surrounding members of the Uchiha guards were filled with indignation and surrounded Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Kong frowned slightly. He pulled out the long sword from his waist, and a thunder attribute chakra condensed on the long sword. With a slight wave, there was a lightning arc scattered all around. The group of people who rushed up were caught off guard and were struck by lightning. They were all paralyzed on the ground and unable to move. The next moment, Uchiha Sora's silhouette flashed forward, and he rushed forward with 3 punches and 2 kicks, knocking all the people to the ground. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Fugaku's face turned pale. You still dare to resist? Very good. You are indeed a traitor. He shouted angrily, took out the kunai, opened the Sharingan and rushed forward in person. Uchiha Fugaku's strength is quite good. As the leader of the clan, although his strength is not as strong as Shisui's, all basic abilities have reached the peak of Jonin. He is the elite of the elite, even stronger than Kakashi. Even compared to Hokage, the gap is not far behind. He thought he could take down Uchiha Sora by himself. What he didn't expect was that Uchiha Kong's strength exceeded his expectations. Whether it was in terms of physical skills, sword skills, or various reactions, he could hardly find any flaws. The two fought dozens of moves in close quarters, and finally separated. Uchiha Fugaku formed a seal with his hands and sprayed a great fireball directly from his mouth. Fire-style great fireball technique. Uchiha Sora also formed the same seal and responded with a great fireball. Two huge fireballs collided together, and the hot air waves swept away in an instant. The members of the security team hurriedly ran away. Under the powerful chakra infusion, the two great fireballs continued to collide, and their power had already exceeded the ordinary sea-level category. However, Uchiha Fugaku soon discovered that his great fireball was gradually failing to hold up. His expression couldn't help but change, and he was extremely shocked and confused. You must know that he is in his prime, and his chakra volume is no worse than that of the current third Hokage. Uchiha Sora is only 11 years old, the same age as his own son. Why is his chakra volume so huge? Moreover, the most puzzling thing is that as the leader of the clan, I can still be suppressed when I use my best fire style. Boom! Just when Uchiha Fugaku was in shock, Uchiha Kong increased the amount of chakra infusion and at the same time opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan. With the damage multiplication talent, the power of the great fireball is suddenly doubled. In an instant, Uchiha Sora's fireball overwhelmed Uchiha Fugaku's fireball and surged towards him. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku quickly retreated backwards, and then avoided the fireball attack. But in his haste, he was still a little disgraced by the hot air waves. Uchiha Fugaku, you are nothing more than that. Uchiha shook his head in disappointment. He knows that Fugaku may be hiding Mangekyo, but he also has Mangekyo. What's more, he still has many killer weapons. If he really wants to fight, he is absolutely confident to kill Uchiha Fugaku. However, Uchiha was too lazy to tangle with Fugaku. The person he wanted to deal with now was not him, but the third generation and Danzo. Uchiha Kong, you have such strength, why do you still work as a lackey for the high-level officials of Konoha? Uchiha Fugaku said angrily. If you are on the side of the family, and Shisui is still alive, what's the point of subverting Konoha? Disaster. Quote. I'm too lazy to explain to you. Just figure it out yourself. Uchiha shook his head. After saying that, Uchiha disappeared in a flash. A suicide note from Shisui was left, floating on the ground. Anyway, he is about to take action against the top management of Konoha, and he believes that Uchiha Fugaku will understand soon. The next moment, Uchiha Sora appeared outside Root's base. Gen's base is not in the center of Konoha village, but underground in a forest on the outskirts of Konoha village. Uchiha Kong had already buried the coordinates of Flying Thunder God's technique in various important locations in Konoha in the past 2 years. He would naturally not let it go near the entrance of Gen's base. When he came here, he naturally wanted to cause trouble for Danzo. However, this is Danzo's base camp after all, and it is not that easy to kill Danzo on the opponent's territory. But if he just came to destroy and steal some ninjutsu information, he could still do it. Uchiha Kong had already made plans to leave Konoha. Before leaving, he would naturally not make it easy for the third generation and Danzo. Separate a shadow clone and let him go to the entrance of the root base to launch an attack to attract the attention of the sentry personnel. Soon, a conflict broke out between the two sides. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Members of the root organization immediately sounded the alarm. Figures of members of the root organization rushed out and surrounded Uchiha Sora's shadow clone. Although the empty shadow clone only has half of his own chakra, it is very powerful compared to these root organization members. Even if it is just shadow clone, the power of his various ninjutsu and skills has not been reduced much. Fire style, lightning style, wind style, earth style, water style. The various escape techniques learned before were released to the members of the root organization as if they were free of charge. The opponent has a large number of people, but facing Uchiha Kong's endless ninjutsu, they can only parry. Taking this opportunity, Uchiha Kong himself quietly sneaked into Gen's underground base. After entering the base, he separated some shadow clone and asked them to search around the base. Along the way, he encountered obstacles from some root members, but he defeated them all with genjutsu. A few minutes later, he and the shadow clones arrived at the center of the base, the entrance to the underground hall. Looking towards the entrance of the passage, many members of the root organization were gathering in the wide underground hall. The infiltration of Uchiha Sora and Shadow Clone was quickly discovered by the root members in the hall. The enemy has come in. Take him down quickly, someone shouted. Suddenly, at least hundreds of root members rushed towards Uchiha Sora and his shadow clone. Uchiha Sora looked at one of the shadow clone. The shadow clone nodded slightly and rushed forward. The group of root members had already prepared various hidden weapons and ninjutsu attacks, and they all attacked shadow clone. There are even some attacks that want to cross the shadow clone and attack Sora's body. At this moment, shadow clone suddenly took out a handful of detonating charms from his arms and scattered them around. Immediately afterwards, shadow clone formed a hand seal and directly detonated these detonating symbols. Boom boom boom. In an instant, explosions filled the sky. The empty shadow clone was submerged in the explosion. And those root members who came close to attack shadow clone were accidentally involved. However, these people are elites after all, and they can still deal with the detonating talismans. In times of crisis, these people all used their special defense ninjutsu. Earth style wall. Water style water barrier. There are also various secret defenses. Seeing this scene, Uchiha couldn't help but smile. This is no ordinary detonating talisman. This is what he got from the sealed book, Tandem Paper Bombs from Second Hokage. There are dozens of detonating talismans scattered by Shadow Clone, and each one represents unlimited explosive power. Use the detonating talisman to channel the detonating talisman. As long as the number of detonating talismans is sufficient, no matter how powerful the defense is, it will not be a concern. In the past 2 years, Uchiha Kong has spent almost all his money on purchasing detonating charms. There are at least tens of thousands of detonating talismans prepared this time. With so many detonating symbols blasting at fixed points, the defenses of those root ninjas simply couldn't stop them. Maybe they can block 10 or 20 detonating symbols, but they definitely can't stop the continuous bombardment of tens of thousands of detonating symbols. Boom boom boom. The violent explosion was accompanied by bursts of fire, causing the entire underground hall to tremble. The air was filled with a strong smell of explosion. Under such a high-intensity explosion, those root members who had previously wanted to rush towards Kong's body were forced to lie on the ground, not daring to show their heads. And those who were close had already been wiped out in the explosion. Seeing this, Uchiha left some shadow clone in place to stop these people. He and other shadow clone went to other places in the underground hall to start a carpet search. When he came in this time, he was mainly heading towards Danzo's collection. It is known from the original plot that Danzo has a training scroll for the secret technique of wood style. Moreover, Danzo has been operating secretly and has done many unknown things. His collection is definitely no less than that of Third Hokage. This is already the core location of the root base. With some shadow clone dragging down a large number of root members' energy, other shadow clone began to search various secret rooms. At this time, a sharp wind sound suddenly sounded in the underground hall, accompanied by a gloomy old voice. Wind escape vacuum continuous waves. A sharp breath like a sickle and a weasel swept across the shadow clone in an instant. Bang bang bang. Immediately, half of the shadow clone were caught off guard and were hit, turning into white smoke and disappearing. Uchiha Sora, who was searching the secret room, couldn't help but look frozen. Danzo finally appears. Knowing that those shadow clone could never stop him, Uchiha Sora stepped out and came to the underground hall. At this time, Danzo, surrounded by a group of subordinates, walked towards him with a sullen face. Uchiha Sora, you are so brave. How dare you attack my base camp? Danzo, are you ready to die? Uchiha asked Kaido coldly. Danzo laughed angrily. Ha ha ha. I have never seen such an arrogant person. Uchiha Sora, even Uchiha Shisui would not dare to act wild in my base. Hey, do you still have the nerve to mention Shisui? Uchiha's empty hand lit up with lightning. Without saying a word, he rushed directly towards Danzo. Lightning-style Reikiri. Danzo didn't expect that Uchiha Kong would dare to take action directly. After reacting, he quickly drew out the long sword in his crutch and stabbed Uchiha Kong's body. Uchiha Kong twisted his body to avoid the long sword, and Reikiri hit Danzo directly in the heart. Puff! Danzo was instantly penetrated by Reikiri. Boom! But the next second, Danzo's body turned into a white smoke and disappeared. It's Shadow Clone. Do it! Danzo ordered, and his body and other root members used ninjutsu to attack Uchiha Kong. Uchiha quickly formed a seal and slammed his palms on the ground, Earth-style multiple earth current walls. Boom boom boom. Thick earth walls on all sides rose instantly, firmly protecting Uchiha Kong. The surrounding attacks landed on the earth flow wall, making violent collisions and explosions, and the earth wall was crumbling. Wind release. Vacuum Dayama. Danzo's voice came. A strong wind pressure suddenly hit an earth wall. The already overwhelmed earth wall collapsed in an instant and was penetrated by a powerful air cannon. The air cannon came towards Uchiha Sora. Danzo stood not far away, with a sarcastic look on his face, as if he was laughing at Uchiha Sora's overestimation of his abilities. At this time, Uchiha Kong pulled out a Flying Thunder God kunai from his ninja tool bag, raised his hand and shot towards the ceiling. The next second, Uchiha Sora's figure disappeared. The air cannon passed by, but it didn't even hit Uchiha Sora or Kakuzu. Gone. The surrounding members' eyes widened in disbelief. When trapped on all sides, who can escape from such a situation? It's up there. Suddenly, someone pointed at the ceiling of the underground hall and exclaimed. Uchiha Sora stood upside down on the ceiling, holding the Flying Thunder God kunai in his hand. A pair of Scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan stared coldly at the people below. Danzo's gloomy old face couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise and uncertainty. Was that the Flying Thunder God's technique just now? He keenly saw the kunai with a special technique in Uchiha's empty hand. As a disciple of second Hokage, how could he not be familiar with such a kunai? That powerful ninjutsu that created two legends in the ninja world. Flying Thunder God Jutsu. The fastest in the ninja world. Yellow Flash. And the Uchiha Sora in front of him actually mastered this technique that is terrifying to countless people. Danzo, do you regret it now? Uchiha looked at Danzo and said in a cold tone, I didn't want to pay attention to a gutter rat like you, but you killed Shisui and angered me. Danzo did have a trace of fear in his heart, but at this time he was in his base camp, but he would not give in directly. After listening to Uchiha Sora's arrogant words, he immediately said angrily, Uchiha Sora. Don't think you are after learning the Flying Thunder God, you can do whatever you want. Do you think I don't know the conditions for using the Flying Thunder God technique? Don't forget that I am a disciple of second Hokage. Really, Danzo, then I might as well tell you that just now, I have laid down the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God in various places in your base. Do you think you can stay here with peace of mind in the future? Uchiha Sora suddenly laughed. Danzo's expression changed. Uchiha Kong, don't bluff. Danzo said coldly. Do you think I don't have the means to deal with you? After that, Danzo suddenly tore off the bandage on the other half of his face. A scarlet Sharingan emerged. These are Shisui's eyes. Come on, do you dare to come here? Danzo shouted. His right eye exactly looks like a four-cornered windmill. It's Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan. The activation distance of genjutsu is limited, and the activation distance of a powerful genjutsu like distinguished heavenly gods will never be too far. Uchiha Sora's position at this time, distinguished heavenly gods has not yet reached the distance. But at this time, Danzo's right eye has already prepared the power of distinguished heavenly gods, ready to activate genjutsu at any time. As long as Uchiha dares to get close to him, genjutsu will take effect immediately without looking at him. This is the horror of distinguished heavenly gods. Uchiha Sora narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing Shisui's eyes made him feel angry. The next moment, Uchiha Sora jumped down from the ceiling and went straight to Danzo. Danzo was immediately overjoyed. You arrogant person. How dare you underestimate my distinguished heavenly gods? Buzz. An invisible wave of pupil power burst out from Danzo's right eye. Distinguished heavenly gods genjutsu quietly activates. The power of genjutsu falls on Uchiha Sora. However, Uchiha Sora's falling body showed no signs of slowing down at all, and a dazzling lightning even appeared in his palm. Suddenly, the lightning suddenly condensed on the finger, forming a laser-like lightning ray. Directly to Danzo's heart. Not good. Danzo was shocked. The old face showed great horror. Distinguished heavenly gods actually failed. How can this be? But at this time, he had no time to think too much about the situation. The speed of the lightning ray was extremely fast, and it was impossible for him to dodge it. At the critical moment, a root member suddenly rushed out from the side and hit Danzo, knocking his body out, but he was penetrated by the lightning. Uchiha Kong frowned and fell to the ground. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He couldn't kill Danzo while he was unprepared. It seemed that there was really no chance to kill him in this base camp. The next moment, his eyes moved slightly. He did not look at the root member in front of him who pushed Danzo away, but looked at the orange-haired root member on the other side. The secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. The heart-turning technique, Uchiha whispered. The root member used the heart-turning technique to control a companion closest to Danzo, and then block the fatal blow for Danzo. Only in this way can Danzo be saved. Otherwise, who among the ordinary root members would really sacrifice themselves for Danzo? Well done, Wind. Danzo praised his subordinates after dodging the fatal blow. Yamanaka Feng was not very old at this time, but his calmness and powerful spiritual skills were already eye-catching. Uchiha Kong frowned slightly. Fortunately, the Aburame root had not grown up at this time, otherwise even he would not dare to mess around. After all, the insects of the Aburame clan are extremely difficult to deal with in the entire ninja world. Uchiha Sora, I really didn't expect you to be immune to the genjutsu of distinguished heavenly gods. It seems that Shisui's other eye is on your body, right? At this time, Danzo said gloomily. Only distinguished heavenly gods can fight against distinguished heavenly gods. Uchiha Kong just smiled coldly when he heard this and didn't explain much. He is immune to distinguished heavenly gods, naturally not by Shisui's other eye, but by his own genjutsu immunity talent. With this talent, he dared to cause unbridled troubles in Danzo's base. Otherwise, Danzo is a cage-level figure after all. He has endless tricks, and he also has Shisui's eyes. With the help of a large number of subordinates, even the Flying Thunder God will not be able to use it. Seeing Uchiha's silence, Danzo had already acquiesced to the fact that he had Shisui's other eye, and a trace of fear flashed across his face. With the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and Shisui's Mangekyo, such a character is definitely a very terrifying existence. Whether it is to himself or to Konoha, Uchiha Sora poses too great a threat. Such a person must not be allowed to live. But now it is almost impossible to kill Uchiha Sora, who possesses the Flying Thunder God technique. After hesitating for a long time, Danzo suddenly regained his momentum and said, Uchiha Sora. With your strength, why do you have to go against me? Why don't you and I join forces and control the Fire Country from now on? I recommend you to be the Hokage. I'm assisting you secretly, wouldn't it be good for us to unify the ninja world together? Oh, if the attack fails, do you want to adopt a win-win strategy? Uchiha couldn't help but laughed. Unifying the ninja world, what a big ambition. It's a pity that your strength is not worthy of your ambition. Uchiha Kong sensed the message sent back by Shadow Clone, shook his head and said, it's almost time, let's play here for today, I will spare your life first, I'll pick it up in person next time. After he said this, with a thought in his mind, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared in front of Danzo in an instant. Seeing Uchiha leaving after saying harsh words, coming and going with ease, Danzo was filled with jealousy and madness in his heart. When Uchiha Sora returned to his home, there were already many more ninjutsu information scrolls at home. These ninjutsu information scrolls are the information he asked Shadow Clone to search everywhere when he was fighting Danzo just now. After searching for enough information, these Shadow Clone launched the Flying Thunder God to transport the information home, then deactivated the clone and notified the main body of the information. Without knowing it, he took out a large number of secrets in Danzo's root base. Even if Danzo knew this, he could only watch his things being taken away without being able to track them. This is the power of the Flying Thunder God. If it were anyone else, it would be easy to find these ninjutsu information, but it would be almost impossible to leave the opponent's base camp. The only person in the entire ninja world who can do this currently, besides Uchiha Sora, is probably Uchiha Obito's Kamui, who also has the ultimate ability. Looking at the large amount of information in front of him, Uchiha showed a satisfied look. These materials not only include a large number of advanced ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu training methods, but also some sealing techniques, curse seal techniques, secret techniques of various races, etc. What Uchiha Sora values most is the secret technique of wood style. His current physique is that of a fairy. Although he is not of Hashirama's bloodline yet, if his physique is further cultivated automatically, he may be able to grow into a wood-style fairy physique like Hashirama. Even if it is not possible to take a step back, as long as you transplant Hashirama cells yourself, you can quickly fuse them with your own constitution and master the wood-style blood inheritance limit. At that time, this wood-style secret will be very important to him. With this information, Uchiha Kong activated the Flying Thunder God technique again and sent them back to his mirror space. Only in the mirror space, these data will not be lost. Just when Uchiha went to the mirror space, in Konoha village, Danzo opened the office door of 3rd Hokage with a gloomy look. Sarutobi, things are in trouble this time, Danzo said directly before 3rd Hokage could ask. What's wrong? 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo with surprise on his face. What happened? He had never seen such an uneasy look on Danzo's face. Obviously, the trouble encountered this time must be quite big. Our affairs have been exposed. Before Shisui died, he sent the news back and told Uchiha Sora. Danzo said. And Uchiha Sora, this guy, just went to my root organization and made a big fuss. He took away a lot of ninjutsu information. He is going to turn the world upside down. What? 3rd Hokage was shocked when he heard this, and the pipe in his mouth fell to the ground with a clatter. Let's not talk about how Shisui's matter was exposed. How could Uchiha Kong have such strength? Can he escape from the root organization unscathed? 3rd Hokage asked hurriedly. Danzo sighed deeply. We all underestimated this guy this time. I didn't expect that he would have such power at the age of 11. Hiruzen, Uchiha Sora has now mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Konoha is completely defenseless against him. Danzo said word by word. The Flying Thunder God technique. 3rd Hokage was shocked. How is it possible? How could he learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Could it be? He suddenly thought of something. More than 2 years ago, when the Cloud Hidden Village launched an attack on Konoha, the secret room of his study was visited. After analysis at that time, it was found that it was more likely that it was an insider. It's just that there have been no clues in this regard in the past 2 years, and we can only wait for the other party to expose himself. Now it seems that the person who peeked at the sealed book at that time was Uchiha Sora. Even so, it's still hard for 3rd Hokage to believe this fact. Because more than 2 years ago, the other party was just a child between 8 and less than 9 years old. Hiruzen, we must take action now. Otherwise the whole of Konoha will be in big trouble. Danzo reminded at this time. The 3rd Hokage fell into a long silence. How could he not understand Danzo's words? Just thinking that the opponent has such a tricky ninjutsu as the Flying Thunder God technique, it is already difficult to deal with it. Hiruzen, humans have weaknesses. I have sent people to go to the Uchiha clan secretly. Danzo said from the side. He is very close to the mother and daughter of the Uchiha clan. If they are caught, they will be killed. I think this threat to him will be effective. The 3rd Hokage frowned, somewhat disdainful of Danzo's actions, but at this time there was no other way, so he could only nodded. Restrain yourself, don't go too far. Well, just wait for my news. When the time comes, you and I will have to join forces. Danzo said. With the support of 3rd Hokage, Danzo feels that he can definitely launch an effective counterattack this time. Uchiha Sora, you are just a brat after all. How can you outsmart me in terms of scheming? Danzo said to himself. However, half an hour later, Danzo hurried back to the Hokage office. His face was extremely ugly and he said, my people did not find the mother and daughter among the Uchiha clan. They seem to have disappeared a few days ago. When 3rd Hokage heard this, his face couldn't help but change. How is that possible? I don't have any record of them leaving the country. Danzo said with a gloomy expression. Uchiha Sora. It must be him. This guy must have transferred them in advance. What a deep scheming. It seems that he has been guarding against us for a long time. The two looked at each other and saw a deep worry in each other's eyes. At this moment, the image of Uchiha Sora has become extremely mysterious in their hearts, even a little scary. They couldn't imagine that a child who was only 11 years old could hide so deeply. Not only could he secretly read the Book of Sealings more than 2 years ago, but he also learned the art of Flying Thunder God, and it was only now that he was exposed. He even figured out Danzo's methods one step ahead and transferred important people in advance. How could this kind of scheming be expected of an 11-year-old child? What should we do now? Danzo asked as he was completely at his wits' end this time. The third Hokage fell into deep thought and looked at the scenery of Konoha village outside the window. After a while, he said, "We may be able to use other methods to surprise you. Uchiha Kong, this person is by no means simple. Is there any way you can catch him off guard?" Danzo frowned. Third Hokage said calmly, "It's time to expose the ambitions of the Uchiha clan. Go find Uchiha Itachi." Uchiha Itachi. Danzo's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Hiruzen, it's you as expected." Uchiha Itachi is a genius who has always attracted much attention. As the son of the leader of the Uchiha clan, he plays a very important role in the hearts of Konoha senior officials. The senior officials also paid great attention to cultivating his will of fire. After entering the route, Danzo not only did not restrict his freedom, but also often instilled in him the concept of protecting Konoha village. In addition, Third Hokage would often summon him to brainwash him. This has led to Uchiha Itachi now truly considering Konoha village as his home, and his status in his heart has become greater than that of his family. And most importantly, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sora are good friends. Using Weasel as a chess piece can definitely achieve unexpected results. At this time, Uchiha Itachi was staying at home on vacation, and he had already seen the Shisui suicide note left by Uchiha Sora to Fugaku. Tears welled up from his eyes unsatisfactorily. "Brother Shisui." Uchiha Itachi stood in the yard, feeling extremely sad. Among the entire Uchiha clan, who he truly trusts is probably Shisui. There are many things he can't say to his family, but he can say them to brother Shisui. He can't trouble his family with many things, but he can ask brother Shisui for help. Life is confusing. Who points out the way forward? It's brother Shisui. Both teachers and friends, not brothers, but better than brothers. Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes tightly, tears streaked across his face and fell to the ground. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and his eyes turned scarlet. The three Magatama stars rotated rapidly and gradually merged into one, finally turning into the shape of a triangular windmill. Even the shape of this Mangekyo looks exactly like brother Shisui's eyes. "Itachi, it's time to eat your eyes." His mother, Uchiha Makoto, came to the yard and called him. When she saw her son's face full of tears and his pair of extremely conspicuous Mangekyo Sharingan, she suddenly opened her mouth with a look of shock. Uchiha Itachi wiped away his tears, slowly closed his eyes, and opened them again. His eyes had returned to normal. He looked calmly and said, "I understand, mother." During the meal, Fugaku naturally knew about Uchiha Itachi's initiation of Mangekyo. Uchiha Fugaku was surprised and happy after hearing this. "As expected of my son, Itachi," Fugaku praised, but he didn't notice the trace of disappointment in his son's eyes. "Is there no comfort other than praising yourself? Father, what exactly am I in your heart?" After finishing the meal in silence, Uchiha Itachi refused his younger brother Sasuke's request to ask him for shuriken skills and went out alone. Watching his son leave, Makoto, as a woman, is more sensitive than her husband after all. She couldn't help but shake her head and said to Fugaku, "You shouldn't just praise him for his eye-opening thing just now. You should know that Shisui means a lot to Itachi. What are you wearing?" Uchiha Fugaku was slightly startled, but he didn't care. He believed that his son, who had been a genius since he was a child, would not care about these details. As a strong person, you should have a strong heart since childhood. Only the weak need comfort. Uchiha Itachi came to the grove where he and Shisui often practiced together. Standing in this familiar grove, Uchiha Itachi took out his ninja tools and started practicing crazily. Shuriken technique, fire style technique, teleportation technique, and taijutsu. After venting to exhaustion and panting, Uchiha Itachi lay on the ground, looking at the sky above his head, as if recalling the past. After an unknown amount of time, it became dark. Itachi was about to get up and go home. At this time, a voice came from the side. "Itachi, Third Hokage wants to see you for something." Uchiha Itachi looked intently, and Danzo slowly walked out from behind a big tree. "Danzo-sama." Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly, with a look of confusion on his face. "This is a top-secret mission. Master Hokage will tell you personally when we get there. Danzo didn't say anything more, just whispered something and left with Itachi. The two came to the Hokage building, and the lights were on in the Hokage office. Itachi followed Danzo into the Hokage office and saw the third Hokage who was working. The look on third Hokage's face was solemn, and the usual kind smile was gone. After meeting Uchiha Itachi, the third Hokage threw a pile of documents to him with a cold face. When Uchiha Itachi took it and took a look, his expression suddenly changed. This is. Uchiha Itachi's hands were full of news about the family's coup. Although he knew this information, he had not yet passed it on to the top management of Konoha, but they actually already knew it. What does that mean? The family coup has not yet been launched, and the top management of Konoha has already known the information. It is conceivable that even if there is a coup, there is basically no chance of winning, and it will only increase casualties in the end. Itachi, I have long been secretly aware of the ambitions of the Uchiha clan, but as the third Hokage, I don't want to see the day when the coup actually happens. The third Hokage sighed longly and said, "So, I call you today. I came here to give you a chance." "What opportunity?" Uchiha Itachi raised his head and said in a harsh voice. Danzo on the side said coldly, "Assassinate Uchiha Sora." "What?" Uchiha Itachi's expression changed and he raised his head in disbelief. Danzo said coldly, "During the day, Uchiha air-raided my root organization. He has now been classified as a traitor." "How is that possible?" Uchiha Itachi still couldn't believe it. In his mind, Uchiha Sora is a good person second only to brother Shisui. He is cheerful and easygoing. How could he suddenly do such a thing? Duanzo is right, third Hokage also said. So this time, we need you to assassinate him. Why me? Uchiha Itachi said harshly. Because you are good friends with him, you are the only one who has the best chance to assassinate him. The third Hokage sighed. To be honest, he is very strong, so strong that even I, the Hokage, am not sure of killing him, so I can only go out. This is the next best thing. Uchiha Itachi was shocked. Has Sora actually become so strong? When exactly? Itachi, you are a smart boy, you know what choice you should make. Third Hokage said. I understand, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Itachi was silent for a long time, finally nodded, stood up and left. Looking at Uchiha Itachi's leaving back, Danzo couldn't help but said, Hiruzen, I'm afraid with Uchiha Itachi's strength, it won't be so easy to successfully assassinate him. The third Hokage nodded slightly. Yes, but no matter whether it is successful or not, as long as we can cause chaos within the Uchiha clan, then our goal will be achieved. In my opinion, the Uchiha clan is a trivial matter. Only by killing Sora Uchiha can the village get rid of future troubles forever. Danzo couldn't help but shook his head. Only Sharingan can fight against Sharingan. Even you have failed. This time we can only count on the Uchiha clan. Third Hokage sighed. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't know when the village had declined to this extent. The next day, Uchiha Sora, who spent the night in the mirror space, returned to Konoha village again. He planned to visit the Uchiha clan and talk to Uchiha Fugaku. Although there is a gap between them and they even fought against each other, Uchiha Kong still does not want the family to go down that old path again. If possible, he still hopes to save the family. At Uchiha Fugaku's house, Uchiha Sora met Fugaku. Although Uchiha Fugaku read the suicide note, he still had doubts about Shisui's death, so he didn't have a good look on Uchiha Sora's visit. If Uchiha Sora wasn't powerful enough to scare him, he might have sent someone to arrest him long ago. After Uchiha saw Fugaku, Gate of Opening said, Yesterday, I attacked Danzo's root organization. Without waiting for Fugaku to show his shock, he continued, Before Shisui died, he left me a message. In addition to the suicide note, there were some other contents. His death was a design of Konoha's higher-ups. Danzo took away one of his eyes, and the other eye is with me. Uchiha Sora's series of words shocked Uchiha Fugaku and he couldn't help but lose consciousness. But he was the leader of the Uchiha clan after all. He quickly recovered and said in a deep tone, Uchiha Sora, why do you think I will believe you? Hearing this, Uchiha Kong couldn't help but smile lightly. I don't need you to believe it, I'm just here to inform you that the coup d'état is destined to be difficult to succeed, but I can find another way out for the family. Uchiha Fugaku was shocked. You said it. Take your tribe and leave Konoha with me. Uchiha said word by word. Leave Konoha with you. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened. Are you saying that you want the family to flee en masse? That's right. I have a way to make the people leave without anyone noticing. Don't worry about being hunted down, Uchiha said. At this point, he has actually made it very clear. Uchiha Fugaku still doesn't understand why he misunderstood him before. Because if Uchiha Sora is really a lackey of Konoha's high-level officials, then he doesn't need to say these words to himself at all. He can take advantage of his unpreparedness and unite with the high-level officials to eliminate the entire family. Sora, it seems that you have already thought of everything. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. However, after sighing, Uchiha Fugaku slowly shook his head. Sora, although you are not optimistic about this coup, there is no way back for me. There is no way back for the family. As you said, the family can leave the village, but even if they escape from Konoha safely, what can they do? How powerful the Uzumaki clan is. With the power of a clan, they established Uzushio village and the country of Uzumaki, but what happened in the end? They attacked them in groups. Now the clan members are scattered and fled. The remaining Uzumaki descendants have long become homeless dogs. They have been reduced to various people. A tool of great power. No matter how powerful a family is, once it loses the protection of the big tree, it will eventually be eaten by the wild wolves outside. To us, Konoha village is this big tree. We, the Uchiha clan, will never follow the same path as the Uzumaki clan. The coup is successful. I, the Uchiha clan, will become the masters of the big tree. From now on, we will stand at the top of the ninja world. And even if the coup fails, even if the family is destroyed, at least the reputation of the Uchiha clan will not be ruined. Uchiha Kong frowned slightly and stared into Fugaku's eyes. It seems that you have already made a choice. Yes, I will stay, and my warriors will also stay. Uchiha Fugaku said. However, I hope you can take away some ordinary people. These ordinary people have no fighting power, but they are all members of the family. With pure blood, letting them leave the land of right and wrong can be regarded as leaving another hope for the family. Quote. Okay, then I'll give you a day schedule, and I'll come back to you at this time tomorrow. Uchiha nodded. Uchiha Fugaku's choice, he did not forcefully interfere. Because he also knows that if people like Uchiha Fugaku, who have strong coup thoughts, follow him to hang out outside, everyone will feel aggrieved. In their opinion, Konoha is their root. They want to be the masters of Konoha, instead of going outside and becoming defectors. The next day, same time, Uchiha Sora comes to Fugaku again. Fugaku has gathered some ordinary men and women, as well as some children, about 100 people. Just a few people. Uchiha looked at these people. At this time, each of these ordinary family members looked a little at a loss. Because they were told by the clan leader that they would be sent to live in another place next. Although these ordinary people had doubts about the arrangements of the clan leader, they did not dare to disobey them. Moreover, these people were all selected and were relatively adaptable. After Uchiha Sora appeared, many of these ordinary people recognized him. Uchiha Sora, you are Uchiha Sora. Sora, are you taking us out of the village? Where are you taking us? Song, is something going to happen to the family? The patriarch asked you to take us to escape, right? Although these people were all ordinary people, they were not stupid. Someone soon guessed the clan leader's intention. Uchiha Kong smiled and said, Don't worry, everyone, please stand hand in hand. I will explain to you later. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly held up their hands obediently. When everyone's hands were raised, Uchiha raised his hand and grabbed the shoulder of one of them, and chakra was transmitted out, connecting everyone. Fugaku nodded to Uchiha, and the next second, there was a whoosh. The Flying Thunder God technique is activated. Uchiha Sora and the hundreds of people around him disappeared in an instant. The next second, he led everyone to the island in his mirror space. Mother and daughter Uchiha Izumi, who had already been informed of the matter, were waiting here. Seeing Sora appearing with everyone, the two of them came forward to greet him. Sora, did you bring just this many clan members here? Uchiha Hazuki asked doubtfully. Yes, maybe Fugaku is worried that it would be inappropriate to bring too many people. Uchiha nodded. They are going to trouble Izumi and Aunt Hazuki to explain. It's not troublesome. The two of us are bored on this island. Now that there are more people, it will be lively. Uchiha Hazuki said with a smile. She already recognized some of the familiar faces. Many people in the crowd also recognized Uchiha Hazuki and her daughter, and greeted them one after another. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Sora felt relieved for the time being. These are just ordinary people in the family. Most of them usually do business or do farm work. Let them live on this island, which can add some popularity to the island. Moreover, if you have time in the future, you will have to bring some animals in, so that it will feel like a real space. Well, then I'll withdraw first, and I'll leave the rest to you. Uchiha Kong nodded towards the mother and daughter, then activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared. He is not worried that the mother and daughter will be bullied here. Not to mention that Uchiha Izumi is already a genin and has activated Sharingan. Her strength is no worse than Chunin. Even Uchiha Hazuki was an excellent ninja back then and has already activated Sharingan. Sanmagatama, it's just that he has retired a long time ago. Appearing again, Uchiha Sora is back in front of Fugaku. Time and space ninjutsu. So this is your confidence. Uchiha Fugaku said with emotion when he saw Uchiha Sora appearing in front of him again. The matter has been settled. What are your plans next? Uchiha Sky's path. If you want a coup, do it sooner rather than later. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and said, wait a little longer, there is no news from Itachi yet. To be honest, Shisui's death has hit me hard. All I can count on now is Itachi. However, if you are willing to take action, maybe it will be easier. Uchiha Kong shook his head. I will not join the coup with you, because even if I take action, it is impossible to fight against the entire Konoha. I know you can control Nine Tails, but the power of Nine Tails is not that easy to control. Moreover, I have no interest in controlling Konoha. However, I can help you hold down the third Hokage. After a pause, Uchiha said again. Because he had originally planned to cause trouble with the third Hokage. If the family really had a coup, he would also take the opportunity to cause trouble with the third generation and steal the sealed book. This time he would not just peek at a few forbidden spells. Simple. He wants to take the entire sealed book as his own. Of course, Fugaku knew about Uchiha Sora, but the purpose of his coup was not really to defeat Konoha, or to kill all the top brass in Konoha. He just wanted to kill the third Hokage and control those top brass. We nominate ourselves as Hokage. As long as the third Hokage dies and his die-hard loyalists are wiped out, the remaining families and forces in Konoha will definitely throw in the towel and regard the Uchiha clan as the Hokage. It will be enough if you hold off the third Hokage. When Itachi and I join forces, we can quickly kill Danzo. The remaining masters will not be a worry. Uchiha Fugaku said excitedly. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's complacent look, Uchiha Sora couldn't help but think of Itachi. How will Itachi choose this time?